Chapter 901 Return to the Gamma region, see Sujian again. How is it possible, how can you have the aura of our heavenly demon phoenix? Seeing that Bai Ge inexplicably condensed a set of black feather armor on his body, and then a pair of wings grew behind his back, his body actually exuded the aura of the heavenly demon phoenix clan. Feng Qing'er's cold and noble pretty face was full of horror. Why? You are surprised, but I said that I can also use your blood secrets. Bai Ge just smiled slightly at Feng Qing'er's horror. The ability of the perfect symbiont is to copy genes, which may not be possible for some beings like chaos gods and demons. But it is just copying the genes of the heavenly demon phoenix, which is not a problem at all. Okay, now let me take a look at the blood secrets of your Sky Demon Phoenix clan. After using the perfect symbiont to copy the Sky Demon Phoenix bloodline, Bai Ge smiled and walked to Feng Qing'er, leaned over and slowly tapped his index finger on Feng Qing'er's forehead, and began to read Feng Qing'er's memory with his powerful mental power. For Bai Ge, whose soul has been sublimated into a divine soul and has a powerful mental power through practicing the sword body of mind. Feng Qing'er's mind is like an open room, and Bai Ge can watch it at will. So soon, Bai Ge got the secrets of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan that he wanted. However, Bai Ge was not very interested in most of the secrets of the Sky Demon Phoenix. Bai Ge was most interested in the Wind and Thunder festival that Feng Qing'er had performed before, which could make dead things have spiritual intelligence. It can turn the colorful silk that was originally dead into a real colorful phoenix that seems to have life. If this secret method is applied to other things, not to mention the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, if it is applied to some tall sculptures with free joints, is it equivalent to creating an alternative golem? This Wind and Thunder sacrifice secret method seems to be more applicable to combat in the Dopo Kangsheng world. But if it is placed in some technological world, this secret method that can create countless hard-working golems has infinite potential. I got the desired Heavenly Demon Phoenix bloodline and the secret method of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan from Feng Qing'er. However, if I plan to keep Feng Qing'er's soul, it will take a lot of time to use the beast taming technique to sacrifice Feng Qing'er into a witch beast that can be controlled at will. Feng Qing'er was temporarily imprisoned, and guarded by the 3000 Thunder illusionary body that had been sacrificed to the first stage. Bai Ge also had to prepare for the preparations for the Beiti sect. After half a month, the site of the Beiti sect has been selected. In the mountains deep in the North Territory, there is a towering and magnificent peak named Beiti Peak. A few months ago, after the site of Beiti sect was selected, the Han family began to recruit people to build the palace of the sect on Beiti Peak. Because the workers recruited were all fighters, the construction speed was very fast. Now, in addition to some construction except for the more difficult buildings that have not been built, the rest of the palaces and buildings have been built almost. The women are continuing the remaining preparatory work, such as purchasing various instruments needed by the sect, recruiting servants, etc. As for Bai Ge, he needs to go back to the Jiama area, go to the Sun Moon Empire and Canaan College, and bring all the people who need to be brought to the Beiti sect. Only Bai Ge can do this, so Bai Ge can't escape. However, it has been almost a year since he came to Zhongzhou unknowingly, and Bai Ge just wants to go back and take a look. Because he came from the Jiama area, knowing the spatial location of the Jiama area, Bai Ge easily tore the space and returned directly to the Jiama imperial capital. Of course, this place has now been renamed the Sun Moon Imperial Capital. After returning to the Jiama imperial capital, Bai Ge first went to see Yao Ye, the current queen of the Jiama Empire. After the establishment of the Sun Moon Empire, he has been away for almost a year. For such a long time, I don't know what changes have taken place in the Sun Moon Empire. If you want to find someone, it is more convenient to ask Yao Ye to help directly. In the palace, Yao Ye was very happy to see Bai Ge. Although she was the empress of the Sun Moon Empire, Yao Ye knew that everything she had was given by Bai Ge, and Yao Ye had been studying with Bai Ge since she was very young. Compared with other people in the Dopo Kangkyang world, being with Bai Ge gave Yao Ye a very different feeling. The days of studying with Bai Ge have always been Yao Ye's most unforgettable experience. Of course, the main reason is that compared with the old pedant teacher in the palace, Bai Ge is young, handsome and has extraordinary conversation. It is the comparison that makes Yao Ye so unforgettable. After meeting Yao Ye, Lin Ye directly asked Yao Ye to help issue a call to the strong men in the Sun Moon Empire, summoning some strong men above Do Wang who are willing to go to Zhongzhou to make a living. Then Bai Ge also asked Yao Ye to help notify Ye Fei and Cai Lin, who had not been taken away before, and let the two women come to the palace to see him. As for Bai Ji, he had to go to the Blackhorn region again. After the establishment of the Baiti sect, Bai Ji was concerned about the fallen heart flame of Canaan College. Bai Ji sent many young disciples of the Baiti sect to study at Canaan College under concealed identities, and also established the Beiman sect at Canaan College. Now, many young Douwang and Douhuang should have emerged in the Beiman sect. It is time to bring all these disciples to Zhongzhou. In addition to taking away the disciples of the Beiman sect, Bai Ji also has another purpose, which is to take Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning away as well, so that he can get the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire in the Burning Flame Valley by using their identities. From the Sun and Moon Imperial Capital, Bai Ji tore through space and went to Canaan College again. However, after arriving at the outer courtyard of Canaan College, Bai Ji enveloped the entire outer courtyard with his mental power. Although he found Xiao Ning, he did not find Xiao Yu. I almost forgot that I optimized Xiao Yu's bloodline. Now it has been more than 2 years since I left. Xiao Yu should have entered the inner courtyard. Ignoring Xiao Ning for the time being, Bai Ji tore the space again, left the outer courtyard, and entered the inner courtyard located in the Endless Mountains. Standing above the basin where the inner courtyard is located, Bai Ji released his mental power and quickly covered the entire inner courtyard. But compared to the outer courtyard, the inner courtyard has Su Jian, who is at the Do Zone level. Just when Bai Ji tore the space and came to the sky above the inner courtyard, Su Jian immediately felt the space fluctuation. And Su Jian is very familiar with the space fluctuation caused by tearing the space. Because the Dean Mangtianke has always returned to the academy in this way. When Su Jian felt the space fluctuation when Bai Ji tore the space and came to the sky above the inner courtyard, he immediately left the office quickly, then shot up and rushed into the sky. Xiao Bai? It's you. When Su Jian saw that the person coming was Bai Ji, he couldn't help but be stunned. When the Black Annihilation Army of the ancient clan came to the inner courtyard, Su Jian secretly observed. After discovering that Bai Ji was actually a Dozun, he was still very shocked and wondered why Bai Ji had to hide his strength. But soon after, he realized that Bai Ji might be trying to get close to Xiao Suner. However, Xiao Suner had already returned to Zhongzhou, and Bai Ji should now go to Zhongzhou with her to win the recognition of the ancient clan. What are you doing in their Canaan Academy? Chapter 902 Xiao Yu, why do I feel that you are just greedy for Sister Suner's body? Elder Su Jian, long time no see. In addition, let's get to know each other again. My name is actually Bai Ji, not Xiao Bai. This is just a pseudonym I used to hide my identity before. Seeing Su Jian, Bai Ji smiled slightly. Bai Venerable Bai, I wonder what brings you to Canaan Academy. Originally, he was going to call Bai Ji by name, but when he thought that Bai Ji had already revealed his identity, it would be too disrespectful to call a Dozun by his name, so Su Jian quickly coughed and changed the subject. Elder Su Jian, there's no need to be so polite, we're all old acquaintances. No, just call me Bai Ji. I came to you to find someone. Recently, I have established a force in Zhongzhou and need to bring some people over. Bai Ji shook his head and said to Su Jian's politeness. Bai Ji, you have established a force in Zhongzhou. Su Jian was slightly surprised when he heard Bai Ji's words. As the elder of the inner courtyard of Canaan College, Su Jian also went to Zhongzhou when he was young, so he naturally knew the general situation of Zhongzhou. Bai Ji established a force in Zhongzhou with the strength of Dozun. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, he will definitely be a big force of the four-sided pavilion level in the future. Canaan College is an open force that allows students to join a potential force, which is also what Su Jian hopes to see. So when Su Jian heard Bai Ji say that he would recruit people in Canaan College, he was slightly surprised and suddenly happy. Bai Ji, are you going to recruit students in our Canaan College? We welcome this very much. After graduation, most of them will go to Zhongzhou to make a living. They are destined to join a force in the end. Why not join your force? Haha, thank you for your concern, Elder Su Jian. Our sect has just been established and we are in need of disciples. I am confident that the students who can enter the inner courtyard of Canaan College have good talents. Elder Su Jian can tell the inner courtyard and let those who are interested to find me at Beiman. I am going to Beiman first. If anyone is willing to join, I will take them away when I leave. Bai Ji laughed. Haha. Then I will go and tell everyone. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Su Jian stroked his snow-white beard and smiled. After communicating with Su Jian, Bai Ji immediately leaned over and swooped down to the Beiman station in the inner courtyard. Under his mental perception, Xiao Yu was now in Beiman. Shot down from the sky, it instantly landed in front of the compound where the Beiman headquarters was located. Seeing Bai Ji falling from the sky, the two guards guarding the headquarters gate were shocked. Those who can fly down from the sky are at least Dowang level strong men. But they have never heard that there is such a young Dowang strongman with silver hair and purple eyes in Beiman. After landing, Bai Ji walked towards the two guards. Who is the current leader of your Beiman? Leader. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the two guards were stunned for a moment, and then one of them replied, our current leader is Miss Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? Hearing the words of the two guards, Bai Ji couldn't help but be a little surprised. Although he used the perfect symbiont to help Xiao Yu improve his cultivation qualifications, he didn't improve Xiao Yu to the level of a top genius. Before, Xiao Yu was still a doshi, and now he can become a 7 or 8 star doshi. It's already very good. To become the leader of Beiman, you must be an 8 or 9 star doling, right? However, although he was puzzled in his heart, how did Xiao Yu become the leader of Beiman? But Bai Ji didn't show it, but said to the two guards. You two, help me call your leader out, I have something to do with her. This sir, please wait a moment. Although they didn't know Bai Ji, they knew that Bai Ji was at least a Dowang level strongman, so the two guards didn't dare to neglect him, and one of them turned around and ran into the headquarters of Beiman. After waiting for a few minutes, Xiao Yu, wearing a tights, walked out of Beiman. Seeing Bai Ji, he couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao Bai, why are you back? Although Bai Ji had shown Dozun level strength in Canaan College, only a few elders including Su Jian, Qing Lin and some old men from the Bai sect knew that Bai Ji was a Dozun master who hid his identity. Xiao Yu was in the outer courtyard and definitely didn't know. 180. Although Xiao Yu asked Bai Ji after entering the inner courtyard, the news he got was that Bai Ji had graduated and left Canaan College. And because Bai Ji had been in seclusion and hiding behind the scenes after leaving Canaan College and returning to the Gama Empire. Although the Gama Empire later experienced a major change, annexing several surrounding empires and establishing the Sun and Moon Empire. However, Bai Ge's existence was still hidden and not announced. As for how the Gama Empire and the Anti-Gama Alliance won the war, most people in the Gama Empire only knew that it was the ancestor of the Beatty sect who took action. But for the ancestor of the Beatty sect, basically everyone thought that the ancestor of the Beatty sect was an old man, and they didn't know that he would be a handsome and unparalleled young man with silver hair and purple eyes. So although Xiao Yu also learned about the changes in the Jiama Empire at Canaan College, he did not discover Bai Ji's true identity at all, and just thought that Bai Ji had really graduated. Of course I came here to talk to you, let's go in and talk. Holding Xiao Yu, Bai Ji smiled and walked towards the headquarters of Beiman. He was ready to confront Xiao Yu. Xiao Bai, haven't you graduated? You didn't come back to see me this time. In the quiet room, Xiao Yu picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip, then put down the teacup, and couldn't help but ask Bai Ji in confusion. Actually, I came back this time indeed, a big purpose is to find you. Bai Ji smiled slightly. But before I talk about this, I need to be clear with you. Actually, my name is not Xiao Bai, but Bai Ji. I am not from your Xiao family, and the reason why I came to your Xiao family is actually because Bai Ji told Xiao Yu about what happened that year. From the prosperity of the Xiao family in Jiama imperial capital, to the accidental death of the Dowang level head Xiao Lin, the family's industry was divided up, and even people came to the door, and they had no choice but to escape from Jiama imperial capital and choose to leave. And it was because he rescued the Xiao family when other families in Jiama imperial capital attacked the Xiao family that he reached a deal with the Xiao family and entered the Xiao family in hiding. Of course, Bai Ji explained his identity to Xiao Yu's doubts. He is the ancestor of the Beatty sect, the master of Nalan Yanran's master. It is because of this that he spoke for Nalan Yanran's divorce. Of course, the above sentence was made up by Xiao Yu himself. Are you the leader of the Beatty sect? You saved our Xiao family, and I am very grateful to you for that, but why did you hide your identity and come to our Xiao family? Xiao Yu was tangled, full of doubts. This is about the true identity of your Xiao family. Do you remember what I told you about the Dowdy bloodline? In fact, what I said is true. Although I don't have it, your Xiao family was indeed a Dowdy family. As for why the people of the Dowdy family in the legend have extraordinary Dowdy bloodline talents, while your Xiao family is very ordinary, it is because your Xiao family once had a brilliant figure, who once reached the peak of Dosheng. In order to impact the realm of Daodi, he used secret methods to absorb the blood power of all your Xiao family members to prepare for the last fight. But unfortunately, he failed, so your Xiao family lost the power of bloodline, and from then on, it was lost in the crowd, and finally fell to the current point. Bai Ji smiled faintly. But your Xiao family still had some status in the past. Although your Xiao family is now in decline, you once had an alliance with another Daodi family. Sooner is not actually from your Xiao family, but from the ancient clan. As for why she came to your family, let's not talk about it for now. But my main purpose of going to your Xiao family is to get close to Sooner. Ahem, as for why I want to get close to Sooner, don't ask why. This is very involved, and you can't know it now. Bai Ji coughed a few times, revealing a very mysterious expression. Very involved? Really? Seeing Bai Ge's mysterious expression, Xiao Yu couldn't help but hesitate. Why do I feel that you are just greedy for Sooner's body? Chapter 903 Beautiful Alchemist Xin Lan, Dozun with Canaan Academy. Then Xiao Bai Ji, what on earth do you want to see me for? In the quiet room, Xiao Yu was still a little hesitant. Hehe, actually I have established a force in Zhongzhou, and now I am in urgent need of manpower, so I came back to bring a group of people to Zhongzhou, and then I will also take you and Xiaoning over. How about it, are you willing to go? Bai Ji smiled and said. Of course I am willing. Secretly glancing at Bai Ji, Xiao Yuiying's pretty face turned slightly red. But I haven't met the graduation requirements yet. Would it be bad for me to go to your place? As if thinking of something, Xiao Yu couldn't help but hesitate again. Don't worry, I have already talked to Elder Su Jian of your inner courtyard. He is very happy and willing to let me recruit a group of people. You don't have to worry. Bai Ji shook his head and said with a smile. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Bai Ji and Xiao Yu were talking, the door of the quiet room was suddenly knocked. Who is it? Xiao Yu couldn't help but look over and asked loudly. Senior Xiao Yu, it's me, Xin Lan. A crisp voice came from outside the door. Xin Lan? Come in. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, the door was pushed open. A beautiful woman wearing a light blue long skirt, with a slender figure, beautiful appearance, but a slightly cold temperament, slowly walked into the quiet room. Xinlan, what do you want to see me for? After Xinlan came in, Xiao Yu couldn't help but stand up and asked. While Xiao Yu was asking questions, Xinlan was also slowly looking at the quiet room. When she saw Bai Ji, Xinlan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She recognized Bai Ji. Although she had never seen him in person, she also entered the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard, and Bai Ji was a celebrity in Canaan College whether in the outer courtyard or the inner courtyard. And like Bai Ji, who joined the alchemy department in the outer courtyard, but almost never went to class, but beat the entire alchemy department in the annual assessment, he also left a legend in the alchemy department. The department head sighed almost every year, which made Xinlan very curious about Bai Ji. Senior Xiao Yu, is this Senior Xiao Bai? Because Bai Ji has silver hair and purple eyes and a handsome appearance, Xin Lan asked, but she was more than 90% sure in her heart. After all, although she had never seen him in person, Bai Ji looked too special. Yes, he is your Senior Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Xiao Yu was a little curious. Xin Lan entered the school in recent years and should not have seen Bai Ji. Nothing, just a little surprised. I didn't expect Senior Xiao Bai to be the same as the legend. Xin Lan smiled faintly on her cold and pretty face and said. While Xin Lan was looking at Bai Ji was also looking at Xin Lan. Although he didn't recognize Xin Lan at first glance, Bai Ji recognized her at once after hearing Xin Lan's name. Isn't this the Xin Lan who took Xiao Yan to Zhongzhou? It was because Xiao Yan got on the way of Xin Lan's family that he could later participate in Danta to compete for the qualification of the 3000 Flames. Night Chinese. Bai Ji was still somewhat interested in the 3000 Flames. Moreover, he had followed Zai Yan's path, and with his ability and strength, as long as he could get in touch with the 3000 Flames, it would be easy to subdue them. However, he was now planning to establish the Beatty sect to announce his identity. With his status as a Dozun strongman, it was still a bit embarrassing to participate in the alchemy conference and compete with a group of juniors for the qualification to subdue the 3000 Flames. But it was not that there was no chance. If it was not convenient for him to participate, he could train a disciple to participate, and then he could find a way to follow him. And it just so happened that some of the skills and martial arts that he had obtained that could be taught had already been taught, but his alchemy skills seemed to have no disciples to inherit, so it seemed that it would be good to accept Xin Lan as a disciple. While Bai Ji was thinking. Facing Xin Lan, Xiao Yu asked again in confusion, Xin Lan, you didn't come here just to see me today, did you? Of course not, I'm actually saying goodbye to you, senior sister Xiao Yu. A hint of complexity flashed across Xin Lan's cold and pretty face, and she sighed slightly. Why, aren't you staying well here? Xiao Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised to hear that Xin Lan was leaving. Although Xin Lan's strength is not strong, she is the top alchemist in Canaan College. Her alchemy skills are second only to some instructors, and she is very popular in the inner courtyard. Her powerful alchemy skills, coupled with Xin Lan's outstanding appearance, make Xin Lan a celebrity in the inner courtyard. Senior Xiao Yu, the reason I left is not because of the academy, nor has it anything to do with Beiman. It's my own reason. My family is currently facing a great crisis, and just now, Elder Su Jian told me that a Dozun strongman who has a history with Arcanan Academy came to Arcanan Academy. This Dozun has now established a sect in Zhongzhou and is in need of disciples to join. Senior Xiao Yu, I was born in Zhongzhou. I know what a Dozun strongman means in Zhongzhou, and I also know the future potential of this new section. I must join in. Only if I work hard to get the recognition and favor of this venerable, the crisis facing my family can be resolved, so I must leave, Senior Xiao Yu. Xin Lan's face was complicated, and she bowed slightly to Xiao Yu and said. A Dozun strongman who has a history with Canaan Academy. Hearing Xin Lan's words, Xiao Yu's face couldn't help but look a little strange, and turned his head slightly to look at Bai Ji. Bai Ji smiled slightly, picked up a cup of tea, blew it, and then tasted it comfortably. Your name is Xin Lan, right? Actually, you don't need to say goodbye to your senior sister Xiao Yu, because she and more than 80% of the people in Beiman will leave with you. Only about 20% of the people in Beiman will stay in Canaan College. Looking at Xin Lan, Bai Ji smiled. Ah! Senior sister Xiao Yu, is what Senior Xiao Bai said true? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xin Lan couldn't help but be slightly surprised and looked at Xiao Yu. Yet, in response to Xin Lan's inquiry, Xiao Yu just nodded silently. Although she is now the leader of Beiman, she can only be regarded as a mascot. The affairs of Beiman are actually mainly managed by several senior Beiman disciples. As for why she was chosen as the leader in the end, it was just because these disciples were dissatisfied with each other. It's okay to manage together, but no one wants the other to become the leader, so she was chosen in the end. Xiao Yu was still very strange before. Is it possible that my luck is so good that I can become the leader just because I know Bai Ji, and Bai Ji has a good relationship with the previous leader Qing Lin in Beiman? Now I know that Bai Ji is actually the ancestor of Beidi sect. Beiman is actually an organization established by Beidi sect who sent some disciples to Canaan College for training, so they are not keen on expansion. Xiao Yu finally understood. The reason why he became the sect master was not because of good luck, but because those senior disciples wanted to please Bai Ji, the ancestor of Beidi sect. And since Bai Ji is the real behind-the-scenes controller of Beiman, then naturally Bai Ji has the final say on Beiman's affairs. Chapter 904 The Crisis of Xinlan Family, so what if we follow him? That's great. Senior sister Xiao Yu, let's go together later. Elder Su Jian said that we should gather in front of Beiman as soon as possible, and that Venerable Lord will come over soon. Hearing that Xiao Yu and many people from Beiman were going to go together, Xinlan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Originally, she was a little worried and scared to go to a new environment alone. But since Xiao Yu and many acquaintances from Beiman were going to go with her, it would be much better. Then let's go, we'll go first and wait. Beg stood up and said with a smile. Hey? Senior Xiao Bai, are you going to go together? Hearing that Beg's words seemed to mean that he wanted to go together, Xinlan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. But after a moment of hesitation, Xin Lan suddenly figured it out. Senior Xiao Bai is a genius in the academy. Although he has graduated, he must still be in contact with Elder Su Jian. Canaan Academy finally encountered a sect founded by Dozun to recruit disciples. Elder Su Jian will definitely not forget Senior Xiao Bai for such a great opportunity. And for a genius like Senior Xiao Bai, if he can join a sect newly founded by a Dozun, as long as he can perform well enough in the sect, he will definitely be favored by the Dozun. Maybe he may even be accepted as a disciple by a Dozun. This is also an opportunity that can only be encountered but not sought, and it will definitely come. And this explains why Senior Xiao Bai returned to Canaan Academy even though he graduated. In an instant, Xin Lan understood everything. I know, Senior Xiao Bai, let's go. Seeing a change in Xin Lan's cold eyes, and then a smile. Bai Ji was a little confused. What do you know? He didn't say anything. Are you also a knower? Leave the quiet room. Because the area of the White Gate headquarters is still very large, it will take a long time to walk out. On the way out, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be curious about Xin Lan's family. After all, Zhongzhou is the center of the legendary Duqi continent. Xiao Yu has only heard of it and has never been there. And Xin Lan is already a fourth-grade alchemist at such a young age. His identity and background must be extraordinary. Will such a family encounter any trouble? Xin Lan, what happened in your family? I heard that your family seems to be an alchemist family. It should have a very high status. Does such a family also encounter trouble? On the way, Xiao Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. In this world, who won't encounter trouble? Even the legendary Dowdy strongman can't have everything go smoothly. Why not our ordinary small family? Xin Lan couldn't help but sigh at Xiao Yu's words. Senior Xiao Yu, you may think I am very good and have a strong background, but in Zhongzhou, my family is not particularly strong. Of course, many years ago, my family was once prominent. Not only did we build a city named after our family, but we also occupied the elder seat of Danta, the top power in Zhongzhou, for a long time, and we were awesome. But no family can always stay at the top. Over the years, my family has gradually declined. Although it is still relatively strong in the surrounding area, it is definitely far inferior to its former glory. But it is precisely because of the glory that the current decline of the family is so unbearable. For so many years, our family has always had a dream, that is, to re-enter the elder seat of Danta, but this is too difficult. And everything will retreat if it does not advance. Our Ye family was once glorious and prosperous, but this also attracted the prying and coveting of many other families. After all, although our Ye family has declined, we must still have resources and heritage. The crisis our family is facing now comes from another powerful family that was once on par with ours, the Cao family. The Cao family has been trying to annex our family, and because they are also a family of alchemists, they are stronger than us, which makes it difficult for us to resist in terms of strength and connections. But because our family was once a member of the Danta elder seat and is now protected by Danta, they dare not take direct action. But unfortunately, our family has fallen too badly and is about to completely lose the Danta elder seat. And our family has only two choices to solve this crisis. Either find a top powerhouse who dares not give face to the Cao family and obtain his protection, or either rejoin the elder seat of Danta and obtain Danta's protection. But both options are too difficult, because the Cao family is also a very powerful alchemist family. Only Dozun strongmen dare not give face to the Cao family, but no Dozun strongmen will offend the obviously more powerful Cao family for our already defeated Ye family. And if I want to help our family regain the position of elders in Danta, I must reach the level of a 7th grade alchemist within 3 years, and this may not be successful. Although both options are difficult, the first option was hopeless before. After all, it is difficult for our family to contact Dozun strongmen, and it is basically impossible to obtain the protection of Dozun strongmen, so I can only work towards the second option. Originally, I had basically no chance to realize the first option, but you know, Senior Sister Xiao Yu, today our Canaan Academy welcomed a Dozun strongman to recruit disciples for his newly established force. This gives me another chance to make the first choice, and the difficulty is greatly reduced, so I will make the first choice again. Xin Lan sighed, with a complicated expression. Xin Lan, have you ever thought of another possibility? What if this Dozun strongman happens to be both a Dozun and a powerful alchemist? If you become his disciple, will you have a chance to make both choices? On the side, listening to Xin Lan's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but ask with interest. Ah! Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xin Lan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This possibility is too low. I have lived in Zhongzhou for more than 20 years. So far, I have only heard of a medicine venerable and the tower master of Dan Tower who are both Douzun strongmen and powerful alchemists. How could I be so lucky to meet such a strong man, and I am not a genius, why would he accept me as a disciple? Xin Lan shook her head, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hehe, Xin Lan, although you are not a genius, you are good looking. Maybe the Douzun strongman you met is an LSP. Bai Ge smiled playfully. Senior Xiao Bai, can you stop teasing me? Xin Lan's cold and pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. I'm just average. There are many girls in Zhongzhou who are better and prettier than me. Even if this venerable lord is a little romantic. But as long as he wants, there will be a lot of girls who are better than me who will go to his bed. Why should he offend the Cao family for me? That's not necessarily the case. Maybe he likes you. Bai Ge's eyes were meaningful. If he can really help my family through this crisis, I will obey him, so what? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xin Lan suddenly changed her shyness and said firmly. Ahem, let's talk about this later, let's talk about it later, but I believe that you will get what you want, Xin Lan, I just hope you won't be too shocked. Seeing that Xiao Yu's eyes beside him looked at him more and more strangely, Bai Ge couldn't help blushing, and hurriedly coughed a few times to change the subject. Chapter 905 Venerable Bai, please come out soon. From the headquarters of Beiman, the three of them left the headquarters while chatting all the way. Arrived at the open space beside a forest outside the headquarters. When Bai Ge and the other two came out of the Beiman headquarters, there were already quite a few people on the open space, dozens of them, both men and women, all of whom were strong and above the dueling realm. Among them were people from other forces in the inner courtyard, and also people from the Beiman. When Bai Ge, Xiao Yu and Xin Lan walked out of the Beiman. Seeing Bai Ge, many veteran Beiman disciples were shocked, and the other new Beiman disciples who did not know Bai Ge saluted Xiao Yu. Although Xiao Yu did not have real power in the Beiman, he still had a reputation. After arriving at the open space, many people recognized Bai Ge after a period of observation and confusion. After all, Bai Ge's silver hair and purple eyes, like a banished immortal, are really special. Why is Senior Xiao Bai here? Hasn't he graduated? Did Senior Xiao Bai also receive the news from Elder Su Jian? I feel like it should be. This is a great opportunity, even for a monster like Senior Xiao Bai. After greeting Bai Ge, many inner courtyard disciples talked among themselves. After arriving at the open space, while squinting his eyes and enjoying the breeze blowing around him, as well as the fresh breath of flowers, plants and green trees around him, Bai Ge also secretly sent a message to some veteran Beiman disciples who knew him. Let these Beiman disciples select about 20% of the people with lower strength to continue to sit in Canaan College and train disciples for Beatty sect in Canaan College. Although Bai Ge has established another Beatty sect in Zhongzhou, he still understands the principle that eggs cannot be put in one basket. And Bai Ge's current decision is to divide the disciples of Beatty sect into three level, talents that are not outstanding at the beginning, and relatively low strength will practice in the Beatty sect in the Jiama area. If you show decent talents, you will be sent to Canaan College for further study, and only the top disciples can be brought to Zhongzhou. This is Bai Ge's current plan. Bai Ge believes that this hierarchical arrangement can make the disciples in the sect more competitive. Otherwise, if there is no threshold and everyone is brought to Zhongzhou, it will not inspire the determination of the disciples to practice hard. Now, because the Beatty sect in Zhongzhou has just been established, Bai Ge's threshold has been slightly lowered. But when the development of the Beatty sect in Zhongzhou is on the right track, Bai Ge will raise the threshold again, so as to try his best to provide the disciples of the sect with a healthy competitive environment. Waiting. Because there are still students from Canaan College coming from various places, Bai Ge is not in a hurry to show his identity, but just chats with Xin Lan beside him with a smile. Bai Ge is looking forward to it, and is ready to practice hard and learn alchemy after entering the Beatty sect, so as to strive for recognition and help the Ye family where he is. Xin Lan, who was blessed by a Douzun strongman. When she knew that he was actually the Douzun strongman she hoped to fight for, and what he said before was true. What kind of complicated expression would Xin Lan have? It must be very interesting at that time. This is Bai Ge's little bad taste. In life, if you only have strength and life, but don't have fun, it would be a bit boring. With such a high level of cultivation and such a long life, do you have to live like an old turtle? This is what Bai Ge is unwilling to accept. Maybe this is the mentality of him as a time traveler. After waiting for more than half an hour, almost more than 100 students have come from all over the inner courtyard of Canaan College. Basically, all the students who have the strength to enter the strong list have come. For these students who have the ability to enter the strong list, basically these students will choose to enter Zhongzhou after graduation, and 9 out of 10 will join the forces of Zhongzhou. But since they are ready to enter Zhongzhou and finally join a certain force, so, instead of going to Zhongzhou alone and joining a completely unfamiliar and unknown force, why not join the new force established by Douzun, who has a history with Canaan Academy, as Elder Su Jian said? The force established by Douzun will definitely have unlimited potential in the future, and because it is a newly established force, they will definitely be valued and resourced if they enter now. This is a great opportunity that is almost impossible to come by. Why hasn't that Douzun arrived yet? After no one came, the powerful students in the Canaan Academy basically came here, and some students couldn't help but feel a little confused. Because when Su Jian told them about this before, he said that Douzun would come here to meet them soon, but now it's almost an hour. Maybe because everyone hadn't arrived yet, Douzun was observing in secret and hadn't come out yet. But now, everyone is basically here. Why hasn't this Douzun come yet? While the students around him were talking, Bai Ji did not speak, but raised a curve at the corner of his mouth, holding a piece of grass in his mouth very comfortably, leaning against a big tree. On the side, Xiao Yu, who knew Bai Ji's background, felt very strange and could not understand what Bai Ji was thinking. But Bai Ji was also deliberately leaving these disciples alone. Instead, under Bai Ji's mental perception, Su Jian was rushing towards this side. Since Su Jian was coming, Bai Ji was naturally not in a hurry. After all, if he suddenly introduced himself as a Douzun, there would definitely be many people who did not believe it. At that time, he would be forced to show the ability of a Douzun strongman, which would be so uncool. It is better to wait slowly and let Su Jian come to ask him to leave. If Su Jian proved it, and he suddenly showed his identity, it would definitely shock everyone, and he would be very cool. To pretend, you have to pretend to be cool. Finally, while waiting, accompanied by a whistling sound, Su Jian broke through the sky from a distance and landed on this open space. Next to Su Jian, there were several inner courtyard students who were outside before. Elder Su, why hasn't the Douzun come yet? As soon as Su Jian arrived, a student couldn't help but ask in confusion. And beside him, the other students echoed. Everyone was a little scared, they were stood up. After all, for the sudden opportunity to join a Douzun's newly established force, everyone was full of expectations and excitement. This is a great opportunity. But sometimes the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Everyone was looking forward to this opportunity too much, so naturally they were extremely afraid that this opportunity was fake. But after hearing what these students said, Su Jian couldn't help but look at the crowd who was leaning comfortably on the side. On a big tree, Bai Ji lazily held a piece of grass in his mouth, blowing the breeze and basking in the sun. Venerable Bai, please stop playing and come out. Su Jian said helplessly. Chapter 906. Actually, I am the Douzun, are you surprised? Venerable Bai, please stop playing and come out. Looking at Bai Ji, who was leaning against a big tree in the crowd, blowing the wind and basking in the sun, Su Jian said helplessly. Now he felt that he might have guessed wrong before. This venerable lord was not trying to get close to Miss Sooner of the ancient clan. This guy just likes to play the pig and eat the tiger, pretending to be powerful everywhere, and enjoying the shock around him. Do all the strong have these special little habits, or is it because of these little habits that they become strong? Su Jian seemed to understand something for a while. It turns out that he can't become stronger, probably because he doesn't have a special habit. Elder Su, Bai Zun? What Bai Zun? We didn't see him. There was only Senior Xiao Bai there. Where was Bai Zun? After hearing Su Jian's words, the students of Canaan College turned to look at Bai Ji, still full of doubts. I say, don't you understand yet? Your Senior Xiao Bai is the Douzun strongman I told you about, who has an old relationship with our Canaan College. Seeing that a group of students still didn't understand, Su Jian couldn't help but say with some regret. Ah! After hearing Su Jian's words, everyone in the open space, except Xiao Yu, was shocked, including Xin Lan. At this moment, everyone's mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of disbelief. Su Elder Su, you are wrong, how could Senior Xiao Bai be a Douzun strongman? Among the students, some people still couldn't believe the shocking news that Bai Ji was a Douzun strongman. Why is it impossible? You are also students of Arcanon Academy. Don't you know that Douzon level can rejuvenate? Unless your life is about to end, Douzon masters like us can completely return to youth. The reason why we are so old is because our mental age is old. But as long as your mental age is not old, if your mentality is young, you can turn yourself into a baby after you are promoted to Douzon. Su Jian said unhappily. But. After hearing Su Jian's words, some people still couldn't believe it. But seeing Su Jian's certainty, most people actually believed that Bai Ji was the Douzun master they had been waiting for a long time. As for why Bai Ji entered Canaan Academy before, they were naturally not stupid enough to think that Bai Ji was promoted to Douzun when he was in Canaan Academy. With some biographies as a reference, everyone guessed that Bai Ji was obviously an old monster who was bored and came to their Canaan Academy to have fun in hiding. Haha. Seeing the shocked faces of the students around him, and the shocked expression on Xin Lan's pretty face beside him, and the complex unpredictable look in her eyes, Bai Ji couldn't help laughing, and his heart was full of joy. This wave forced him to pretend to be perfect. While laughing, Bai Ji flashed, directly tore through the void, came to the front of the crowd, and stepped into the sky. Looking at the people in front of him, Bai Ji clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, since everyone is here, I will introduce myself. You must have guessed that my previous identity of Xiao Bai was fake. My real name is actually Bai Ji, a Douzun strongman. I am going to establish a sect in Zhongzhou. You should have heard of the name of this sect. It is called Beatty sect. Don't be surprised. The Beatty sect of the Jima Empire and the Beatty sect of the Sun and Moon Empire that you have heard of before were all established by me. I am the ancestor of the Beatty sect. At present, in Zhongzhou, I have basically dealt with the affairs of establishing the Beatty sect. The sect has been built and all the items and resources needed by the sect have been prepared. Now I just need disciples, and then I will start to establish a sect and send invitations to other sects in Zhongzhou." Hearing Bai Ji's words, all the students in the open space were shocked. Bai Ji turned out to be the ancestor of the Beatty sect. Because of the magic devices for daily necessities launched by Beatty sect, everyone knows something about Beatty sect. They know that Beatty sect seems to have a Douzon level ancestor, but he has not appeared for many years. But they did not expect that the ancestor of Beatty sect was not Douzon at all, but a Douzun. And he was not the old man with white hair and beard as everyone imagined, but a young man who was younger and more handsome than them. Now that I have introduced myself, since everyone is here, I am ready to take everyone away. Is there anyone who wants to regret it now? If so, leave quickly, because I will take you away soon. Prepare going to Zhongzhou." After briefly introducing himself, Bai Ji looked at the Canaan Academy disciples in front of him, and his smile gradually faded. But after hearing Bai Ji's words, no one wanted to quit. Although everyone was shocked to know that Bai Ji was the Douzun they were waiting for. But this is not a bad thing, but a great thing. Because if it was just a Douzun who had an old relationship with their Canaan Academy, although they also had a certain incense, they could not get too much good. But they didn't expect that this Douzun was the senior they knew, and the relationship between them was much deeper. Since no one intends to regret and quit, then you are ready, I will take you away immediately. Seeing that no one in the open space intended to regret, Bai Ji said, turning around and looking at Su Jian. "Elder Su Jian, I'm leaving soon, please take care of yourself in the future." After talking to a group of students in the open space, Bai Ji looked at Su Jian, smiled and bowed, and said, "Respected sir, goodbye." Su Jian also bowed to Bai Ji solemnly. After saying goodbye, Bai Ji waved his sleeves, and in an instant, accompanied by a wave of space, everyone in the open space disappeared instantly. Tearing space shift. This is Douzun. Looking at the empty space that was full of people before but now empty, Su Jian couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. After tearing the space with a group of students from the inner courtyard of Canaan College, Bai Ji did not lead people back to Zhongzhou directly, but went to the palace of the Sun and Moon Imperial capital first. Although he returned to the Gamma area, he did want to take away some of the Bayman disciples from Canaan College and some students from the inner courtyard of Canaan College. But this was only one of his purposes. In addition to the Bayman disciples and other inner courtyard students of Canaan College, Bai Ji also wanted to take away Yafei and Cai Lin, as well as some strong men in the Sun and Moon Empire who wanted to go to Zhongzhou. After Bai Ji returned to the palace, it took less than half a day for Bai Ji to go to Canaan College and come back. The envoys sent by Yao Ye were still on their way to the major forces. So the strong men from the major forces in the Sun and Moon Empire had not received the news yet. Ye Fei had already arrived because she was in the Sun and Moon Imperial capital, but Cai Lin was in the new territory where the Snake people had moved, which was very far from the Sun and Moon Imperial capital, so it would probably take several days to arrive. Forget about other forces in the Sun and Moon Empire, but Bai Ji naturally planned to pick up Cai Lin himself. Before picking up Cai Lin, Bai Ji first went back to Canaan College and brought Xiaoning over. Then he asked Ye Fei about the location of the new territory where the Snake people had moved, went to the Snake people, and brought Cai Lin back. Volume 10 Chapter 907 The idea of building a space wormhole and accepting Xin Lan as a disciple. After taking Ye Fei and Cai Lin to his side, Bai Ji did not leave immediately and returned to Zhongzhou. Instead, he arranged the people brought from Canaan College to live in a special place. Although Yao Ye had issued a call to the Sun and Moon Empire, informing the Sun and Moon Empire's Douqi cultivation world that the Beidi sect would establish a branch in Zhongzhou. However, despite the Sun Moon Empire's official efforts to promote this news, it will take at least a month for the entire Sun Moon Empire to know about it and for the strong men of the entire Sun Moon Empire to come to the Sun Moon Imperial capital. During this time, Bai Ji had a new idea. That is to let the Han family find someone to build a city not far from the Beidi sect. He wanted to open a space channel from the Sun Moon Imperial capital to Zhongzhou. Anyway, he was idle, so he opened a channel directly from the Sun Moon Imperial capital to the vicinity of the Beidi sect, which would also facilitate the transportation of resources from the Sun Moon Imperial capital to the Beidi sect branch in Zhongzhou. Opening a space channel is different from tearing the space once and for all. It is a very long project. Not only do you need to accurately locate the two places, but you also need to clarify the space turbulence and build space barriers, and finally you can get a stable space channel. Even for some extremely powerful veteran Douzun strongmen, it often takes several months or even years. However, because Bai Ji has a strong mental power, coupled with the ability to analyze the rules with his delusion-breaking silver eyes, Bai Ji can build a space channel much faster than ordinary Douzun, and it only takes about a month. After calculation, the channel can be completed just in time for the strong men of the Sun Moon Empire to gather. Then use the spaceship to take everyone away directly. However, for the placement of the space channel, a good location needs to be built, such as a huge square, for the placement of the space channel. After having the idea of opening a space channel for the Sun Moon Imperial capital, Bai Ji went to find Yao Ye. Yao Ye naturally agreed with Bai Ji's decision. The business of magic devices for daily necessities in the Sun Moon Empire is close to saturation in the surrounding areas. If a space channel can be opened in the Sun Moon Empire, then the magic devices for daily necessities in the Sun Moon Empire can be directly sent to Zhongzhou in batches to seize the market in Zhongzhou. And with a Douzun strongman like Bai Ji and the power of the Beidi sect branch in Zhongzhou escorting in Zhongzhou, there is no need to worry that the business will be suppressed by others. After knowing that Bai Ji wanted to open a space channel for the Sun Moon Imperial capital, Yao Ye immediately ordered his subordinates to find someone to select a site in the Sun Moon Imperial capital to build a new Sun Moon Grand Square to place the space channel that Bai Ji will open. Although in the Doupo Kangsheng world, because the construction workers are all Dahi, the efficiency of building is very high, coupled with the royal family's investment and strict supervision. But it takes several days to build a square. While waiting for the completion of the Sun Moon Grand Square, one day, with the entanglement in her heart and the instigation of Xiao Yu beside her, Xin Lan finally made up her mind and mustered up the courage to find Bai Ji. All the way to the yard where Bai Ji lived. In the yard, Bai Ji was instructing Ye Fei to practice, and Cai Lin was sitting next to Bai Ji, practicing with the help of Bai Ji's fallen heart flame. Xin Lan, why are you here? Seeing Xin Lan coming over in the distance accompanied by Xiao Yu, Bai Ji stopped instructing Ye Fei to practice, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I want to ask you, Venerable Bai, do you still count what you said a few days ago? Walking in front of Bai Ji, Xin Lan's cold and pretty face was full of entanglement, and finally mustered up the courage to ask. Guess. Seeing Xin Lan's uneasy look, Bai Ji couldn't help but be a little playful. Master, what's wrong? On the side, seeing that there were actually two more beauties coming over, Xiao Yu Ye Fei knew, but Xin Lan Ye Fei didn't know. However, Ye Fei thought she had a certain understanding of her master's character. Although her master was not only powerful, handsome, and had an extraordinary temperament, he was a bit lewd and liked to accept some beautiful female apprentices. For Ye Fei, seeing a beautiful woman like Xin Lan coming over, her master's purpose was obvious. But knowing is knowing, but asking is still necessary. It is a little fun for Ye Fei to tease her master and tease her master. I can't guess, but as long as you can promise to protect my family, I can accompany you tonight. Xin Lan obviously didn't understand Bai Ji's playful teasing, but plucked up the courage to directly say the promise that he decided to fulfill when he was angry at the time. Ahem. Hearing Xin Lan's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but choke immediately. He was just joking at the time. What's wrong with you, sir? Do you want Xinlan to fulfill her promise now? If you are willing, Xinlan can accompany you now. Xinlan still couldn't understand Beg's embarrassment, but mustered up more courage and said something that made Beg more embarrassed. Master. Hearing Xinlan's words, Ye Fei on the side couldn't help but say with a long voice full of resentment. This hateful master, if you want a woman to accompany you, just say it directly, it's not that Ye Fei can't accompany you. Ye Fei used to be small, but now Ye Fei has grown up and is almost ripe. Whatever posture you want, Ye Fei can learn it even if she doesn't know it. On the side, Cai Lin also broke away from the practice. On her beautiful face, she looked at Lin Ye with contempt, as if she was looking at a scumbag. However, after she finished speaking, although Xinlan's face was slightly red, like a ripe peach. But in her heart, there was no regret at all. Although Beg may be an old monster, he is handsome. When she was in the alchemy department before, Xin Lan was very curious about Bai Ji. After meeting Bai Ji, because of Bai Ji's previous teasing. After knowing that Bai Ji was actually the Dozun she regarded as her savior, Xin Lan's curiosity became more complicated, and she began to attack herself. Anyway, the family is getting worse and worse now. If she can't find a protector, sooner or later, the family may use her as a bargaining chip and marry her to someone she doesn't like. In this case, why can't she give herself to a strong man who is strong and handsome? Moreover, for a Dozun strongman like Bai Ji who is strong and young and handsome, Xin Lan feels that she is not worthy of him. After all, on the Doqi continent, basically as long as a woman who practices Doqi is not ugly. It can be said that there are so many beauties, and there are no telling how many more beautiful and talented ones are than her. But Xin Lan has never heard of a Dozun as young, handsome, and powerful as Bai Ji. In this way, it seems that she is not worthy of him. The other party is. Ahem, I was just joking before. Actually, I feel very good about you. Now I have accepted many disciples. Basically, many of my fighting skills are taught to them according to their attributes and physiques, but my alchemy skills, there is no successor yet. Then Xinlan, are you willing to be the disciple who inherits my alchemy skills? Bai Ji coughed a few times awkwardly, raised his head again, and looked at Xinlan's face, which was already full of seriousness. I do. Xinlan naturally nodded very seriously in response to Bai Ji's question. Hearing Xinlan's answer, looking at the beautiful Xinlan in front of him with a slightly cold temperament and a shy face with determination, Bai Ji couldn't help but suddenly have an idea in his mind. If he doesn't want Xinlan to fulfill her promise, isn't it a big loss? Do you want to? Chapter 908 The construction of the space channel is completed and returns to Zhongzhou. After being accepted as a disciple by Bai Ji, although Xinlan is very excited and happy, she also feels a little inferior at the same time. After all, although her talent is good in a remote area like Jiama, far away from the center of Doqi continent, her talent can only be considered average if she is placed in a place like Zhongzhou where geniuses gather. She felt that she seemed unworthy of being Bai Ji's disciple. However, regarding Xin Lan's idea, Ye Fei soon giggled and called Xin Lan's sister, using herself as an example to illustrate that Master Bai Ji did not attach importance to this. Because her cultivation talent was very bad, although Bai Ji had helped her improve her talent with the perfect symbiont a few days ago, her talent was still only an average talent, not even as good as Nalan Yanran's. However, Ye Fei knew that her real talent was in the business field. Bai Ji had many disciples with strong talents, including Xiao Yuxian, who was born with the evil poison body and is now a Dozun strongman, and Qinglan, who has the legendary top pupil technique, the green snake three-flower pupil. Whose talent can compare with these two? But they all helped Lin Ye in their own way, like Yao Ye became the Empress of the Sun and Moon Empire, coordinating the forces in the rear for Bai Ji. She established a perfect auction business system for Baiji, helping Baiji to absorb a huge amount of money to support the operation of the Baidi sect and assist Yaoya in controlling the Sun and Moon Empire. In addition to Baiji's disciples, the women around Baiji all have their own unique roles. Yunyun is the former Yunlin sect, and Cai Dai and Cai Lin are the entire Snake clan. After Lin Yi's transformation, the Snake clan is the manufacturing center of most of the magic devices for daily necessities in the Sun and Moon Empire, and is also the supplier of Baidi sect's elixirs. However, because Xiao Yuxian, Yunyun, Qinglin, Yafei and Yaoya have only inherited Baiji's skills and fighting skills, and no one has inherited Baiji's alchemy skills. And Xin Lan, as Baiji said, is the disciple who inherited Baiji's alchemy skills. As for Xin Lan's belief that she is not talented enough, this solution couldn't be simpler. Baiji directly tore the space to go to the monster mountain range, and used the soul binding and general summoning to summon some fire and wood attribute monster souls, and then sacrificed the souls of the two monsters to Xin Lan through the soul binding and general summoning method, strengthening Xin Lan's fire and wood attribute talents. Then he taught Xin Lan the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method to cultivate mental power, and finally used the pure soul power collected in the soul-suppressing orb to give Xin Lan a cheat to practice. In this way, the problem of talent is directly solved perfectly. With the foundation accumulated by Baiji through the lottery system of the heavens, he doesn't care whether he is a genius or not. Because genius can be created at will for him. As for the problem of teaching Xin Lan alchemy, with the Bodhi seeds extracted from the world of the sky, are you still afraid that Xin Lan's comprehension ability is not enough? After improving Xin Lan's fire and wood attributes, strengthening her soul, and strengthening her cultivation talent with the perfect symbiont, Baiji spent a few more days teaching Xin Lan alchemy with the help of Bodhi seeds. After that, with the completion of the construction of the Sun and Moon Square in the Sun and Moon Imperial Capital, Baiji could only let Xin Lan learn the alchemy taught by the professor these days, and then practice the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method to improve his mental strength. In the following time, Baiji devoted himself to opening up the space channel, and basically had no time to care about Xin Lan. Although it is much easier for Baiji, who has practiced the top skills of several worlds and has many magical powers, to open up and build a space channel, it is really busy. Baiji must first condense the space mark in the Sun and Moon Imperial Capital to locate the starting point, and then go to the Baidi Square of Baidi City, which was built by the Han family in the northern region of Zhongzhou, to condense the space mark again and locate the end point. Baidi City has naturally not been built successfully, but the planning has been planned. Because Baiji currently needs a square to place the space channel, the square is built first. When the Sun and Moon Square was built in the Sun and Moon Imperial Capital, the Baidi sect also began to build the Baidi Square. Finally, the Baidi Grand Plaza was built before the Sun and Moon Grand Plaza. After condensing the spatial imprints of the two places, Baiji had to enter the spatial turbulence, first condense a spatial channel connecting the two places, and then clarify the spatial turbulence inside, which was the most time-consuming. Baiji suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he forget to use the perfect symbiont to copy the bloodline of the ancient Taixu dragon? If he had the space ability of the ancient Taixu dragon, this should be faster. However, because of his strong mental power and the help of the silver eyes that could break illusions, Baiji still spent less than a month to build a stable space channel. On the high platform of the Sun and Moon Square, a dark and deep wormhole with free silver light around it was finally formed. Everything was finally completed. When Baiji built the space channel, forces from all over the Sun and Moon Empire, all the strong men who wanted to make further progress and go to Zhongzhou also rushed to the Sun and Moon Imperial Capital. Among them, Do Wang and Do Huang accounted for the vast majority, and Do Zong basically did not exist. The reason is also very simple, because those who can become Do Zong basically went to Zhongzhou when they were young, and knew that Do Zong in Zhongzhou was actually considered a strong man. They were not able to be promoted to Do Zong in Zhongzhou when they were young, and they all relied on a long time to become Do Zong, and their potential was basically exhausted. Unless they get some heaven-defying opportunity or can get a heaven-defying elixir, it is impossible to go further. Moreover, these people are used to the life of local tyrants in the forces they founded, and naturally do not want to look at other people's faces. As for Do Wang and Do Huang, those who are able to go to Zhongzhou are young people or middle-aged people without family burdens, and they still have a drive to continue to venture and become stronger. However, although most of the Do Zong masters are unwilling to go to the Baidi sect in Zhongzhou, But Bai Ji established the Beatty sect, and he must invite people from other forces to come when he opened the sect. If there is no Dozong in the sect at that time, it will be too embarrassing. So Bai Ji still forcibly summoned a group of Dozongs and prepared to take these Dozongs to the Beatty sect in Zhongzhou. Let these Dozongs stay in the Beatty sect in Zhongzhou until the end of the sect opening ceremony, and let these people leave after giving the sect a face at the sect opening ceremony. As long as the reputation of Beatty sect can be spread in Zhongzhou, a sect newly established by Dozun strong men, is it afraid that there will be no free Dozong in Zhongzhou to come and join? After opening the space channel, as Do Wang and Do Huang strong men from all over the Sun and Moon Empire came one after another, a month had passed since the issuance of this call. Bai Ji decided to stop waiting and now took all the people who came to Zhongzhou. Yao Ye prepared enough spaceships. After summoning hundreds of Do Wang and Do Huang who were going to be taken to Zhongzhou to the Sun and Moon Square, Bai Ji asked people to distribute spaceships, with every 20 people taking a spaceship. Of course, Bai Ji and the girls must take a spaceship alone. As for Xiaoning, he was kicked by Bai Ji to the students of Canaan College. Get ready to go. After arranging everything, Bai Ji shouted loudly and took the lead in injecting Do Qi into the spaceship in his hand. With the infusion of Do Qi, the silver spaceship suddenly swelled up against the wind and turned into a silver ship. After Bai Ji and the girls turned into streams of light and fell into the silver ship, under Bai Ji's control, suddenly turned into a silver stream of light and flew into the space wormhole. On the large square behind, following Bai Ji, hundreds of Do Wang and Do Huang also sacrificed their assigned spaceships, and then turned into streams of light and drilled into the ship. Then, more than a dozen silver streams of light also burst into the dark space wormhole. Following Bai Ji, they drilled in one after another and then disappeared without a trace. Chapter 909 arrived at Beatty sect and made arrangements. In the northern region of Zhongzhou, there are vast mountains. At the foot of one of the mountains, a towering city has been built in its prototype. In the center of the city prototype, in a gorgeous marble square, a dark and deep wormhole is suspended on a high platform. Suddenly, a silver light suddenly burst out from the wormhole, flew over the square, and hovered. It was a silver building ship. After the first silver building ship burst out of the wormhole, more than a dozen silver lights burst out from the wormhole one after another, and also hovered over the square. They were all silver building ships of similar appearance. We have arrived, come down, and put away your spaceships. Seeing that they had arrived at Beatty City, which was still under construction, Bai Ji moved his body and instantly came to the sky, stepping in the air, and shouted to the other silver building ships around. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Do Wang and Do Huang from the Jiama area in the spaceship, as well as the Dozong strongmen that Bai Ji forcibly brought, all left the spaceship, or spread their wings of Do Qi and stepped in the sky. In Beatty City, countless figures suddenly appeared in the sky. There were hundreds of figures flapping their wings of Do Qi, and dozens of people stepping in the air. Shadow. This shocked many construction workers who were building Beatty City, and some were stunned. So many Do Wangs, and Do Huangs. After seeing everyone detach from the spaceship, Bai Ji immediately stretched out his hand. All the silver spaceships in the air suddenly shrank rapidly, turning into silver lights that shot towards Bai Ji, and finally disappeared in Bai Ji's eyes. Okay, follow me, I'll take you to Beatty sect. After putting away the spaceship, Bai Ji continued to speak, and then moved his body, instantly soaring into the sky and shooting into the distance. Seeing Bai Ji's departure, countless Do Wangs and Do Huangs in the sky above the square, as well as a few Dozongs, also shot up one after another, and followed Bai Ji to fly into the distance. Beatty sect was built on a mountain named Beatty Peak. This mountain is actually not far from Beatty City, only a few dozen kilometers away. Bai Ji was flying towards Beatty sect at a high speed. In less than 10 minutes, he was about to arrive at Beatty sect. Looking at the mountain in front of him that was piercing the sky and surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. On the mountain, large groups of buildings were continuous, and there were many squares, small lakes and flower gardens scattered between the buildings on the mountain. There were also various strange other buildings, such as towers, palaces, attics, courtyards, etc. From a distance, it looked very elegant and unique, full of fairy spirit. Swish! After arriving above Beatty Peak, Bai Ji flew down and instantly fell to a large square below. This large square was the public martial arts training ground preset by Beatty sect. After Bai Ji, the Do Wang, Do Huang, and Do Zong masters brought from the Jiama area also turned into streams of light from the air and fell to the square. Because this square was designed to accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time, so the arrival of only a few hundred people did not seem crowded at all. Bai Ji arrived with hundreds of meters of Do Wang, Do Huang, and Do Zong masters, almost covering most of the sky, which naturally attracted the attention of Cai Dai, Nalan Yan Ran, Qing Lin, Han Yu and Han Shui who were still in Beatty sect. Just after Bai Ji led people to land on the square. In the sky, 5 streams of light suddenly shot up from various positions of Beatty sect and fell on Beatty square in front of Bai Ji. Sister. Seeing Cai Lin beside Bai Ji, Cai Dai couldn't help but show a face full of joy, rushed up, hugged Cai Lin, and laughed happily. How is it? Have you been doing well during the time you came to Zhongzhou? After hugging for a while and letting go of her sister, Cai Lin couldn't help but smile on her beautiful face and asked. Well, very good. I have never seen many things here, and they feel very novel. Kaidi nodded heavily, full of joy. Yan Ran, Kinglin, Yuer, Shuer, you make arrangements to take them to their residences. In addition, arrange their daily work, and make sure to help them familiarize themselves with the affairs of the sect within half a month. I will send out invitations in a few days to invite all the major sects to come to our Beatty sect to participate in the opening ceremony in half a month. Don't let them not be familiar with the sect by then. How can we receive guests? While Kaidi and Kalin were reminiscing about the past, Beg said to Nalan Yanran and the other 4 girls. Yes. Hearing Beg's words, the 4 girls with different styles couldn't help but show bitter faces at the same time, but they still responded one after another. Let's go, follow me. After arranging the tasks for the 4 girls of Nalan Yanran, Beg turned his head and looked at Yafei, Xinlin and Xiaohu beside him, and said. Hey! What about me? In the crowd, seeing Bai Ji leaving with Yafei, Xin Lan and his elder sister, but he was left behind, Xiaoning stretched out his hand and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't say it. What's going on? We have lived together in the Xiao family for so long, why did you take my elder sister away but not me? Xiaoning was a little angry. Is it because my elder sister is a beauty and I am a rough man? It's really infuriating. When will men not be discriminated against? When will they really stand up? Xiaoning was full of grief and indignation. On the other side, with Yafei, Xin Lan and Xiao Yu, Bai Ji came all the way to a majestic and magnificent white tower deep in the Beatty sect. This tower is the same as the Beatty Tower in the Beatty sect near the Sun and Moon Imperial capital. It is also called the Beatty Tower, which is made of special materials. There are 9 floors on the top and another floor under the ground. This Beatty Tower was built by Bai Ji specifically for himself. It has 9 floors, each with a different purpose. The first floor is the reception hall, the second floor is the accommodation floor, and there is also a training floor, a classics floor, and a training floor. Medicine layer, etc. As for the lower layer, it is used to do things that are inconvenient to see people. We are here. This is my daily practice and retreat place. You will live with me during this period. I will guide you to practice, including the practice of skills and fighting skills, and also the refining of medicine. Pointing to the Beatty Tower in front of him, Bai Ji said. This is your pass token. I set up a space barrier at the entrance of this tower. If I don't open it, you must have a pass token to enter. As he said, Bai Ji took out 3 silver tokens and handed them to the 3 women. It's still early now. If you want, you can go around the sect and get familiar with it. But Xinlin, come with me. After handing out the token, Bai Ji said, and then looked at Xinlin alone and said. Ah? Me? Hearing that Bai Ji wanted to find her alone, Xinlin pointed at herself and was stunned for a moment, and suddenly some random thoughts began to arise in her mind. Why did Master come to me now? Did he regret it and want me to fulfill my promise again and accompany him at night? But although we are master and disciple now, this is a bit bad, right? Holding the pass token tightly in her slender jade hand, Xin Lan's face was slightly red and a little tangled. She followed Bai Ji and walked towards the Beatty Tower and entered the first floor of the Beatty Tower. And watching the backs of Xin Lan and Bai Ji leaving, Yafei's charming face couldn't help showing a somewhat angry expression. Chapter 910 Preparations for the Establishment of the Alchemist Academy, heading to Yuchen. Taking Xin Lan into the hall on the first floor of the Beatty Tower, Bai Ji sat at a rosewood table. After making himself a cup of tea, he took a nut from the fruit plate and put it in his mouth. Before he bit it, Bai Ji found that Xin Lan was a little absent-minded after sitting down. Xin Lan, what are you thinking about? Bai Ji couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Ah. I do. Bai Ji's words suddenly woke Xin Lan up, and Xin Lan couldn't help but nod and said yes. But Bai Ji was a little confused when he heard Xin Lan's words. Yes? What do you want? Seeing Bai Ji's puzzled face, Xin Lan seemed to realize something, and quickly covered her mouth with her jade hand, and said with a slightly red face. That master, I didn't think about anything, I just thought about some things about refining medicine. Refining medicine. Seeing Xin Lan's expression, Bai Ji felt that it was not the case, but he didn't care, but asked. Xin Lan, I have something to ask you. What is it, master? Ask. Xin Lan came back to her senses and said. It's about your family. Since I've accepted you as my apprentice, I will definitely protect your family. But I want to ask if your family can move here. I want to set up another alchemy school in Beatty sect to train alchemists. I have already selected the dean of the alchemy school, but I haven't found some teachers yet. If possible, I'm wondering if your family can move to Beatty City and send some senior alchemists to teach at my alchemy school. Bai Ji said slowly. This. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xin Lan hesitated. Master, whether Xin Lan's family can move here, Xin Lan can't give an answer, and all the clan members need to decide together. But if you need some senior alchemists, I think our family can still send some alchemists of about 5 or 6 grades to help you. Do you mean I still need to ask your family? Bai Ji thought for a while and said. Yet. Xin Lan nodded. Xin Lan doesn't know much about many things in the family. If you have time, I can take you to our Ye family and ask my father. My father is the patriarch of the Ye family. He will definitely give you an answer. Okay, then I will go to your Ye family tomorrow. After hearing Xin Lan's words, Bai Ji said without thinking too much. Because these few days, it happened that the people brought from the Jima area were familiar with the Beatty sect, and he had time. In a few days, he needed to start preparing for the upcoming opening ceremony of the sect. So these few days, it happened to be time to go to the Ye family to ask and finalize the matter of the Alchemist Academy. In the middle area of Zhongzhou, in Tianhuang City. Above a vast stone platform made of snow-white rocks, a dark and deep black wormhole was slowly rotating, and countless silver lights were lingering around the wormhole. Around the wormhole, every time the lingering silver light flashed, there would be a line of human figures rushing out of the wormhole and falling on the stone platform below. Swish! Suddenly, accompanied by a flash of silver light surrounding the wormhole, 2 figures suddenly rushed out of the wormhole, landed on the vast snow-white stone platform, but it was a handsome young man in white clothes, silver hair and purple eyes, and a beautiful woman in a dark blue dress. Is this Hongaiu of Zhongzhou? It feels much more prosperous than Tianbei City. Standing on the vast stone platform, Bai Ji looked around. In the surroundings, whether it is buildings or pedestrians, this city called Tianhuang City is obviously superior to Tianbei City. Because he wanted to go to the Ye family where Xin Lan was, and the Ye family was located in this Hongaiu of Zhongzhou, Bai Ji had never been there, and he didn't have the exact location, so he couldn't tear the space directly to reach it. So in the end, Bai Ji chose to go through the space channel, first to Tianhuang City around Yuchen where the Ye family was, and then go to Yuchen under the guidance of Xin Lan. That's for sure. Ars Hongaiu is the central area of Zhongzhou. The headquarters of many major forces are located here. Of course, it is more prosperous. Let's go, master, I'll take you to our Ye family. Beside him, Xin Lan smiled. Led by Xin Lan, the two soared into the sky from the vast stone platform, left Tianhuang City from the sky, and flew quickly towards Yuchen. Yuchen is located in Dainu. If Zhongaiu is the center of Zhongzhou, then Dainu is the center of Zhongaiu. Although Zhongaiu is also a region, it has many headquarters of major forces. Therefore, the Zhongaiu is divided into more small areas based on the periphery of the headquarters of major forces. An area like the one near Danta is called Dainu. Compared with other regions in Zhongaiu, Dainu has gathered many alchemists because of the existence of Danta, and the large number of alchemists has led to a larger circulation of elixirs. In Duki continent, elixirs are a hard currency that is stronger than gold coins, so a large number of elixirs make the trade in Dainu more frequent and make Dainu more prosperous. Led by Xin Lan, the two quickly left Tianhuang city. After speeding all the way, they finally arrived at a city located on an endless plain surrounded by lush forests. This is Yuchen. Yuchen was once a very famous city in Dainu. The Ye family, the ruler of Yuchen, was once a prominent family in Dainu. They once produced several high-level alchemists who entered the elders' seats of Danta. But unfortunately, no family can be at the peak of eternity. The Xiao family, which was once a Dowdy family, could not do it, and the Ye family, which was only prominent for a while, could not do it even more. With the passage of time, the Ye family gradually declined from being prominent. Finally, it can't even produce an alchemist who is qualified to enter the elders' seats of Danta. Compared with the decline of the Ye family, many other alchemist families in Dainu gradually rose, which squeezed the living space of the Ye family and made the Ye family decline even more severely. Although the Ye family is still among the top 5 families in Dainu, in fact, the Ye family is far from being qualified to be on par with the other 4 families. For the Ye family, which was once prosperous but now in decline. Although there is a saying that a lean camel is bigger than a horse, for some ambitious lions and tigers, such a camel is more filling than a horse. The dangerous situation that the Ye family is facing now is that it is gradually eroded by the Cao family, which is also one of the 5 major families. However, as the once prominent Ye family, although it is now in decline, it has at least entered the elder seat of Danta. Therefore, unless it fails to pass the assessment of Danta 3 times, it will not be kicked out of the elder seat by Danta. But because the Ye family has failed twice in the previous assessment, if it fails once more, it will be kicked out of the elder seat. And at that time, the Ye family, without the protection of Danta, will definitely be completely swallowed up by the Cao family. This is the crisis facing the Ye family. Volume 10 Chapter 911 Xin Lan's anger, backstabbing from the family. Following Xin Lan, after entering Yuchen from the air. Passing through most of Yuchen, they finally arrived in front of a large building complex. Led by Xin Lan, Bai Ge slowly descended from the air. Looking at the magnificent entrance gate in front of him, which was like a gatehouse. On the plaque above the entrance, 2 large gilded characters were engraved in a flamboyant manner, Ye family. Bai Ge couldn't help but smile softly. Is this the Ye family? Yes, this is our Ye family's residence, master, follow me. After landing, Xin Lan smiled and said to Bai Ge, while walking towards the gate. Miss Xin Lan, why are you back? When Xin Lan walked over, the guards guarding the gate couldn't help but recognize Xin Lan and were very surprised. You know, Xin Lan left more than a year ago and hasn't been back for a long time. I didn't expect that she would suddenly come back today. I'm back to do something. Please move aside. We need to go in. Looking at the guards, Xin Lan said. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing Xin Lan's words, several guards quickly made way and let Xin Lan and Bai Ge in. However, after Bai Ge and Xin Lan's backs disappeared in the distance, several guards were a little strange. Because Xin Lan had always been obsessed with learning alchemy and was always alone, why did she bring back a very handsome young man today? And it seems that this young man just fell from the sky without condensing the wings of Do Chi. This is the flying step of a Do Zong strongman. It seems that this should be a young strong man with strong talent. Did Miss Xin Lan bring a man back to see the clan leader? Several guards couldn't help but think of it suddenly. However, as if they thought of something else, several guards couldn't help but sigh. Although the man brought back by Miss Xin Lan is very good, it's a pity that the clan following Xin Lan, after entering the Ye family's residence, the two walked all the way to the mansion where the head of the Ye family, Xin Lan's father, was. On the way, many other children of the Ye family greeted Xin Lan with some surprise after seeing her. But when they saw Bai Ge, they were a little hesitant to speak. Bai Ge noticed that these children of the Ye family seemed to be hiding something, but he didn't know the situation. Under the leadership of Xin Lan, after passing through a large area of the Ye family's residence, the two finally came to a mansion. Knock, knock, knock. Standing in front of the mansion, Xin Lan knocked on the door of the mansion. Not long after, accompanied by a sound of footsteps, a maid opened the door of the mansion. When she saw that it was Xin Lan, the maid couldn't help but be very surprised. Miss, you are back. Well, I'm back. Is my father at home now? Xin Lan nodded and asked. The master is in the study now, miss, come in quickly. Maid Kaihuyu happily opened the door and prepared to bring Xinlan in. But after opening the door, Kaihuyu suddenly noticed Beg. Miss, is this the son-in-law? Maid Kaihuyu was a little stunned, and then asked blankly. No, this is my master. Xinlan blushed and explained quickly. Ah. Miss, your master, but... Kaihuyu was shocked when she heard Xinlan's words. But seeing Beg's young and handsome appearance, he didn't look like he could be Xinlan's master at all. Kaihuyu couldn't help but be very entangled, but she didn't dare to ask. Then miss, and this senior, come in quickly. After bringing Xinlan and Beg into the mansion, at Xinlan's request, maid Kaihuyu led the two to the study where Xinlan's father was. Here, miss, the master is in the study. After arriving not far from the study, Kaihuyu pointed to the study in front of her. Through the window of the study, she could vaguely see a figure writing at a desk. Well, go and get busy. After Kaihuyu arrived, Xinlan asked Kaihuyu to leave, and then walked towards the study with Beg. Father. Before reaching the study, Xinlan shouted with a smile on her face. Hearing Xinlan's voice, the figure in the study couldn't help but move suddenly, and then stood up. Before and after Xinlan came to the study, Xinlan's father in the study just came to the door of the study. Xinlan, why are you back? When Xinlan's father saw that Xinlan had returned from Canaan College, he was shocked. What's wrong, father? I came back this time to bring you good news. Seeing that his father seemed a little panicked, Xinlan couldn't help but be full of doubts. Hey! You shouldn't have come back. Just a while ago, our Ye family and the Cao family had another conflict, but in the end, our Ye family lost. After winning the conflict, the Cao family came to propose marriage. They wanted to propose marriage to you on behalf of Cao Dan. I naturally disagree, but several elders in the clan are a little tempted. If you didn't come back, it would be fine. You were in Canaan College, and they didn't dare to go to Canaan College to force you back. But now you are back, if they know you are back, they will definitely come immediately and ask you to marry Cao Dan. Seeing Xin Lan's father couldn't help but be filled with sorrow and lament. Although he is the current patriarch of the Ye family, Xin Lan's father is only a nominal patriarch in the family, and he only has the power to handle some daily affairs of the family. The power of the family is actually controlled by several elders of the Ye family who are old, senior, and powerful. As a father, Xin Lan's father is definitely unwilling to let his daughter marry someone he doesn't like, and marry the enemy of the family. Knowing that the other party is not sincerely proposing marriage, but has other intentions. If he agrees, it will push his daughter into the fire pit. But he has no power, and his strength is not enough, and he can't fight against the elders in the family at all. The old man's decision. This is a very helpless but realistic problem. Father, how can they do this? I don't want to marry Cao Dan. His tyrannical name is known to everyone in the Dainu. Moreover, the Cao family proposed to our Ye family. This is definitely in the name of marriage, but in fact they want to use this name to erode our Ye family. How can they agree? Xin Lan was very indignant. She was devoted to the family, but the family wanted to sell her out. She couldn't accept this at all. Hey! You know that the elders were all born when our Ye family was still prosperous. Now they are still obsessed with the glory of the past and are unwilling to accept reality. I guess they still want to use you to delay the Cao family's offensive against our Ye family, and want to make a final desperate struggle. Xin Lan's father laughed at himself. But they can't use me as a bargaining chip. They used to say that I was the last hope of the family, and I was working hard for the family to return to glory. Now they think I'm no longer good, so they want to sacrifice me. Xin Lan clenched her fists, still very angry and furious. She worked hard to bring back her master Bai Ji, but the family asked her to marry Cao Dan, which made her feel betrayed by the family. Chapter 912 Glory and Decline, The Angry Elder. Don't worry, I'm here. Seeing Xin Lan clench her fists, her heart was full of sadness and indignation of being betrayed by the family. Behind her, Bai Ji couldn't help but pat Xin Lan's shoulder and smiled at Xin Lan. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xin Lan couldn't help but come back to her senses, her heart suddenly warmed, and she felt much better. Although the family is too utilitarian, she still has a master, and compared to the family, the master must be on her side. Who is this? At this time, Xin Lan's father suddenly noticed Bai Ji, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised and doubtful. Just now, he saw Xin Lan coming back. Because of the marriage proposal from the Cao family, he was very sad for Xin Lan and didn't notice Bai Ji behind Xin Lan. "Oh, father, I forgot to introduce you. This is my master, Bai Zuns." Hearing his father's words, Xin Lan suddenly remembered that he hadn't introduced Bai Ji to his father yet, so he couldn't help but introduce him quickly. "Your master? Bai Zuns?" Xin Lan's father couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "Zuns, this is a title that only Douzun strongmen can have. Could it be that Xin Lan's master is a Douzun strongman, but he doesn't look like it?" Xin Lan's father looked at Bai Ji and couldn't help but feel a little entangled. How could a Douzun strongman be so young and handsome? This is not fantasy. However, although he had some complaints in his heart, Xin Lan's father still showed a hearty laugh on his face and said, "Haha, it turns out to be Xin Lan's master. Hello, I am Xin Lan's father Yeshan. Meet the chief of the Yeshan clan." Bai Ji smiled at Yeshan and bowed. "By the way, I wonder why Venerable Bai came here with my daughter." After returning the greeting, Yeshan couldn't help but ask with some confusion. "He, actually." Bai Ji smiled slightly and was about to explain, but was suddenly interrupted by a burst of footsteps and noisy noises coming from outside. "Who?" Hearing the sound, Bai Ji couldn't help but frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. "I saw several old men with white hair and beards wearing long robes, walking quickly towards the study with their hands behind their backs." After walking to the door of the study, seeing Xin Lan in the study, the old man in the lead couldn't help but stop and said slowly, "Xinlan, when did you come back from Canaan College? You didn't inform the clan." "Sorry, Great Elder, Xinlan just came back suddenly for something, so I didn't have time to inform the clan." Although Xinlan was very angry about the elders because of her father's notification, after all, she grew up in the Ye family. The deep-rooted majestic image of these elders in Xinlan's heart still made Xinlan unable to express her indignation immediately, and she could only force a smile. "Oh? Is there an emergency?" Hearing Xinlan's answer, the great elder couldn't help but nodded slightly. "By the way, Xinlan, we were going to notify you to come back after a while. Now that you are back, it's just right. We have something to inform you." The great elder continued. What is it?" The smile on Xinlan's face became more forced. "It's not a big deal. The Cao family came to our Ye family a while ago to propose to you on behalf of Cao Dan. Cao Dan is also a genius alchemist in our Dan domain. Both our Ye and Cao families are alchemist families. They are one of the 5 major families in Dan domain, and they are also well matched. I think you two are quite a good match, so I decided to agree to this marriage," the elder said slowly. But listening to the elder's words, Xin Lan's smile became more and more forced, and in the end, she could no longer suppress it. "I couldn't help being angry. Because when she was learning to make medicine since she was a child, Xin Lan showed outstanding talent among her peers in the Ye family. Therefore, these elders used to tell Xin Lan kindly that Xin Lan was the most outstanding genius of the Ye family's generation, and she should study medicine well in the future and work hard to make the Ye family return to the elder seat of Danta in the next assessment of Danta in the future." It is precisely because these elders instilled the idea of revitalizing the family into Xin Lan day after day that Xin Lan would study medicine so hard to make the family return to its past glory. But it's a pity. Although Xin Lan has the most outstanding talent among the younger generation of the Ye family, if you look at the entire Dainyu, or the entire Zhongzhou, Xin Lan's talent can only be regarded as an ordinary genius. But if you want to pass the assessment of Danta, you must be a monster. And because they found that Xin Lan seemed unable to achieve their goals, these elders changed their attitude towards Xin Lan. Because she couldn't stand it, Xin Lan could only ask her father to use his connections to let her go to Canaan College far away from Zhongzhou. But Xin Lan didn't expect that these elders would do such a thing. They wanted to sacrifice her after they found out that she couldn't pass the test. This was something Xin Lan couldn't tolerate. They said it wasn't a big deal. This was her marriage, which was related to her lifelong happiness. Since this was her marriage, why should you, an outsider, make the decision? No. I don't agree. This is my marriage. Why should you decide? I don't want to marry Cao Dan. If you want to marry, then go ahead. Xin Lan couldn't help but say angrily in anger at being betrayed. Hearing that Xin Lan dared to refuse, the faces of several elders couldn't help but darken at the same time. Xinlan, this is for the family. What do you mean by for the family? This is clearly for your own selfishness. Letting Xinlan marry Cao Dan is clearly giving the Cao family an opportunity to cannibalize our Ye family openly. What good is there for our Ye family? Is it just to avoid falling from the position of the 5 major families that are already in name only? Since the Cao family wants our Ye family's resources in the Dan domain, then give them. Anyway, they are destined to be cannibalized. Why not be decisive and survive? We can completely leave Yuchen and seek development in other domains. With our status as a pharmacist family, how can they not welcome us? But just because you indulge in the so-called glory of the past, you have to let our Ye family stay in Yuchen and let our Ye family be cannibalized step by step. Now you have to sacrifice Xinlan to keep the position of the 5 major families that you are proud of, just to satisfy your vanity. Aside, Ye Shan, who had been frustrated for a long time, couldn't help but say angrily. Bold. The elder of the Ye family was so angry when Ye Shan said that he felt pain. He stretched out his hand and slapped Ye Shan. The red fighting spirit suddenly whistled out from the palm of the elder of the Ye family and instantly hit Ye Shan. Father. Seeing that the elder actually attacked his father, Xin Lan was shocked. Behind him, seeing that the elder of the Ye family actually attacked Ye Shan, Bai Ji naturally would not just watch. He couldn't intervene in the internal disagreements of the Ye family, but if the other party dared to take action, he would not allow it. Just when the elder's fighting spirit was about to hit Ye Shan, Bai Ji moved and instantly appeared in front of Ye Shan, and then stretched out his hand and waved, and a burst of 8-color fighting spirit burst out, instantly dispersing the red fighting spirit. Who are you? Seeing Bai Ji suddenly blocking Ye Shan and blocking his angry attack, the elder suppressed his anger, frowned, and looked a little daunted. Chapter 913 Shameless Elder of the Ye Family, I am from the Beatty sect. Who am I? I am Xin Lan's master. I want to ask who you are. Without the consent of my disciple's father, and even my consent, who allowed you to decide my disciple's marriage without authorization? Looking at the elder of the Ye family, Bai Ji's face was cold and sneered. Puff ha ha ha, just you. But after hearing Bai Ji's words, the other elders behind the elder of the Ye family couldn't help but burst out laughing. Because Bai Ji's appearance looks younger than Xin Lan, he is almost Xin Lan's brother. As for being Xin Lan's master, please forgive them for not understanding. Humph. Xinlan's master? Maybe you have some strength, but do you think you can interfere with our Ye family's affairs with this identity? The elder did not ridicule, but showed a bit of sneer. Xinlan is a member of our Ye family. As the elder of the Ye family, I naturally have the right to preside over her marriage and let her make a marriage contract with Cao Dan. This is to let her contribute to our Ye family. She should be proud of it. As for you, I advise you that no matter who you are, you'd better be quiet. Although our Ye family has declined, it still has a certain appeal. It is not a problem to recruit a few dozong at will. Looking at Bai Ji, the elder of the Ye family, had a warning look in his eyes. Although the Ye family no longer has the glory of the past, it can no longer interact with Dozun masters. However, as a once prominent alchemist family, although the current Ye family has declined, it still has some connections and background, and there are still many Dozong level fighters interacting with the Ye family. It's just because the Cao family is also an alchemist family. In the fight between the Ye family and the Cao family, these Dozong masters chose not to intervene, so the Ye family has such a disadvantage against the Cao family. But this is for the Cao family, but if it is for an ordinary fighter like Bai Ji, even if it is a Dozong, the Ye family can easily deal with it. Haha. Hearing the words of the elder, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh. How can a person be so shameless? Obviously forcibly against the will of others, wanting to satisfy oneself by sacrificing others, but in the end, it is still said that this is the glory of others, and let others feel proud of it. Bai Ji had seen shameless people, but this was the first time he had seen such shameless people. The Ye family, are you so powerful? I'm really not afraid. Xin Lan is my disciple. Who she likes is her own business. No one has the right to interfere, even if you are the shameless dog elders of the Ye family. I said it. Bai Ji said coldly as he slowly swept his eyes over the Ye family elders in front of him. You. Hearing Bai Ji actually calling himself a dog elder, these arrogant Ye family elders could not stand it at all. Their faces suddenly darkened, and they were so angry that their faces almost turned like black charcoal. Boy, you are looking for death. No matter who you are, I will make you look good today. Among the elders, the fourth elder, who had the hottest temper, could not help but get angry. He immediately took a step forward, stomped his foot on the ground, and instantly rushed towards Bai Ji. In his anger, he slapped Bai Ji with one palm. Boy, die! In the angry roar, as the fourth elder slapped his palm, the red fighting spirit suddenly burst out from his palm, causing his palm speed and strength to surge instantly. With one palm slap, the strong force tore the air, brought out a sharp wind, and made a whistling sound. At the same time, a strange green flame was released from the palm of the fourth elder, lingering around the palm of the fourth elder. This was the beast fire he refined. As an alchemist, and living in the Dainu area where alchemy is extremely prosperous, the fourth elder of the Ye family naturally also refined beast fire to assist in alchemy. Fourth elder, don't! But seeing that the fourth elder suddenly attacked Bai Ji, the elder behind him couldn't help but get anxious. He had used more than half of his strength when he attacked in anger before, but Bai Ji easily resolved it, which shows that Bai Ji's strength is definitely on par with him. He is a 6-star Do zone, while the fourth elder is a 1-star Do zone. How can he win? Don't know whether to live or die. Facing the fourth elder who attacked him, Bai Ji just sneered. Heavenly Demon Force Field. With a thought in his mind, Bai Ji instantly activated the Do Chi in his body and activated the Heavenly Demon Force Field. In an instant, a terrifying repulsive force suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's body and blasted forward, instantly blasting the fourth elder who was rushing over to him and causing him to spit blood and fly backwards. Under the repulsive force of the Heavenly Demon Force Field, the fourth elder was directly blown away, turning into a stream of light that instantly smashed through the wall of the study. After flying dozens of meters high, he finally fell heavily into the yard outside the study, rolled several times, and hit a rockery. Fourth elder. Through the big hole in the study, the other elders were shocked when they saw the fourth elder hit a rockery hard, cracking it and spitting blood. Damn it! You dare to do it! Seeing that Bai Ji had blasted the fourth elder to the point of spitting blood and flying backwards, the other elders gnashed their teeth in anger. Bai Ji was speechless. It was you who started the incident and you were the first to start the fight, so how can you put the blame on me? Are you not wrong? This is too hypocritical. Die! Just as Bai Ji was speechless, behind the great elder, the other elders of the Ye family also shouted angrily and rushed towards Bai Ji, wanting to teach him a lesson together. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Bai Ji was speechless about the several Ye family elders who were roaring and rushing over. Just like hitting a fly, he used a Heavenly Demon Force Field to instantly blast all the Ye family elders who were rushing over, causing them to spit blood and fly backwards. Under the bombardment of the Heavenly Demon Force Field, the elders of the Ye family turned into streams of light and shot out of the yard. After almost collapsing the wall of the study, they fell heavily into the yard, rolled several times, and hit the rockery, accompanying the fourth elder. You, who are you? Seeing that Bai Ji had solved his side with one move, except for all the elders except himself, the head elder of the Ye family couldn't help but be shocked. I said, I am Zinlan's master, my name is Bai Ji, from the Beatty sect. I wanted to have a good chat with your Ye family, but now it seems that your Ye family has declined, and there is a reason for it. Bai Ji's mouth curled up a few cold smiles. Bai dissect. Hearing Bai Ji talking about Bai dissect, the head elder couldn't help but be shocked. Bai dissect? Could it be the Bai dissect that destroyed the North Pavilion of Fenglay Pavilion and was said to have Dozun strong men? The man in front of him could actually solve all the elders on their side except him with one move, and among them there was the second elder who was second only to him and reached the 5-star Dozong realm. He could solve so many Dozongs with one strike, and one of them was a 5-star Dozong. Even a 9-star Dozong couldn't do it. Could it be that the man in front of him was the Dozun strongman of the Beatty sect? Chapter 914 Bai Ji's Conditions, the Choice of the Ye Family. You are from the Beatty sect. Could it be that you are the venerable lord of the Beatty sect? After a while of thinking, a terrifying answer slowly came to mind, which shocked the elder of the Ye family. Wasn't Xin Lan sent to the remote Canaan college? How could she get acquainted with this Dozun strongman of the Beatty sect? If he had known this news earlier, he would not have agreed to the marriage proposal of the Cao family. That's right. I am the Dozun of the Beatty sect, and I destroyed the North Pavilion of Fenglay Pavilion. Since they dare to mess with me, I don't care whether it is Fenglay Pavilion or not. Anyway, I just want to establish a force, and it's just right to use Fenglay Pavilion to make a name for myself. Bai Ji sneered. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the elder was shocked. This is a ruthless person. Although Fenglay Pavilion only has one Dozun strongman, Fenglay Pavilion has stood in Zhongzhou for countless years and has a deep foundation. Dare to step on Fenglay Pavilion to get to the top, this is either a fool, or a ruthless person who is very confident in his own strength. But those who can become Dozun strongmen are definitely not fools. A fool would probably die before he becomes Do Wang. So this is definitely a ruthless person. Haha, since the Venerable Lord has come to our Ye family, he didn't inform us in advance. This is a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Family members don't recognize each other. Knowing that Bai Ji is a Dozun who can't be offended, the elder of the Ye family couldn't help but smile. Family? Who is a family with you? Bai Ji was very disdainful of the elder's words. From the original book, he saw that these elders of the Ye family were not good things. He originally wanted to see and observe them with his own eyes. After all, looking at the characters and problems from the perspective of the original book is still a little not objective. But this time he saw it with his own eyes. My goodness, this original book is still written lightly. This group of guys are simply shameless and shameless old things. Haha, I just accompanied Xinlin home to take a look. Xinlin wanted to give your Ye family a surprise, but who knew that your Ye family actually gave her such a big surprise first? Bai Ji just glanced at the Ye family elder's apologetic smile. Haha. Bai Ji's words embarrassed the Ye family elder. But he didn't think that he made a wrong choice or had a problem with his idea. He did it for the family. Xinlin was also cultivated by the family. If the family had problems, Xinlin would not be well. But sacrificing a lifetime of happiness, what's wrong with that? The Venerable said that Xinlin brought the Venerable back to give our Ye family a surprise. What kind of surprise? After the embarrassment, the Ye family elder asked shamelessly about Bai Ji's words. What do you think? Since I accepted Xin Lan as my disciple, Xin Lan is naturally mine. Your Ye family is also Xin Lan's family, so Xin Lan begged me to protect your Ye family. Bai Ji smiled coldly and said. Ah! That's great! Hearing Bai Ji's words, the elder of the Ye family couldn't help but be overjoyed. I haven't finished talking yet. But Bai Ji interrupted the elder of the Ye family with a hint of sarcasm on his face. If there was no such thing today, and it was just to protect the Ye family, Bai Ji would definitely not put forward any conditions, that is, to ask the Ye family to help send some alchemists. But the Ye family is not the only one with alchemists. He chose the Ye family just for Xin Lan's sake. But as long as Bai Ji wants, he just needs to summon some alchemists. Bai Ji has the method of summoning spirits and sending generals to sacrifice spirits, which can improve the alchemist's talent for alchemy. Just find a few famous old alchemists with limited potential, and Bai Ji can easily seduce a bunch of them with coercion and inducement, and there is no need for the Ye family at all. Now, since the Ye family is such a rubbish, they still dare to bully Xin Lan. Bai Ji is a very protective person, and he just wants to take this, but the Ye family is Xin Lan's family after all, and it is definitely impossible to destroy these elders. Although Xin Lan also hates it, she probably won't agree, and the Ye family still has to be protected. This makes Bai Ji disgusted, so he must be ruthless. Does your excellency have anything else to say? Hearing that Bai Ji hasn't finished speaking, the elders of the Ye family can't help but feel a little bad. You don't want me and the Beatty sect to protect your Ye family for no reason, right? Bai Ji's face was full of sarcasm. Then what are the conditions, your excellency? The elder of the Ye family smiled awkwardly. In fact, he originally wanted to say that our Ye family is Xin Lan's family, isn't it your duty to protect it? But thinking that he had just forced Xin Lan to marry, it was good enough that the other party didn't kill him now, and saying this again would be adding fuel to the fire. Haha, of course there are conditions. That is, our Beatty sect has just been established and we just need some alchemists. Your Ye family is an alchemist family. If you want to get my blessing, then you only have two choices. Bai Ji sneered a few times, slowly stretched out two fingers and shook them. First, your Ye family will move to a city next to the Beatty sect I established, so that I can take care of them on the spot. Second, that is, you tell your entire Ye family about me. If anyone wants to follow me, then you must let these people leave with me and move to the city next to the Beatty sect I established. Now, make your choice. After saying that, Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Originally, before coming to the Ye family, he and Xin Lan agreed that he would only let the Ye family send some alchemists to the Beatty sect. But now it is discovered that the Ye family seems to have factions inside, and the elders faction that holds power wants to harm Xin Lan, and Bai Ji naturally can't stand it. So he simply proposed these two options. But Bai Ji is very sure that the elder will definitely choose the second option. Because from what Xin Lan's father Ye Shan said, it can be seen that the dream of these Ye family elders is to let the Ye family be included in the elders' seats of Danta again. And the reason why they want to sacrifice Xin Lan is because they want to hold the status of the 5 major families of the Ye family, which shows their inner vanity. Although Bai Ji is a Dozun, the Beatty sect is definitely not comparable to Danta at present. So Bai Ji is sure that the elder will never choose to move the whole family to the Beatty sect with him. Because whether it is out of the dream of letting the family return to the elders' seats of Danta or out of his own vanity, at present, following Bai Ji is definitely not as glorious as following Danta. So the elder of the Ye family will most likely choose the second one, so that he can not only get Bai Ji's blessing. Without the threat of the Cao family, they can continue to charge towards the elders' seats of Danta. And letting those who wanted to follow Bai Ji leave was actually eliminating the family head Ye Shan's line who disagreed with the elders' line. This was to eliminate dissidents, so why not do it? Your Excellency, I choose the second one. And the final result was indeed not beyond Bai Ji's expectations. The elder just thought about it for a while and chose the second option in a deep voice. Chapter 915 Taking away and arranging, the opening ceremony of the sect is about to begin. Sure enough, the second option was chosen. Hearing the words of the elder of the Ye family, Bai Ji couldn't help but curl up a sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, and sneered in his heart. But now it seems that you think you have taken advantage, but you will regret it in the future. Because the elder of the Ye family finally chose the second option, he told the whole Ye family that Bai Ji was going to take away some alchemists, and then asked the Ye family members who were willing to follow Bai Ji to leave with Bai Ji. This is actually equivalent to an alternative separation of the family. However, because this condition was proposed by Bai Ji, it was an additional condition for agreeing to protect the Ye family. So the elder of the Ye family was still shameless as always, asking the clansmen who were willing to go with Bai Ji to pack up their belongings and prepare to leave, but as for the resources that should have been divided when the family was split, the elder of the Ye family did not mention it. Xinlan's father Ye Shan also saw through the shamelessness of the elders of the Ye family. Many members of the Ye family who were willing to leave with Bai Ji, or the clansmen of the head of the family Ye Shan, had actually seen through these elders a long time ago and had no expectations of these elders. After all, a person who can sacrifice his clansmen righteously in exchange for a worthless piece. And he also called it, this is a contribution to the family, and the sacrificed should feel honored and proud. This is outrageous. Even if he said that this was a necessary sacrifice for the future rise of the family, there is nothing he can do about it. But let's not talk about whether it will succeed or not. Even if it succeeds in the future, such a family that sacrifices its clansmen in exchange for rise will lose people's hearts. No declining family can rise again from decline without a desperate battle. This is basically impossible, unless there is a demon who defies the heavens. So in the eyes of many Ye family members of the head of the family, the reason why these elders of the Ye family sacrificed Xin Lan, the most outstanding one in the family, was just for their own vanity. And it was precisely because he was completely disappointed with these elders that Ye Shan dared to angrily confront these elders of the Ye family after knowing Bai Ji's strength. Damn, it was his most outstanding daughter who was to be sacrificed. Not only did these elders not say sorry to him, but they also wanted his daughter to be proud of it. Isn't this a bargain? But fortunately, Bai Ji is here now. Under Bai Ji's means, the Ye family was directly divided. The elders who were still indulging in the glory of the past and trying to enter the elder seat of Danta in the future stayed in Yuchen, while the head of the family who wanted to go to other places to make a comeback chose to follow Bai Ji. But when he was preparing to take the people who wanted to follow him away, Bai Ji still found that less than 20% of the Ye family followed him, and most of the Ye family chose the elders of the Ye family, or chose Danta. Bai Ji was not surprised by the choices of these Ye family members, because the current Beatty sect is indeed not as good as Danta. Anyway, Bai Ji has already expressed his willingness to protect the Ye family, so it will not be dangerous to follow the elders or the head of the family. But for now, it is definitely better to follow the elders. After all, for now, Beatty sect is just by Ge, a Dozun strongman. In the future, it will become a force at the level of Sifang Pavilion, but Danta is much more powerful than Sifang Pavilion. Are you ready? After gathering all the Ye family members who were ready to leave with him, Bai Ge stepped on the sky above an empty space and asked the Ye family members below in a deep voice. That venerable, won't you go to deter the Cao family for us? Seeing that Bai Ge was about to leave, the elder of the Ye family below couldn't help but stammer. Hat. Bai Ge sneered at the words of the elder of the Ye family. If you elders were nicer to Xin Lan, it would be fine. It wouldn't take much time to go to the Cao family to threaten them. But your Ye family is like this. I am lucky that I can continue to protect you. You still want me to go to the Cao family to intimidate you? You are dreaming. Our Beatty sect will hold the opening ceremony soon. At that time, I will publicly accept Xin Lan as my disciple. I will mention your Ye family. Of course, if your Ye family is willing to come to participate in our opening ceremony, it will be even better. But remember, bring a gift. Bai Ge didn't want to answer, but sneered and said playfully. This is. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the elder of the Ye family couldn't help but smile bitterly and could only choose to agree. After all, Bai Ge had said this, and the key point was that he was the one who brought up the topic. He couldn't refuse. Okay, let's get ready to go. Bai Ge didn't give an invitation, but said something to the Ye family members who were leaving with him, and then waved his sleeves. With a wave of space fluctuations, the Ye family members on the large open space, including Bai Ge and Xin Lan in the air, disappeared instantly. Is this a Dozun strongman? Seeing a group of people suddenly disappearing out of thin air on the open space, the elder of the Ye family couldn't help but flash a trace of envy in his eyes. On the other side, after tearing the space with the Ye family members who were leaving, Bai Ge led everyone directly to the outside of Tianbei City. Okay, you guys stay here for a while. I'll arrange for someone to help you find a place to live. Originally, we planned to build a city around Beatty sect, named Beatty City. But it hasn't been built yet, and even if it's built, it will take some time to promote and develop to attract enough shops and people. So during this period, you guys will temporarily live in Tianbei City. When Beatty City is ready for you to move in, I'll notify you and let you go there. After bringing everyone to a forest outside Tianbei City, Bai Ge said to the Ye family in front of him. We know, Your Excellency. Ye Shan bowed his hands and said respectfully to Bai Ge's words. Although he doesn't even have a good place to live now, Ye Shan is from Dainu after all, and he has presided over a large Ye family, so he has a lot of experience. Naturally, he knows how much development potential a city around a transcendent force with Dozun strongmen has. Since Bai Ge is Xin Lan's master, there is no doubt that he has a relationship with their Ye family. With the relationship with Bai Ge, as long as Beatty City is built, their Ye family will definitely be able to occupy a place in Beatty City. With the ability of their Ye family of alchemists, facing a city that has just started and has unlimited potential, as long as they work hard, plus the support of a mountain like Beatty sect. With the development of Beg City, it will definitely be no problem for Beg City to become a big family in Beatty City. Okay, you go in first, and go directly to Han Mansion to find Han Qi, the patriarch of their Han family. I have already informed him, and he will arrange it for you. Xin Lan and I will leave first. After speaking to Ye Shan, Beg immediately took Xin Lan to tear the space and return to Beatty sect from outside Tianbei City. The opening ceremony will be held in a few days. Although for most forces, Beg only needs to send disciples to deliver invitations. But there are still 1 or 2 forces that Beg needs to go there in person. Chapter 916. The opening ceremony of the sect is held, and it comes one after another. 3 days later, the opening ceremony of the Beatty sect was held as scheduled. During these 3 days, Bai Ge sent many ordinary Beatty sect disciples to send invitations to some well-known forces, and then sent Nalan Yanran, Kinglin, Yafei and other disciples to send invitations to various well-known forces, such as Huasong, the Gold-Eating Rat family and Fenian Valley. However, as for Xingyun Pavilion, Bai Ge went there in person. Because compared with other forces, Xingyun Pavilion is almost equivalent to Beatty sect's Iron Ally due to Yao Chen's relationship. Bai Ge should be more serious. However, this time when he went to visit, Bai Ge only met Yao Chen, but did not meet Feng Zunzun. In fact, Huasong should be the same. However, because Yun Yun has not yet completely mastered the power of Huasong, she cannot stand by Beatty sect with all her strength like Xingyun Pavilion. In addition to sending disciples to send invitations to some well-known forces, Bai Ji also asked the Han family to find people to spread the news that Beatty sect is about to hold the opening ceremony, and declared that any force with Dozong strong men can come to participate. Bai Ji believed that there would definitely be many forces, big and small, who wanted to come to the new power with the potential to be promoted to the level of Sifang Pavilion, whether it was to cling to Beatty sect or for other reasons. After all, Beatty sect had this Dozun strongman, and it was almost certain that it would become a big power at the level of Sifang Pavilion in the future. If they didn't come to find a way to help in times of trouble now, would they expect to add icing on the cake when Beatty sect really rose in the future? To occupy a place in Zhongzhou, no matter how big or small the forces were, the leaders of all forces still had some brains. Making friends with Beatty sect was basically a business that was basically profitable. Unless they had a grudge against Beatty sect, they would basically come to give face. Because the opening ceremony was to be held, one day in advance, the Beatty sect decorated the entire Beatty sect with lights and colors, and made the sect magnificent and festive. And on the second day, people soon came to attend the ceremony, and the fastest came naturally from the forces in the northern region of Zhongzhou. Welcome the Han family of Tianbei City to attend the ceremony. The Han family's gifts are 1 set of Earth-level fighting skills and skills, 2 7th-level medicinal herbs, and 4 6th-level magic cores. Welcome the Huigu sect of Huigu City to attend the ceremony. The Huigu sect's gifts are 1 set of Earth-level fighting skills, 2 6th-level magic cores, and 500 kilograms of dark silver star iron. Welcome the Gold-eating rat family to attend the ceremony. The Gold-eating rat family's gifts are 3 7th-level medicinal herbs, 8 6th-level magic cores, purple gold iron, flaming red gold, and earth core iron mother 1 ton each. As representatives of many forces in the northern region of Zhongzhou arrived one after another. After sending out the gifts, these representatives were invited to the Beatty Square by the Beatty sect disciples who came to welcome them, ready to watch the upcoming opening ceremony. Welcome to Fenian Valley. Welcome to Huasong. Welcome to Xingyun Pavilion. Welcome to Wanjian Pavilion. Welcome to Huangchuan Pavilion. After the forces in the northern region of Zhongzhou arrived, representatives of forces from other parts of Zhongzhou also came one after another, including top forces that dominate the entire Zhongzhou, such as Huasong, Fenian Valley, Wanjian Pavilion, Huangchuan Pavilion, etc. There are also some large forces with some reputation, such as the Ye family, and some small and medium-sized forces that are not so famous. For some small and medium-sized forces, the opening ceremony of the Beatty sect is a great opportunity to see the strong and bring disciples to see the world. Although they have to prepare gifts, they are small and can only show their sincerity. However, the Beatty sect has just been established, so they have to come, and they have brought outstanding younger generations in the family. After all, the Beatty sect has just been established and must be short of disciples. What if this outstanding younger generation in their family is favored by the leader of the Beatty sect? As a person, you always have to have a little dream. What if it comes true? Because the Beatty sect, which obviously has the potential to become a top-level force, was established. Whether it is to make friends, or simply want to make friends, or with various other purposes, all forces have come from Zhongzhou. People from all over the country came to the Beatty sect to attend the opening ceremony of the Beatty sect. In less than 2 hours in the morning, the entire Beatty sect square was crowded with people, but these people stood in different levels because of their status. Standing in the front were the top forces with Dozun strong men, such as Huasong, Fenian Valley, Xingyun Pavilion, and the like. Then there were large forces with several Dozongs, such as the Gold-eating rat family and the Ye family, and then there were some unknown small and medium-sized forces crowded together. After discovering that the number of people coming from all over Zhongzhou to attend the opening ceremony of the Beatty sect was getting smaller and smaller, almost everyone who should have come to participate had already arrived. At the top of the Beatty Tower in the Beatty sect, Bai Ji, who was standing on the top of the tower and observing the situation in the distant square with his silver eyes, couldn't help but touch his chin and smiled softly. It's almost time to go now. After saying that, Bai Ji took a step forward, and the space was torn apart in an instant. Then, Bai Ji's figure suddenly appeared above the Beatty square. Ling Kongxiu stepped in the sky above the Beatty square. Looking at the dense crowd below, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud, then he bowed to the crowd below and said loudly. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Welcome to attend the opening ceremony of our Beatty sect. No, no. You are too polite, Venerable Bai. Yes, yes, yes. It is our honor to be able to attend the opening ceremony of the Beatty sect. This is our honor. Venerable Bai is really too modest. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the representatives of the top forces in the Beatty square had not spoken yet, and the representatives of the small and medium-sized forces in the back started to shout and licked Bai Ji fiercely. Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh softly at the flattery of these representatives of small and medium-sized forces. But this was not beyond his expectations. Licking the strong is human nature. Haha. Okay, thank you all for your support. I won't say any more nonsense here. The opening ceremony of the sect is officially started. As Bai Ji shouted with a smile on his face, thunderous applause and cheers suddenly rang out in the Beatty square. But the ceremony seemed to have not started yet. Suddenly, the void in the sky twisted, and then a silver boulder like a hill suddenly emerged and fell rapidly downwards in an instant. What's going on? Seeing the silver boulder falling from the sky, many representatives of forces who came to participate in the opening ceremony of the Beatty sect in the Beatty square were shocked. But facing the silver boulder falling from the sky, Bai Ji did not seem to feel surprised, but his mouth corners could not help but curl up slightly. Go! Just when the silver boulder was about to fall, Bai Ji suddenly burst out with a majestic 8-color fighting spirit, instantly soaring into the sky, and before and after the silver boulder, he slapped the silver boulder with one palm. Under Bai Ji's palm, the silver boulder as big as a hill was instantly slapped away, and flew directly to the open space in the middle of a forest in Beatty sect. 10,000 swords, quick! After slapping the silver boulder away with a palm, Bai Ji immediately stretched out his hand and shouted, summoning the 7 killing swords, and then threw the sword, using the sword control technique to control the 7 killing swords, and shot towards the silver boulder in front, and then pinched the seal with his hand and quickly launched the 10,000 swords. As the 10,000 swords were launched, there was a crisp sound of swords. The blood-colored 7 killing swords instantly split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of blood-colored 7 killing swords were distributed. For a time, a large area of the sky was covered by the blood-colored 7 killing swords. Hurry! After launching the 10,000 swords technique and splitting into countless sword shadows, Bai Ji suddenly shouted and suddenly controlled the blood-colored 7 killing swords in the sky to continuously shoot towards the silver boulder. For a moment, countless blood-colored streams of light continuously shot into the silver boulder, passing in and out of the silver boulder, and large pieces of silver gravel were suddenly separated from the silver boulder and fell down. Under Bai Ji's control, in the flying of countless sword shadows, in just a few breaths, the silver boulder was changed into the prototype of a statue by the sword shadow. And this is not over yet. While Bai Ji controlled the blood-colored 7 killing swords in the sky and continued to carve the prototype statue. The prototype statue was carved into Bai Ji with a smile on his face and his hands behind his back in the eyes of everyone in the White Emperor Square below, and finally fell to the open space in the middle of the forest with a bang. With a loud bang, the base of the statue sank into the ground, and the dust and gravel around it were shaken up. But before the dust and gravel could spread throughout the forest, Bai Ji suppressed them with the heavenly demon force field. Just as everyone was looking at the exquisite statue that Bai Ji had carved in less than 10 breaths. When he appeared, he was amazed at the perfect control and amazing strength of the sword shadows in the sky. Along with a ripple in the void, a white figure suddenly emerged and stepped on the sky, and then an old voice laughed. Haha! Am I not late? Chapter 917 Medicine Venerable Yao Chen, by Venerable is a top alchemist? Haha! Am I not late? On the Beatty Square, seeing the old figure in white clothes suddenly appearing above the square. Several top forces in the square, such as the representatives sent by Wangjian Pavilion, Huangchuan Pavilion and Fenian Valley, and several Duzhong-level elders were all shocked. This the missing medicine Venerable Yao Chen? Seeing the familiar figure, these elders were full of disbelief. Because in their impression, the famous medicine Venerable Yao Chen had died for many years for some unknown reason, so how could he appear again? Could it be that he is not dead yet, but it is impossible. Back then, when the news of the death of the famous medicine Venerable was first heard, many people did not believe it. Many people went to Xingyun Pavilion to find out, but they saw the body of Yao Chen who had been dead for a long time, and could only turn to condolences. This news was confirmed at that time and was accepted by almost everyone. But now, Yao Chen is not dead? Of course, these elders also have doubts about the authenticity of the Yao Chen in front of them. But unfortunately, Yao Chen tore the space and appeared with a silver mountain. This is a spatial ability that only Douzun strongmen have, and those who can become Douzun strongmen have the pride of being strong. Who would pretend to be someone else? So the Yao Chen in front of him is probably real. And although the physical body of Medicine Venerable died before, no one knows what happened to his powerful soul as a pharmacist. The soul of the alchemist is extremely powerful. An ordinary dueling level fighter can survive alone in the state of soul, and a Douzun level alchemist with a powerful soul can survive in the state of soul. As for how the Medicine Venerable was resurrected in the state of soul, everyone can only think of one thing, that is, elixir. With the attainments of Medicine Venerable Yao Chen in the direction of elixir, it is not surprising that he can do this. Medicine Venerable, long time no see. Seeing Yao Chen, Bai Ge also laughed. It's really been a long time, but I still have to thank Bai Zun for saving me and refining the bone-growing and blood-melting pill for me to reshape my body, otherwise I might still be a lonely ghost now. Yao Chen also laughed and responded. And in the Beatty sect square below, many people heard the conversation between Bai Ge and Yao Chen and suddenly understood. It turned out that the Medicine Venerable was not completely dead at that time, but met this Bai Zun. This White Reverend refined a medicine called the bone-growing and blood-melting pill, which resurrected Medicine Reverend. However, the bone-growing and blood-melting pill that can revive the soul sounds extremely extraordinary, and it is not something that an ordinary alchemist can refine. But this White Reverend was able to refine it. Could it be that this White Reverend is also a top alchemist? In the crowd, the elder of the Ye family also thought of this question and was shocked. Could it be that this White Reverend is like Medicine Reverend, in addition to being a Douzun, he is also a top alchemist? He hadn't thought about it carefully before, but now that he thought about it, if this White Reverend in front of him was just an ordinary Douzun, there would be no need to accept Xin Lan as a disciple. After all, Xin Lan's talent in cultivation is not that outstanding. But he accepted it. So it seems that this Douzun may really have the identity of a top alchemist. In this case, with the top alchemist teaching, wouldn't Xin Lan still have the hope of helping the Ye family return to the Dan Tower in the future? Thinking of this, the elder of the Ye family could not help but be overjoyed. However, he has not yet realized that the result may not be as good as he imagined. Greetings to Master Yao, welcome back Master Yao. After Bai Ge and Yao Chen finished communicating, in front of the Beatty Square, Mu Qingluan, who came to attend the Beatty sect's founding ceremony on behalf of Xingyun Pavilion, could not help but step forward, bowed respectfully to Yao Chen, and said loudly. And seeing Mu Qingluan endorse Yao Chen's identity in front of him for so many years, Yao Chen's identity is even more certain. Hey! It seems that the sky in Zhongzhou is about to change. Seeing Yao Chen in the sky, many people couldn't help but think in their hearts. The current Zhongzhou is headed by top forces such as 1 palace and 1 tower, 2 sects and 3 valleys, and Sifang Pavilion. But in the Sifang Pavilion, when Yao Zun was still there, Xingyun Pavilion was vaguely beyond the level of Sifang Pavilion and went a step further. But with the death of Yao Chen, only Feng Zun was left in Xingyun Pavilion. There is none left as a top alchemist in Douzun. Yao Zun interrupted the original prosperity of Xingyun Pavilion and slowly fell back. And because Feng Zun had never given up the idea of looking for Yao Zun, he did not have much intention to develop Xingyun Pavilion, resulting in Xingyun Pavilion being only the second among the 4 pavilions. However, with the return of Yao Zun, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yao Zun, as a top alchemist, would return, and Yao Zun's connections would definitely be used again, and Xingyun Pavilion would surely flourish again. Moreover, Yao Zun and this Beatty sect had a life and death friendship. With the friendship between Yao Zun and Feng Zun must also be grateful to this Bai Zun. In this way, Xingyun Pavilion and Beatty sect are almost absolute ironclad allies. And the approach of these 2 major forces is absolutely no less than a depth charge for the cultivation world in Zhongzhou, and it will definitely cause storms in the future. It seems that this time, I not only witnessed the rise of a new Douzun force, but also witnessed the beginning of the great changes in Zhongzhou in the future. In the square, many knowledgeable people couldn't help but sigh. That's right. Since Yao Zun and this Bai Zun are friends, the mountain just now should not be used for attack, that is. After knowing that Yao Chen and Bai Ge are friends, many people in the square couldn't help but think of this question. This is Tianxing stone. Looking at the exquisite statue that has been carved in the forest in the distance again, after a careful observation, many people couldn't help but suddenly startled. Tianxing stone, this is a very precious special mineral. It is the stars in the sky that fall to the earth after falling, absorbing the sun, moon, and starlight for countless years before it has a chance to form. This special stone can absorb the sun, moon, and starlight, convert it into pure heaven and earth energy, and greatly increase the concentration of the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Many large sects have collected Tianxing stone to build a quiet room for cultivation for the disciples with amazing talents. In Zhongzhou, a palm-sized piece of Tianxing stone is worth 1,000,000 gold. And such a Tianxing stone the size of a small mountain is even more priceless, and it was actually given away by medicine venerable like this. Many people were full of envy and jealousy. But they only dared to envy and be jealous in their hearts. After all, Bai Ge is a Douzun, and the exquisite 10,000 swords Ju that Bai Ge just showed just now also shocked many people. In particular, the stronger the power, the more profound the understanding of the terrifying power that Bai Ge just showed. And the elders of the Wanjian Pavilion who specialize in sword skills are even more impressed by Bai Ge. Being able to control tens of thousands of divine swords at the same time, in a few breaths, a piece of Tianxing stone the size of a small mountain and extremely hard is carved into such a lifelike and exquisite statue. Among them, strength and control are indispensable. It is estimated that even the pavilion master of his own family can't do it. Only the Bai Venerable in front of him, who may be a top alchemist and has the strength of Douzun, can do it. Chapter 918 The sudden arrival of the ancient clan shocked the major forces. Haha! What do you think of the statue I carved? After communicating with Yao Chen, Bai Ge looked at the people on the Beatty Square below again, pointed at the statue in the distance, and asked with a smile. It has been a while since he and Yao Chen had a conversation. Bai Ge felt that many people should have seen that the material of this statue is the extremely hard Tianxing stone. Just now, he used the 10,000 swords art and the sword controlling technique, and in just a few breaths, he carved a mountain-sized Tianxing stone into an exquisite statue. There were many people from major forces at the scene who could see the difficulty of his display of strength and skills. After all, not to mention other things, the hard material of Tianxing stone alone is difficult for even Dohuang strong men to leave traces on it. Only he who possesses the 7 killing swords and has amazing strength can use the 10,000 swords technique to carve this huge piece of Tianxing stone into an exquisite statue with his exquisite control. The strength of Venerable Bai is really amazing. Hearing Bai Ge's words, an elder of the Wanjian Pavilion in the square couldn't help but be full of amazement. After all, he was born in a sect that played with swords. He knew more about the horror of Bai Ge's strength than ordinary people. On the surface, it seemed that controlling tens of thousands of swords at the same time to carve a statue might only amaze the onlookers. But to carve such a lifelike and exquisite statue, the material of this statue is still the extremely hard Tianxing stone. Everything is not so simple. After the elder of the Wanjian Pavilion sighed, the others also echoed and praised Bai Ge in various ways. However, most of these people were representatives of small and medium-sized forces who knew little about it. In response, Bai Ge just smiled and didn't care in his heart. Because his target is not the representatives of these small and medium-sized forces, but the representatives of those top forces. The strength he just showed, anyone with vision can basically see it. Bai Ge needs these top-level representatives to convey his strength to the top-level forces behind him. If he wants to gain a firm foothold in Zhongzhou, he still relies on strength. But although Bai Ge stepped on Fenglai Pavilion to get to the top, Bai Ge only stepped on Fei Tian, who is not even Douzun. In the top-level forces with Douzun strongmen, Bai Ge's strength has not been fully recognized. In order to prevent Beatty sect from being squeezed out by other top-level forces, Bai Ge planned this performance to show his strength, and Yao Chen also helped. Anyway, he was going to establish a pharmacist academy in Beatty sect and recruit students from Zhongzhou. As the dean, Yao Chen would definitely be exposed in the future. Now that he has resurrected Yao Chen, he doesn't need to be too afraid of the Soul Palace. The opening ceremony of Beatty sect is also a good time for Yao Chen to announce his return to Zhongzhou. The appearance of Yao Chen will definitely let Zhongzhou see that Beatty sect is not a newcomer, but has a solid ally Xingyun Pavilion. Haha! Thank you for your praise. It seems that my opening ceremony did not disappoint you. Facing the flattery of countless representatives of forces on the Beatty Square below, Bai Ge laughed loudly and folded his hands. I believe everyone has guessed that this statue is not accidental, but I deliberately did it. This is the opening ceremony of my Beatty sect. The reason why I set up this link is to announce it to the outside world. The erection of this statue just now marks that my Beatty sect has officially been established in Zhongzhou and has taken root in Zhongzhou. Here, on behalf of the Beatty sect, I thank everyone for their support. Thank you for coming thousands of miles to participate in the opening ceremony of my Beatty sect. I believe everyone is tired of standing outside. Now, please follow my Beatty sect disciples and go to various palaces to take seats. Following Bai Ji's words, the disciples who had been waiting for a long time in the distance spread their wings of fighting spirit and landed from the sky next to the Beatty square. Then, according to the previous arrangement, each led a part of the representatives of the forces to the designated palace to take seats. They are all Do Wang. Where did these Beatty sect disciples come from? Seeing that the Beatty sect disciples who came to guide them were all Do Wang, many representatives of the forces could not help but be full of surprise. Although these disciples are in their 20s and have only reached the Do Wang level, they can only be considered excellent in Zhongzhou, and are far from being geniuses. But that is for those big forces. For some small and medium forces, Do Wang in their 20s is already worthy of cultivation by the sect. Under the leadership of the Beatty sect disciples, thousands of representatives of forces on the Beatty square were quickly taken away and led to different palaces. These representatives will be taken to different palaces according to the level of their forces. These were all found out when they sent gifts and registered. As for the representatives of some big forces and top forces below, except for the Ye family, there are Do Zone level elders who come to lead. Some forces that have a good relationship with Beatty sect, such as Xingyun Pavilion, Hua sect, Fenian Valley and the Gold-Eating Rat family, are led by disciples who have a close relationship with Bai Ji, such as Yafei, Nalan Yanran, Kinglan and Zinlan. Representatives of these top forces and major forces will be brought to the largest palace and entertained by Bai Ji himself, under the leadership of a group of Do Zone masters and disciples of Beatty sect. On the Beatty square, representatives of forces from all over Zhongzhou were taken away one after another. After seeing that the Beatty square was soon empty, Bai Ji also looked at Yao Chen. Master Yao, please. Bai Ji smiled. Under the leadership of Bai Ji, Yao Chen followed Bai Ji to the most luxurious palace. In this palace, representatives of various top forces and major forces have been brought and seated. In front of the representatives of these major forces, there is an exquisite wooden table filled with fruits, snacks, and fine wine. Seeing Bai Ji and Yao Chen slowly walk into the palace, all the representatives of the major forces bowed their heads. After being brought into the palace by Bai Ji, Yao Chen quickly found Mu Qingluan, then walked over and sat next to Mu Qingluan. As for Bai Ji, he walked all the way to the back of the palace. Here is a high platform with a throne on it. After Bai Ji walked up, he sat directly on the throne. Haha! Welcome everyone to attend the founding ceremony of my Beatty sect. You are all from major forces. You are willing to give me Bai Ji face and take time out of your busy schedule to attend the founding ceremony of my Beatty sect. I, Bai Ji, am here to express my gratitude to you all. Sitting on the throne, Bai Ji couldn't help laughing a few times and bowed his hands to the bottom. Unlike other representatives of small and medium-sized forces who came with various purposes. In this palace, the representatives who came are basically from the top forces in Zhongzhou, such as the most typical 1 palace and 1 tower, 2 sects and 3 valleys, and 4 square pavilions. Even if they are slightly inferior, they are still at the same level as the Gold-Eating Rat family. These forces actually have a certain level in Zhongzhou and do not need to please anyone. But they still give Bai Ji face and come to Beatty sect to participate in the opening ceremony. This is very face-giving, and Bai Ji deserves to express his gratitude. Your Excellency Bai is too kind. With Your Excellency Bai here, Beatty sect will surely be famous in Zhongzhou in the future. We are just here to invest in advance. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the representative of the Gold-Eating Rat family below, the clan leader Jin Shi smiled very respectfully. Haha! Clan leader Jin Shi is right. The strength that the Honorable Bai just showed really shocked us. With Your Excellency Bai here, the Beatty sect should be able to rise in no time. An elder of the Burning Flame Valley below couldn't help but stroke his long beard and smiled very face-givingly. But he didn't lie. He did believe that the Beatty sect would definitely rise soon. But the reason is not because of Bai Ji's strength and skills, but because the Beatty sect has Xingyun Pavilion as an ally, and Bai Ji is suspected to be like Yao Chen. In addition to being a Dozun strongman, he is also a top alchemist. After the elders of Jinshi and Fenian Valley, others also praised Beg and Beatty sect. However, except for Mu Qingluan who represented Xingyun Pavilion and Yun Yun and Lin Ziu who came on behalf of Hua sect. The compliments of others were very polite. Just as everyone was praising Beg and Beatty sect. Outside the palace, a thunderous roar suddenly came. Gu Xiantong of the ancient clan, on behalf of the ancient clan, came to congratulate Beatty sect. Chapter 919 The Ancient Clan and the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, the Fear of Beatty sect. Gu Xiantong of the ancient clan, on behalf of the ancient clan, came to congratulate Beatty sect. In the most luxurious palace of Beatty sect, the roaring roar from outside the palace was heard. In the palace, everyone's faces were full of smiles, but suddenly they turned into astonishment that could not be hidden. Gu Gu clan. Those who were invited to this most luxurious palace by Beg were all forces that had apparently stood at the top of Zhongzhou. Because they have already touched the ceiling of the power in Zhongzhou, these people have naturally heard of those dowdy families that have been passed down from ancient times and are hidden in the dark side of Zhongzhou, and the Gu clan is one of them. This Baizun actually knows people from the Gu clan, and has such a deep friendship with them. Even the Gu clan has sent people to congratulate the Beatty sect. Many people were shocked and incredible. You know, in their impression, these dowdy families that have been passed down from ancient times have always been extremely arrogant, never caring about worldly affairs, and only playing by themselves. Almost no one has seen any dowdy family stand up openly and show goodwill to any force. The Beatty sect is still the first force they have seen that can enjoy such treatment. Just like the top forces such as Wanjian Pavilion and Huangchuan Pavilion were shocked. A middle-aged man in a grey robe slowly walked into the palace, saw Bai Ji, and walked towards Bai Ji. Master Bai, this is a gift from my young lady. Coming to Bai Ji, the middle-aged man named Gu Xiantong said, looking at Bai Ji with a scrutinizing look, and handed over a ring in his hand. Is it sooner? I'm very happy to receive her gift. Please thank her for me. Bai Ji didn't care about Gu Xiantong's scrutiny, but took the ring with a smile and said. Bai Ji was very clear about the nature of these dowdy family members. Boy, although I don't know what you want to do by hiding your identity and approaching our young lady, my young lady has already fallen in love with you. I think your strength is not bad, and your appearance is also okay. When will you come to our ancient clan? Our clan leader wants to see you. When handing over the ring, the ancient clan member named Gu Xiantong secretly transmitted the message. Don't worry, sir, I will go there as soon as possible. Bai Ji still smiled at Gu Xiantong's words and secretly transmitted the message. However, although he said so, in his heart, Bai Ji had no intention of going to the ancient clan so early. He was a Douzun strongman, who concealed his identity and approached Xiao Suner, who was still a Lolita, and won Xiao Suner's heart since childhood. For this matter, Xiao Suner's father Gu Yuan would definitely think that he was plotting something bad if he used his brain a little. Whether he wanted to plot against the ancient clan by plotting against Xiao Suner, or simply plotting against Xiao Suner's body. Gu Yuan must have no good impression of him, and it would be good if he didn't hate him. Now that Bai Ji went there, although with Bai Ji's current strength and status, the ancient clan should be barely worthy of Xiao Suner, and the ancient clan should not be able to take action against him. However, as Xiao Suner's father, Gu Yuan had a great chance of taking action against Bai Ji. Bai Ji did not have absolute confidence that he could defeat a high-level Do Sheng. Because now as the cultivation of Do Qi deepened, Bai Ji was more and more aware of the gap between each breakthrough in each realm after reaching Do Zone. Although Beg has a deep background and various trump cards emerge one after another, but Bai Ji still couldn't open up a small world in the void like a Do Sheng. So Bai Ji still maintained a certain degree of awe for the Do Sheng masters. Anyway, he would definitely go to the Gu clan, but that would have to wait until he got enough opportunities and broke through the Do Sheng. Or at worst, he would have to wait until he was able to compete with a Do Sheng master like Gu Yuan, or find a way to make Gu Yuan unable to do anything to him. I hope you can do what you said. The young lady has been thinking about you. Finally, after taking a deep look at Bai Ji, Gu Xiantong didn't look at the other people in the palace after sending a message to Bai Ji, but directly tore the space and disappeared in an instant. This is actually a Douzun master. The Gu clan is indeed worthy of being the Gu clan. It actually sent a Douzun master to give gifts. It is indeed a Do Di family that has been passed down from ancient times to the present. It is indeed profound. Seeing that Gu Xiantong was actually a Douzun, everyone in the palace was even more amazed. Just after Gu Xiantong left, the atmosphere of shock in the palace had not yet ended. Outside the palace, accompanied by a terrifying aura, a rolling roar suddenly came again. Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, Tai Yan, on behalf of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, come to congratulate the Beatty sect. Hearing the roar outside, the people in the palace were stunned again. Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan? Could it be the strongest Warcraft family that has disappeared for countless years? But has the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan disappeared for countless years? And as a Warcraft family, how did the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan have a relationship with the Beatty sect? What is going on? Almost everyone was shocked and incredible, even more shocked than when they knew that Bai Ji had a connection with the ancient clan. A tall and strong man in a purple robe walked in from outside the palace. After seeing Bai Ji, the strong man immediately walked straight towards Bai Ji. Master Bai, this is a gift from our princess. I think Master Bai should know something about the situation of our Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. We can't give you any good gifts. This is some worthless local specialties of our Dragon Island, just some void jade. Please don't mind, Master Bai. As he spoke, the Taixu Ancient Dragon Incarnation man named Tai Yan also took out a storage ring and handed it to Bai Ji while speaking in a muffled voice. Void jade. Under the high platform, the representatives of the major forces around were shocked again when they heard Tai Yan's words. Void jade, is it the void jade that can only be born in the space turbulence? According to legend, this void jade contains a rare space force. As long as you can absorb a wisp of space force in the void jade, it will greatly benefit the breakthrough from Do Huang to Do Zong, and the same is true for Do Zong and Do Zun. Such a treasure, a local specialty? It has no value? Listening to Tai Yan's words, the representatives of countless forces, including those of Wangjian Pavilion and Huangchuan Pavilion, below the throne where Bai Ji sat, were twitching in their hearts. They were envious. You don't want the worthless local specialties, so can you give them to us? Countless people shouted wildly in their hearts. But although they felt so sour that they wanted to die, the people present were not from small forces. These elders who came to represent the forces behind them still had a certain degree of self-control. Although this Taixu ancient dragon named Tai Yan said so on the surface, the void gem is of no value, perhaps it is true for the Taixu ancient dragon clan, but only a fool would think it is really worthless. This Taixu ancient dragon looks honest, but in fact it is also mean, it is clearly pretending to be cool. You are joking, sir. Although the void jade may not be very useful to the nobles, it is a treasure for us humans. Please thank your princess on my behalf. I will definitely visit you when I have time in the future. Bai Ji also smiled as he took the ring handed over by Tai Yan. Haha, the gift has been delivered. Then, Sect Master Bai, I will leave first. I still have to go back to report to the clan leader. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Taixu ancient dragon named Tai Yan also smiled and clasped his fists to Bai Ji, then instantly tore the space and suddenly disappeared in the palace. Chapter 920 Lei Zun came to the door and used this battle to start the White Emperor. I really learned a lot today. The ancient clan and the Taixu ancient dragon clan? Haha, I have never heard of it. I just don't know if anyone will believe it if I tell them out. Seeing Tai Yan leave, someone in the palace couldn't help but say to himself with some self-mockery. Okay, it's an honor for you all to come and attend the founding ceremony of our Beatty sect. I'm sure you all have guessed that in addition to being a Dozun, I'm also a top-level alchemist. After Tai Yan left, Bai Ji also clapped his hands, refocusing the thoughts of everyone in the palace and said. When Bai Ji mentioned that he was a top-level alchemist, this immediately attracted many people's interest. Although many people have guessed this through the conversation between Bai Ji and Yao Chen before, as long as this guess is not truly acknowledged, it will always be just a guess, and Bai Ji will always be Schrodinger's top alchemist. But now, Bai Ji himself admitted it. In addition to being a Dozun, I am actually a 9th grade alchemist. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Bai Ji said slowly. In fact, with Bai Ji's soul essence equivalent to the Emperor level soul, Bai Ji can completely refine the Emperor grade elixir, but unfortunately, the refining of the Emperor grade elixir requires source energy. And Bai Ji currently does not know what source energy is, and cannot get it, so naturally he cannot refine the 10th grade Emperor grade elixir, so he cannot be called a 10th grade alchemist. But a 9th grade alchemist is already an alchemist standing at the peak level of Zhongzhou. You know, even the ancestor of Danta, the most powerful alchemist force in Zhongzhou, is only a 9th grade alchemist. Hearing Bai Ji say that he is a 9th grade alchemist, the representatives of many forces in the palace were a little surprised and a little bit unbelievable. Because Bai Ge is a Dozun, if he said that Bai Ge is a 7th grade or 8th grade alchemist, many people might believe it. But a 9th grade alchemist, this still made many people a little unbelievable for a while. However, as a Dozun, Bai Ge has no need to deceive others. So although they can't believe it, many people still have to believe it. As a Dozun, I have accepted several disciples to inherit my inheritance of Do-Chi cultivation. Several of my disciples present are Yafei, Qinglin, and Yun. Bai Ge continued to say. And as Bai Ge spoke, Yafei, Qinglin and Yun stood up in the audience. Seeing that one of Bai Ge's disciples was actually the leader of Huazong, this shocked everyone in the palace even more. Although my Do-Chi inheritance has already had an heir, my alchemy inheritance has not yet had an heir, so I decided to accept another disciple to pass on my alchemy. The disciple I accepted is called Ye Xinlin. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xinlin, who was in the audience, also stood up immediately. Xinlin is from the Ye family in the daimyo of Zhongzhou. At present, some of the Ye family members have come to me. Our Beatty sect is preparing to set up an alchemist academy in the sect soon. If there are any members of your clan who have the qualifications of an alchemist, please send them here. As for the dean of our Beatty sect Alchemist Academy, I have already given it to Yao Zun. Please rest assured. Taking advantage of Xinlin's matter, Bai Ge mentioned the Alchemist Academy that was about to be established again. Because some of the Ye family members had been brought here, Lin Ye actually didn't want to care about the Ye family in the daimyo. However, because the Ye family's qualifications were still required to participate in the Danta's Danhui, the Ye family in the daimyo could not be kicked aside at present, which would easily cause trouble. However, Lin Ye had already made plans. After helping Xin Lan win the championship of the Alchemy Association, he would let Xin Lan withdraw from the elders' seat of Danta on behalf of the Ye family, so that the elders of the Ye family would be empty-handed. The scene at that time would definitely be very interesting. Hearing Bai Ge say that he would establish an alchemist college in Beatty sect, the dean would be Yao Chen, the medicine venerable, and from what he heard, the Ye family, which was quite famous in the alchemy domain, would also participate. Although this alchemist college may not have a mature system for training alchemists like Danta, as the top alchemist force in Zhongzhou, has attracted too many alchemist geniuses. Although Danta is good, there are also many alchemists. The resources and guidance of veteran alchemists that each alchemist can get are limited. It is better to join this alchemist college. Although the alchemist college is still in its infancy, it has Yao Chen, the medicine venerable, as the dean, and perhaps some veteran alchemists of the Ye family as ordinary teachers. If it can be developed, even if it cannot reach the level of Danta in the future, it can also become one of the best alchemist forces. This immediately made many representatives of major forces excited. Just when Bai Ge was in the palace, talking about the Alchemist Academy with representatives of major forces. Outside the palace, above Beatty Peak. Accompanied by a burst of bangs, a lightning suddenly shot out from a distance and suddenly stopped above Beatty sect. It was an old man wearing a silver robe, tall, and with white hair and beard. The old man stepped on the sky with a gloomy face. The silver robe he wore was full of various crisscrossing lightning patterns. Silver-blue electric currents were constantly flowing in the lightning patterns on the silver robe. A strong thunder and lightning pressure emanated from the old man's identity. If Yao Chen was here, he would definitely recognize him. The old man who came was not someone else, but the only Dozun strongman of Fenglai Pavilion, Lei Zun. Looking at the palace complex below and the standing Beatty Tower, Lei Zun took a deep breath and did not take action immediately. Now is the time for the Beatty sect's founding ceremony to be held. He came to disrupt this sect opening ceremony. But if he attacks the Beatty sect below now, it is likely to hurt the representatives sent by the major forces in Zhongzhou, which is not good for Fenglai Pavilion. Bai Ge, get out of here. Looking at the Beatty sect below, Lei Zun activated the majestic fighting spirit in his body and shouted like thunder, and the roaring roar exploded in the air like thunder. Hearing the thunderous roar coming from outside the palace. In the palace where Bai Ge was, everyone couldn't help but look outside the palace. Is it him? Hearing this familiar voice, Yao Chen couldn't help but frown. It's Lei Zun. Several other representatives from the level of 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 square pavilions who had seen Lei Zun also said in a deep voice. They were actually not surprised at all by Lei Zun's arrival. Because Bai Ge stepped on Fenglai Pavilion to get to the top, with Lei Zun's temper, it is absolutely impossible for him to do nothing. There was no action before, it seems that they are looking for an opportunity. Now that they know that the Beatty sect is going to hold the opening ceremony, they come directly to mess up the place. It has just been opened. If Lei Zun really messes up the place, it will be a lot of fun. However, everyone also mourned for Lei Zun in their hearts, because if there was only Bai Zun here, it would be fine, but unfortunately there is also Yao Zun here. Haha. Lei Zun? Sure enough, he is here. I was worried that I couldn't prove my strength with only Fenglei Pavilion and North Pavilion. It's just right that he came. Everyone, wait here for a while, and I will go out and fight with Lei Zun. I will use this battle to completely make my Beatty sect famous. Hearing Lei Zun coming, Bai Ji was not worried, but laughed out loud and stood up directly from the throne. With a move, Bai Ji suddenly turned into a ray of lightning and suddenly shot out of the palace and rushed into the sky. Chapter 921 Fighting against Lei Zun, a fierce fight in close combat. Outside Beatty sect, above the sky. Standing in the void, Lei Zun let out a roar like thunder, then stood in the sky, quietly waiting for Bai Ji's arrival. He believed that as long as Bai Ji still cared about Beatty sect, he would definitely come out. And the result was indeed not beyond his expectations. After hearing his roar, Bai Ji immediately activated the 3000 thunder movements, turned into a lightning, suddenly shot out of the palace, and instantly rushed into the sky. This is the 3000 thunder movements of our Fenglei Pavilion. How do you know the 3000 thunder movements of our Fenglei Pavilion? Where did you get this? Seeing that Bai Ji actually used the 3000 thunder movements, Lei Zun's face suddenly became ugly. Elder Shen Yun of Fenglei Pavilion North Pavilion was the first to know about Bai Ji's ability to perform 3000 thunders, but he was killed by Bai Ji. Although Hong Chen, who escaped, told the other 3 elders about it. However, before Elder Sanming could return to Fenglei Pavilion North Pavilion to tell Fei Tian about it, he was also dealt with by Bai Ji. This time, even Hong Chen was arrested, so Fei Tian naturally didn't know about it. After that, although Bai Ji took Kaidi, Nalan Yan Ran and Kinglin to destroy Fenglei Pavilion North Pavilion. However, because Bai Ji only used the 8 diagrams fire separation method, the sword control method and the 10,000 swords technique when destroying Fenglei Pavilion North Pavilion, he didn't show 3000 thunders. So Fei Tian still didn't find out about it, and naturally Lei Zun didn't know about it. 3000 thunders? Haha, this is what I bought at the auction. Why, can't I learn the fighting skills I bought at the auction? Bai Ji smiled indifferently at Lei Zun's anger and said. This is the secret fighting skill of our Fenglei Pavilion. Outsiders are not allowed to practice it. Although I don't know how you got it and even practiced it to the 3000 Thunder Realm, it is a fact that you violated the rules of our Fenglei Pavilion. I wonder if the people in the North Pavilion found out that you practiced the 3000 Thunder movements and you killed them to silence them. Lei Zun suppressed his anger and said in a low voice with murderous intent. I killed them to silence them? It's true that I killed them, but the reason was that they offended me, and more than once. As a Dozun, I was offended by several Dozongs. Is it wrong to kill them? Or is it that your Fenglei Pavilion is so great that your Dozongs can offend Dozun at will? Bai Ji's mouth curled up a sneer. I didn't say that, but they are all dead, so it's up to you anyway. Lei Zun retorted stiffly. Dozun is the most powerful person in Zhongzhou, and the dignity of a strong person cannot be insulted. Although he was very protective of his shortcomings, he did not dare to easily say anything that would anger all the Dozun in Zhongzhou. Just tell me what you want to do. I have learned the 3000 thunder movements of your Fenglei Pavilion, so, do you still want me to abolish it? Bai Ji burst of sneers. Humph. Whether it was you who killed the witness or the elders of the North Pavilion of Fenglei Pavilion who offended you, let's not talk about it for now. But as for the fact that you secretly learned the 3000 thunders of our Fenglei Pavilion, I must hold you responsible. You, a Dozun who came out of nowhere, want to show off your power in Zhongzhou, let me see what you are made of. After talking for a long time, Lei Zun didn't get any good results, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly, and was ready to take action directly. Okay. Then come on. I have the same idea. The Lei Zun of Fenglei Pavilion sounds quite famous, but I don't know if he is a silver-like gunhead. Bai Ji retorted. After that, the two looked at each other, and instantly turned into 2 lightning lights that collided violently in the air. Every time they collided, there was a burst of majestic silver douqi and 8-color douqi, and bursts of thunder-like explosions in the air, and faintly there was a sizzling sound like burning flames. Because of the roar of Lei Zun before, many guests who came to attend the opening ceremony of Beatty sect walked out of the palace and watched the battle in the sky outside, knowing that Lei Zun of Fenglei Pavilion had come to provoke. The battle between two Dozun is unique, which may not happen once in dozens or hundreds of years. It is an absolute peak battle. Under the gaze of everyone, the two lightning lights in the sky are still colliding. But Bai Ge is a 5-star Dozun, while Lei Zun is only a 2-star Dozun. In the collisions, whether it is a simple competition of cultivation or attainments in close combat, Lei Zun may not be able to beat Bai Ge without the silver eye of breaking delusion, let alone Bai Ge has the magical power of breaking delusion silver eye. So, in the collisions, Lei Zun was beaten by Bai Ge every time he got close, and his beard was almost burned by Bai Ge's strange fire. His silver robe was also full of charred and holes, and his body was also in a mess. Without using some secret fighting skills, he would probably return home in defeat this time. But Lei Zun would definitely not accept this. The reason why Fenglei Pavilion is so arrogant and protective is because Lei Zun of Fenglei Pavilion has this kind of character. What the superior likes, the subordinates will follow. Humph. There are too many people below, I can't perform, let's change places. Looking at the crowds of people coming out of various palaces to watch the battle below, Lei Zun performed 3,000 thunder movements and retreated a distance. While running the thunder fighting spirit with all his strength, he covered his body with dazzling lightning light, making it difficult for the people below to see his current embarrassed appearance, and snorted coldly. If today was not the founding ceremony of Beatty sect would not have so many representatives from major forces in Zhongzhou. Lei Zun would definitely not care where to fight, and even wish to fight in Beatty sect, and it would be best to destroy Beatty sect. But because the Beatty sect now has representatives from major forces in Zhongzhou, even if Lei Zun is unscrupulous, he dare not fight with the Beatty sect below. If he accidentally hurts people from major forces, then his Fenglei Pavilion will become a rat crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat him. Humph! You escaped. Thinking of this, Lei Zun couldn't help but glance at the Beatty sect below, and snorted in his heart. Then let's change places. It just so happens that I also feel that I can't use it. Bai Ge also sneered disdainfully at Lei Zun's words. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Lei Zun's face couldn't help but stagnate, but he still maintained his cold face, and instantly activated the 3,000 thunder movements, turning into a lightning light, and in a burst of thunder, it shot towards the vast mountains in the distance. Seeing Lei Zun's actions, Bai Ge also immediately activated the 3,000 thunder movements and quickly followed. Let's go too. Because the Dozun battle is rare, seeing Bai Ge and Lei Zun leave, many people below also spread their douqi wings and soared into the sky, or directly soared into the sky, chasing in the direction where Bai Ge and Lei Zun left. However, for the battle between two powerful Dozun, these people certainly did not dare to get too close to the battlefield. The battle between Dozun level strong men is the battle between the peak strong men. And Bai Ge and Lei Zun have a grudge, and they will never hold back when they start fighting. It is estimated that a casual blow can wipe out a large number of Dowang and Dohuang, and only a very few powerful Dozong can withstand it, but they will definitely be seriously injured. Although the Dozun battle is rare, life is still important. Chapter 922 Lei Zun's Trump Card, Thunder God is Coming. Cast 3,000 thunders. 2 lightning bolts burst out from the sky above the Beatty sect one after another. In just a few breaths, they crossed several vast mountain ranges and came to the sky above a vast mountain range. Now there is finally no one around, I can let go and show my skills. Stepping on the sky, looking at the vast mountains under his feet, and then looking at Bai Ge, Lei Zun stroked his short silver-white beard and said confidently and arrogantly. Just like you, I hope you can make me happy today. Bai Ge couldn't help but sneer at Lei Zun's pretense. Humph! Arrogant! Let me show you how Lei Zun can be so fearless of Feng Zun of Xingyun Pavilion with the strength of a 2-star Dozun. Lei Zun couldn't help but snort coldly at Bai Ge's ridicule, and his body shook directly, and a dazzling silver light suddenly burst out from his body. In the dazzling lightning, a 3,000 thunder phantom bodies that were no weaker than Lei Zun's strength broke out of Lei Zun's body. As the only Dozun in Fenglei Pavilion, Lei Zun was promoted to Dozun after Feng Zun Guling, but he didn't fall behind too late. But now Guling is already a 4-star Dozun, while Lei Zun is still a 2-star Dozun. Although this was also because Feng Zun had the help of his close friend Yao Zun Yao Chen, who was a top alchemist, a long time ago. But after Feng Zun Guling was promoted to Do Zun, Yao Chen had not helped Guling for long before he died inexplicably. Now Lei Zun has not caught up with Feng Zun Guling's cultivation, not because Lei Zun's talent is too much worse than Feng Zun Guling. It is because Lei Zun has to sacrifice the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies while practicing himself, so that the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies can keep up. Lei Zun's 3,000 thunder phantom bodies have long been cultivated to the highest level of the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies. The cultivation and strength of Lei Zun's 3,000 thunder phantom bodies are no different from Lei Zun's body. Based on the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies he cultivated, Lei Zun created a lot of fighting skills. Among them, what makes Fenglei Pavilion vaguely superior to the other 3 pavilions is Lei Zun's secret method of fusion. With the secret method of fusion, Lei Zun can temporarily merge the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies with the body, so that the cultivation of the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies can be added to the body. Although both the original body of Lei Zun and the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies are 2-star Do Zun, the superposition of the cultivation of the 2-star Do Zun does not increase the cultivation to the level of 4-star Do Zun. Instead, it reaches the level of 5-star Do Zun, and even approaches the level of 6-star. In other words, as long as Lei Zun uses the secret method of fusion, Lei Zun's cultivation will even surpass Bai Ge in a short time. After summoning the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies, Lei Zun continued to form seals in the dazzling silver light and circulate the Do Qi in his body at the same time. While Lei Zun's original body formed seals with his hands and circulated the Do Qi in his body, the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies, which were almost exactly the same as Lei Zun's strength, also formed seals with their hands and circulated the Do Qi in their bodies. In the Do Po Kangsheng world, many fighting skills above the earth level and even the heaven level will have seals as an auxiliary, just like the Emperor Seal of the ancient clan. As the main body of Lei Zun and the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies formed seals at the same time, and the fighting spirit in their bodies was running in a specific and strange way, the fighting spirit in the 2 bodies actually began to echo. Finally, with a loud shout from Lei Zun's main body, the separated 3,000 thunder phantom bodies instantly sank into the body of Lei Zun's main body. As the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies entered his body, Lei Zun's momentum suddenly soared. From a 2-star Do Zun, he broke through 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars in almost the blink of an eye, and reached the peak of a 5-star Do Zun. As the momentum suddenly soared, more dazzling lightning suddenly burst out from Lei Zun's body. At the same time, the surging fighting spirit could not help but burst out from Lei Zun's body. That was a sudden increase in strength. Lei Zun was still unable to fully control the surging fighting spirit in his body for a while. After the surging thunder fighting spirit burst out from his body, it suddenly made a series of crackling thunder sounds. Amid the thunder, Lei Zun suddenly activated the 3,000 thunder movements, instantly turning into a ray of lightning, and soaring higher into the sky, and then a roar could not help but be heard. The thunder god is coming. With Lei Zun's roar, compared to the thunder qi leaking out just now because he could not fully control the thunder qi in his body, Lei Zun now truly released all the thunder qi in his body. In an instant, an extremely majestic silver qi suddenly surged out from Lei Zun's body, part of it surged upwards, and part of it fell downwards, like a silver waterfall pouring down from the sky. The waterfall, which was condensed by the silver thunder qi and was as wide as 100 meters, actually began to condense on the way down, and after falling to the ground, it had condensed into a human-shaped lower body. At the same time, the thunder qi that burst out from Lei Zun's body and swept upwards condensed into a human-shaped upper body. The upper and lower body together just form a complete human figure, and the position of Lei Zun is exactly at the heart of this human figure. This move is very familiar to Bai Ge, because it is the trump card that Fei Tian finally used when he encountered it on Kifeng Mountain, and the source of this trump card is Lei Zun's strongest fighting skill, Thunder God's Coming. This is the fighting spirit created by Lei Zun in imitation of the legendary Dodi's Do Di Fa Shen. Although in terms of power, it is definitely far inferior to the real Do Di Fa Shen, it is also a top fighting skill, powerful enough it has been included in the heavenly rank fighting skills. However, because this fighting skill is not pure, it must be used with the help of the 3,000 thunder illusionary bodies. It has too many limitations, so it is not an ordinary fighting skill, but only a secret method. Under the control of the Thunder Master, the majestic thunder fighting spirit that burst out from the body was condensing rapidly, and finally condensed an old Thunder God with almost the same face as the Thunder Master outside the Thunder Master's body. As the old Thunder God condensed, the dark clouds suddenly gathered from all directions, covering a large area of vast mountains. In the clouds, thunder and lightning rolled and rumbled. At the same time, endless thunder attributed heaven and earth energy also roared from all directions and gathered towards the thunder god. After being absorbed by the old thunder god, the old thunder god's body suddenly condensed into rolling thunder and lightning like a thunder dragon, crackling. In the body of the old man, the surging thunder fighting spirit mixed with the energy of the heaven and earth with thunder attributes also condensed into a plasma-like energy liquid, which rolled and flowed in the body of the old thunder god, blooming with brilliant silver light. After performing the thunder god's coming, a thunder god dharma body was condensed outside the body. The thunder venerable stood in the thunder god dharma body, which was hundreds of meters high, with his feet on the boundless land and dark clouds covering the sky above his head, and suddenly burst into thunderous roars. By Ge, die for me. Chapter 923 The True Body of the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor versus the Thunder God Dharma. By Ge, die for me. Driving the Thunder God Dharma body, which was hundreds of meters high, in the roar of the Thunder Venerable. The Thunder God Dharma body took a step forward and crushed a large area of mountains and rivers in an instant. Under the dazzling lightning, thick thunders like thunder dragons shot out from the feet of the Thunder God to the surroundings. With a loud boom, a large area of forest was destroyed. As he took a step forward, the Thunder God Dharma body also pulled back his thick arm wrapped with thick thunder and flowing with rolling plasma, and then punched out, hitting Bai Ji who was standing in the sky in front of him. Boom! The power contained in this punch seemed to have broken even the space, and only a deafening loud noise was heard. Under the rolling thunder brought by the punch of the Thunder God Dharma body. With the sharp explosion of thunder, the air suddenly became blurred. In the angry roar of the Thunder Master, when the Thunder God Dharma body was about to hit Bai Ji with a huge fist under the rolling thunder and dazzling lightning all over his body, Bai Ji's face was sneered. That's it. The true body of the holy demon Titan Shura King. With a thought in his mind, a shadow several tens of meters tall quickly solidified behind Bai Ji. Then, huge golden halos quickly rose from the feet of the tall shadow, and at the same time, they burst into light. As the golden halos under his feet continued to rise and burst into brilliant golden light, the tall shadow of only a dozen meters tall was rapidly growing larger. When the seventh halo lit up, the height of the shadow behind him directly surpassed the Thunder Body Dharma body condensed by Lei Zunzun. When the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body was blessing the soul ring, Linya abandoned all other fancy soul skills, and all of them were soul skills that increased physical fitness. While increasing physical fitness, the size of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor will continue to grow. At the beginning, the size of the martial soul is generally not much larger than that of the soul master, but the martial soul true body can give the martial soul power close to the source of the martial soul itself. And it's not just about strength, it's also about size, and Bai Ji's full physical fitness blessing divine ring has brought this feature to the limit. So when the seventh soul ring lit up, with the activation of the martial soul true body, the height of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body has surpassed the Thunder God's Dharma body. And with the lighting of the 8th, 9th, and 10th golden divine rings, the height of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body has risen by several hundred meters again, completely surpassing half of the Thunder God's Dharma body. Although neither Bai Ji's holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body nor Lei Zun's Thunder Emperor Dharma body exceeds 1,000 meters. Compared with the legendary Do De Dharma body that is 10,000 feet high, it is far inferior. But from a distance, the two figures that are hundreds of meters tall, with their feet on the ground and their heads in the sky, and their heights are taller than the towering mountains beside them, are still enough to shock the onlookers. What kind of fighting skill is this? It can actually condense such a terrifying body. I'm afraid that the power of these bodies hundreds of meters high is enough to shatter the city and crush the mountains and rivers. In the sky beside, the crowd watching couldn't help but say in shock. This is the secret fighting skill created by Lei Zun's unique skill, the Thunder God's Advent, and even imitated the legendary Dodi's Do De Dharma body. It is precisely relying on this unique skill that Lei Zun cannot lose the battle with our Xingyun Pavilion with a 2-star Do Zun body. In the sky, looking at the Thunder God Dharma body in the distance, Yao Chen narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Uncle Yao Shi, what is this fighting skill of Senior Bai? Why don't I feel any fighting spirit fluctuations in that Dharma body?" On the side, Mu Qingluan couldn't help but ask with some confusion. "I don't know either. Senior Bai is very mysterious. I guess this may be a special secret method." Yao Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. On the other side, after summoning the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, which was 700 or 800 meters tall and more than half a body taller than the Thunder God's Dharma body, which was only 400 or 500 meters tall. Facing the angry punch from Lei Zun, Bai Ji was not to be outdone. He controlled the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body and punched it. Because the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body is a special soul created by Bai Ji through the origin of Douluo continent. It is the product of the evolution of the martial soul after the soul master advances to the god. For this soul, it is not the soul of the gods in the Douluo system, but the deified martial soul, referred to as the soul. Like the sea god trident of the sea god, after becoming a god, it changed from a martial soul to a real weapon. This is the transformation of the weapon martial soul after the soul master becomes a god. After the soul master becomes a god, the beast spirit will transform into a form that can switch between reality and illusion, just like the Dharmakaya of the Xiangxia system and the Daodi Dharmakaya of the Do Po Kangsheng world. The holy demon Titan Shura Emperor spirit, even if only the spirit body is activated, can possess the power of the ancient Titan that is not inferior to the Thunder Emperor Dharmakaya. Not to mention, Bai Ji condensed the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor spirit through the origin. The 10 divine rings of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor spirit, except for the 7th spirit body, are all divine rings that increase physical fitness. Each one is a 4-fold improvement in all aspects, and with the increase of the spirit body, it has reached a 72-fold improvement in all aspects of physical fitness. So, when Bai Ji also controlled the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor spirit and was not willing to be outdone by the punch swung by the Thunder Emperor Dharmakaya. As the two huge fists collided, in a thunderous sound, the terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly broke out. However, under the gaze of everyone, the fist of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor actually smashed the fist of the Thunder God Dharma body in an instant. The fist with golden light from the fist of the Thunder God Dharma body directly crushed the arm of the Thunder God Dharma body all the way, and finally hit the chest of the Thunder God Dharma body. Under the burst of thunder and dazzling lightning, the Thunder God Dharma body was actually knocked back by the punch of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body, and almost fell down. How is it possible? The Thunder God Dharma body, which had always been invincible before, actually failed today. While Lei Zun tried his best to control the Thunder God Dharma body to stabilize it, he couldn't help but be shocked and incredible. Damn it! What on earth is this? Is it also a secret method or fighting skill similar to mine? But why don't I feel a trace of fighting spirit fluctuations? After stabilizing his body, Lei Zun looked at the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body with fear, and once again condensed the right arm of the Thunder God Dharma body that was smashed. Because the birth of the Thunder God Dharma body was aided by the 3000 Thunder Phantoms of the fighting skill, the Thunder God Dharma body naturally also possesses some weakening characteristics of the 3000 Thunder Phantoms. Although it cannot be completely shattered and then recondensed, as long as the main body is not completely destroyed, the Thunder Emperor Dharma body can be recondensed even if it is simply missing an arm, a leg, or a head. Haha, are you ready to be beaten? Seeing that the Thunder Master was still recondensing the right arm of the Thunder God Dharma body that was shattered by his punch, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile playfully, and suddenly turned into a stream of light and fell from the sky, landing on a head in the middle of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body. Then, under the sight of the Thunder Master and all the onlookers around, Bai Ji controlled the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body and suddenly stretched out 2 of his 6 hands. With a flash of light, a black iron hammer and a shield that completely matched the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body at the moment suddenly appeared on the 2 hands of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body. What? Chapter 924, Hammering the Thunder Master and Fleeing. What? Seeing that the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body had summoned a weapon, a huge black hammer and a shield, the Thunder Master, who was repairing the Thunder God's Dharma body, suddenly turned green. I couldn't beat him in the first place, and now the opponent has a weapon, and he's playing with a hammer. Just when the Thunder Master's face turned green, Bai Ji had already controlled the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body, holding the black tortoise shield and the clear sky hammer, and the 3 pairs of wings behind him, one black and one white, suddenly fluttered, and immediately rushed into the sky, instantly swinging the hammer at the Thunder God's Dharma body of the Thunder Master. Not good. Seeing that under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's true body suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the sky, and then swung a hammer from the sky and smashed towards him, the Thunder Master quickly controlled the Thunder God's Dharma body and dodged instantly. Boom! After the Thunder God's Dharma body dodged, the huge clear sky hammer was smashed to the ground by the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body. Amidst a deafening roar, the clear sky hammer directly smashed a huge crater on the ground like a meteorite impact. In the huge crater, there were spider web-like cracks everywhere, and the trees inside were also directly crushed by the clear sky hammer. It was flattened, and the huge pit was full of flowing emerald green juice. Ha! When Bai Ge controlled the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body to swing the clear sky hammer and smashed it in the air, the Lei Zun next to him finally repaired the thunder god's dharma body, and immediately raised his fist again, shouted angrily, and jumped up directly, and slammed his fist with terrifying thunder and lightning heavily at Bai Ge on the head of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor. But just when the fist was about to hit Bai Ge, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body suddenly raised the Suanwu shield in his hand and blocked the fist of the thunder god's dharma body. Dang! With a loud dang, the sneak attack controlled by Lei Zun was intercepted by the Suanwu shield. And the thunder that burst out of the sky when the fist hit the Suanwu shield was either blocked or shot in all directions, hitting the surrounding mountains and large tracts of forests, and instantly split several mountains and large tracts of forests. Want to sneak attack me? Looking at the Lei Zun behind him, Bai Ge's mouth curled up a little teasing. Among the 6 arms, 4 hands that did not hold weapons hit the Lei Shan Dharma body with a few backhand punches, instantly knocking the Lei Shan Dharma body out. And at the moment when the Lei Shan Dharma body was knocked out, Bai Ge directly controlled the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body, picked up the clear sky hammer, turned around, stepped on the ground with one step, and the ground shook violently, and then suddenly shot up and quickly approached the Lei Shan Dharma body that was knocked out. Although seeing Bai Ge's arrival, Lei Zun hurriedly controlled the Lei Shan Dharma body to cross his hands to protect himself in front of his chest, but Bai Ge still controlled the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body to hit the Lei Shan Dharma body with a hammer. In an instant, a terrifying force that seemed to be able to shatter the world broke out, and the clear sky hammer directly smashed the Lei Shan Dharma body's crossed arms instantly. Then, with the remaining force, it hit the chest of the thunder god Dharma body, almost smashing it completely. Boom! Although the clear sky hammer did not smash the Thunder Emperor Dharma body completely, the Thunder Emperor Dharma body's arms were still smashed by the hammer, and the chest was also smashed into a dent. The flesh and bones condensed by lightning were almost smashed through by the clear sky hammer, hitting the Thunder Venerable in the heart. After being knocked away by a hammer, the Thunder God Dharma body burst out, and immediately broke several mountains in succession, and finally fell to the ground, and couldn't help but burst out a loud noise, and the surroundings shook like an earthquake. The Titan Shura Emperor's real body was controlled by Bai Ge, and the clear sky hammer smashed his arms with a hammer. Without his arms, the Thunder God Dharma body couldn't struggle for a while. And based on the principle of taking advantage of your illness, take your life. After severely injuring the Thunder God's Dharma body, Bai Ge once again manipulated the 6 wings behind the Titan Shura Emperor's true body to flutter, and suddenly soared into the sky, and then swung the hammer again, descending from the sky, and swung the hammer at the Thunder God's Dharma body still lying on the ground. In the distance, Lei Zun was still trying to condense the arms of the Thunder God's Dharma body. But suddenly, a stream of light suddenly rushed to the sky above his head, and then it suddenly fell from the sky with a shrill whistle like a meteorite falling. Looking closely, it was Bai Ge who attacked again with a giant hammer. Despicable! You actually sneak attack! Seeing that Bai Ge actually took advantage of the fire, Lei Zun cursed in his heart. But seeing that Bai Ge was about to smash down with the hammer, looking at the mighty momentum like a falling meteorite, if he was hit by this hammer, the Thunder God's Dharma body would definitely be smashed. And if he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin, and he probably wouldn't be able to recover without resting for a few years. So he didn't care about repairing the arm of the Thunder God's Dharma body. Lei Zun quickly controlled the Thunder God's Dharma body to roll over and dodge the fatal hammer. Bang! Because Lei Zun controlled the Thunder God's Dharma body to roll over and dodge Bai Ge's attack, Bai Ge's hammer immediately hit the ground, creating a deep meteorite crater again among the vast mountains. The surrounding mountains and the earth were also shaking under Bai Ge's hammer. The ground was shaking everywhere, and rolling rocks kept falling from the surrounding stone peaks. If you can hide from the monk, can you hide from the temple? Seeing Lei Zun dodging his attack by rolling in an embarrassed posture, Bai Ge sneered and directly controlled the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body to chase him again, not giving Lei Zun the opportunity to repair the Thunder God's Dharma body, and hammering the Thunder God's Dharma body. In the distance, Lei Zun saw that the arms of the Thunder God's Dharma body condensed by Lei Zun were smashed by Bai Ge. At this moment, Bai Ji was wielding the clear sky hammer and beating him hard. That figure was in such a mess. Countless onlookers were stunned. Is the gap so big? Lei Zun is a veteran Dozun in Zhongzhou, but he was beaten like this. He was dodging attacks like a donkey, and there was no pride and demeanor of a Dozun. And seeing Lei Zun being beaten hard by Bai Ji, he looked so miserable. Recalling Lei Zun's former pride, Yao Chen's face was also very strange. Now, Lei Zun probably wants to die in his heart, right? Just like Yao Chen thought, Lei Zun really wants to die now, and the whole person is almost crazy. Being chased and beaten like a dog, in front of representatives of all the major forces in Zhongzhou. Lei Zun can think that after today, the news that he was beaten like a dog will spread all over Zhongzhou. He is the master of the East Pavilion of Fenglai Pavilion, a powerful Dozun in Zhongzhou, but now he is chased like a dog. It's so embarrassing. It's really too embarrassing. But Lei Zun didn't want to escape. In fact, he also thought about it. But Lei Zun is facing a dilemma at this moment. If he wants to release the Thunder God Dharma body and escape, when he releases the Thunder God Dharma body, he will definitely be hit by Bai Ji's hammer and will definitely be severely injured. And if he chooses to continue to control the Thunder God Dharma body to fight Bai Ji, he will also end up being beaten. Although the Thunder God Dharma body can resist, it will definitely not be able to withstand it in the end and will be smashed by a hammer, and then he will also be seriously injured. Now Lei Zun is anxiously thinking about whether there is any way to have the best of both worlds. But obviously, he can't think of it, or he doesn't have it at all. Boom! Finally, while dodging, the Thunder God Dharma body still failed to dodge once, and was hit by Bai Ji's hammer controlled by the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor's real body, which directly smashed through the chest. Because the chest of the Thunder God Dharma body had been smashed before, Bai Ji immediately smashed the Thunder God Dharma body of Lei Zun with a hammer, and instantly blasted it into the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, because Lei Zun was hit by a hammer, the Thunder God Dharma body immediately began to disintegrate. The surging thunder fighting spirit turned into thunder and lightning all over the sky, bursting everywhere, and in a burst of boom, boom, boom. The loud noises broke a large area of the mountain. After the liquid-like plasma flowed out of the body, it also turned the forest into charcoal in the dazzling lightning. However, after being hammered into the ground by Bai Ji, Lei Zun did not come out for a long time. Where did he run to? Bai Ji frowned slightly and swept his mental power. A few hundred meters away, a figure wrapped in silver blue doqi suddenly rose from the earth. Then, in a miserable state, he instantly turned into a lightning and shot away. Lei Zun escaped. Chapter 925 The Imprisoned Feng Qing'er, a gift to Mu Qingluan. Near the Beatty sect, above the vast mountains. Do Wang and Do Huang flapped their doqi wings in the sky, and Do Zong stepped on the sky. When he saw Lei Zun actually chose to escape from the soil, he finally fled in a miserable state. Everyone felt a little strange. Thunder Venerable actually escaped. In Zhongzhou, Thunder Venerable's style of doing things is the same as Fenglai Pavilion, arrogant, domineering and protective. In the eyes of everyone, Thunder Venerable is an extremely powerful person. When Yaokan, the Medicine Venerable, was still there, Thunder Venerable, who was still 1 star, dared to fight against Xingyun Pavilion, which had 2 dozen strong men. Thunder Venerable's arrogance and strength can be seen. But now, Thunder Venerable actually escaped, and he escaped from the soil in a miserable state. Thinking of the aggressive look of Thunder Venerable when he came before, everyone felt a little inexplicably dramatic. Humph! He ran pretty fast. Seeing that Thunder Venerable actually escaped, Bai Ji did not continue to chase him. There was no need. Instead, he snorted coldly and took back the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor martial spirit under him. After a burst of hammering, Thunder Venerable was blasted away. Bai Ji suddenly turned around and turned into a flash of lightning, suddenly bursting from a distance, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the crowd of spectators, bowed to them, and smiled. Haha, I'm so sorry, I made you laugh, but it's okay now, everyone can go back and continue our banquet. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the audience immediately politely saluted Bai Ji, then flew down into the sky and returned to the palace. It was almost noon now. The kitchen of the Beatty sect had prepared delicious food and wine. After feasting the representatives of major forces from all over Zhongzhou, today's opening ceremony of the sect could be declared over. When the representatives of these major forces go back, they will spread what they saw and heard in the Beatty sect today. And starting tomorrow, the Beatty sect will officially start recruiting disciples. After a banquet at noon, everyone was full of food and wine. In the main palace, representatives from major forces began to leave one after another after saying goodbye to Bai Ji. In the other palaces, representatives of various forces who came to attend the founding ceremony of the Beatty sect also left one after another after saying goodbye to the Beatty sect members who were the hosts of the palace. In less than an hour, almost all the people had left. However, although most people have left, Yun Yun and Lin Xiu, who came on behalf of Huasong, and Yao Chen and Mu Qingluan, who came on behalf of Xingyun Pavilion, have not left yet. Yun Yun was chatting with Yafei and Cai Dai. Because she had left the Jiama area for several years, Yun Yun was very curious about the changes in the Jiama Empire and the Yun family over the years. Lin Xiu was exchanging cultivation experiences with Nalan Yanran, Qingling, and Han Shuet. Of course, Xiao Yu and Xin Lan were also included. However, Xin Lan could barely get a word in, but Xiao Yu was very uncomfortable and couldn't squeeze in at all. After all, except for her, everyone else was a strong man above Do Wang. As for Mu Qingluan, she had been taken away by Bai Ji. Senior Bai, where are you taking me? Originally, she wanted to play with Nalan Yanran and the other girls, but was called away by Bai Ji halfway. Following Bai Ji all the way to the back of Beatty sect, Mu Qingluan couldn't help but ask with a strange look on her pretty face. Just follow me, I want to give you a gift. Bai Ji smiled and said. Give me a gift? What gift? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Mu Qingluan couldn't help but become more curious. The person next to him is a Dozun strongman and a top alchemist. What gift will there be? Is it some precious elixir? Following Bai Ji, after passing through the Beatty sect's many pavilions, rockery, and flower gardens. In the distance, a towering silver-white 9-story tower appeared in front of Mu Qingluan. However, many sects have such buildings, and Mu Qingluan didn't care, so she followed Bai Ji into the first floor of the Beatty tower. But after entering the first floor, Bai Ji did not take Mu Qingluan to go higher. Instead, he opened a secret passage and took Mu Qingluan underground, which made Mu Qingluan a little nervous. Where is Senior Bai taking me? Why is he going downstairs? Nothing will happen, right? Mu Qingluan looked around, and couldn't help thinking wildly. But soon, Bai Ji took Mu Qingluan through the dim stairs and entered a wide hall. Behind the wide hall, there were many rooms. Let me go, let me go. As soon as he entered the hall, a familiar angry shout came from a room. This is... Hearing this familiar voice, Mu Qingluan was stunned. This voice, how can it be so much like Feng Qing'er? Let's go, follow me. Bai Ji's mouth curled up a faint smile, and he took Mu Qingluan to the place where the voice came from. And after entering the room. In the room, a woman with special shackles on her hands and feet, a cold and noble face, a pair of purple-brown eyes, and a colorful long dress suddenly appeared in front of Mu Qingluan. You damned human, you are a Dozun strongman, but you actually imprisoned a weak woman like me. Just wait, our Tian Yao Huang clan will definitely not let you go. Seeing Bai Ji, Feng Qing'er couldn't help struggling, swinging the shackles on her body and making a constant sound, and shouted angrily at the same time. Seeing the anger on the pretty face of this woman, Mu Qingluan behind Bai Ji opened her mouth in shock. Feng Qing'er, is it you? Mu Qingluan. Hearing Mu Qingluan's voice, Feng Qing'er suddenly noticed Mu Qingluan behind Bai Ji, and her pretty face became even more angry. Mu Qingluan, is it you? Is it you who let him catch me here? You despicable guy, you can't beat me, but you actually plotted against me. Damn it! Just wait, our Tian Yao Huang clan will not let you Qingluan clan go. Feng Qing'er, can you please stop mentioning your Tian Yao Huang clan? Your Tian Yao Huang clan can't save you now. You probably think you are hiding somewhere to heal your wounds. Listening to Feng Qing'er's angry voice, Bai Ji couldn't help but say jokingly. Don't be afraid, I won't imprison you for too long, just a few months, then I will let you turn into your original form and let me touch you at will in my arms, be my mount during the day, and warm my bed at night. You despicable guy, go to hell. You are not worthy of being a Dozun strongman, I will not give in. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Feng Qing'er became even more ashamed and angry, and couldn't help but scold Bai Ji angrily. But her curse words were so poor that they were not worth mentioning to Bai Ji, who had lived in the internet era of Earth for many years in his previous life. In his previous life, he had lived in the Ziyuan district of LOL for many years and was able to keep his parents alive. Senior Bai, what gift are you talking about? You can't just help me catch Feng Qing'er and let me vent my anger, right? Seeing her longtime enemy Feng Qing'er imprisoned here, angry but helpless, Mu Qingluan felt relieved. But Mu Qingluan was still very puzzled about the gift Bai Ji mentioned. Chapter 926 Feng Qing'er crying, Mu Qingluan's bloodline evolves. The gift I'm talking about is her. Bai Ji couldn't help but smile slightly, pointing at Feng Qing'er and saying, "Ah! Senior Bai, your gift, wouldn't it really be to help me catch Feng Qing'er and vent my anger?" Mu Qingluan's face was a little tangled. Although she was an enemy of Feng Qing'er, this gift was not bad for her, but before she expected some powerful martial arts, fighting skills, or top-level elixirs, this was a little too big a gap. What are you thinking about? Of course not this her, my gift is to help you complete the bloodline evolution through her. Bai Ji rubbed Mu Qingluan's hair beside him with some amusement, and couldn't help saying, "Ah! Help me complete the bloodline evolution." Hearing Bai Ji's words, Mu Qingluan couldn't help but be stunned, her heart was full of disbelief. Bloodline evolution, this has always been an opportunity that can be encountered but not sought, and her gift today is actually bloodline evolution? Ya, what are you going to do? Aside, Feng Qing'er suddenly felt something was wrong. Her cold and noble pretty face was startled, and she quickly retreated to the back. "Don't be afraid, I know it will hurt, so I will be gentler." Seeing Feng Qing'er retreating with fear on her face, Bai Ji walked slowly towards Feng Qing'er with a smile on his face. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" Facing Bai Ji's step-by-step approach, Feng Qing'er became more afraid, but Bai Ji still grabbed with one hand, seemingly slowly, but accurately grabbed Feng Qing'er's white wrist. In an instant, Feng Qing'er couldn't help but feel the pain of her wrist like a needle, which made her scream in pain. "No! No! Let me go! Let me go!" But Bai Ji didn't let go of Feng Qing'er's pain. After several seconds, Bai Ji let go. I saw a drop of red blood on Bai Ji's fingertips. This was a drop of blood essence in Feng Qing'er's body. A few months ago in Tianmu Mountains, Feng Qing'er had lost a lot of blood essence in her body because she performed the secret method of burning blood. Now she has not recovered. Now that Bai Ji has forcibly extracted a drop of blood essence, Feng Qing'er only feels extremely weak, and her whole body is a little painful like being pricked by a needle. She is angry and helpless. In an instant, a strong sense of loneliness and sadness surged into Feng Qing'er's heart. She has always been a spoiled girl, and she has never been forced like this. This made Feng Qing'er squat in the corner and suddenly sob. Why do you do this to me? Senior Bai, Feng Qing'er is crying. On the side, seeing Feng Qing'er, who has always been cold and strong, crying under Bai Ji's torture, Mu Qingluan couldn't help but be full of disbelief. Why are you crying? Didn't you die before? I'm your enemy, how can you cry in front of me? Shouldn't you feel ashamed and hold it back? Bai Ji said with a smile when he found Feng Qing'er crying. It's none of your business. Anyway, I can't get out now, and you do that to me every day, I feel that my body is a little out of control. Even if I'm free in the future, I'm still your puppet. Anyway, I won't be able to see anyone in the future, so why should I be afraid of embarrassment? Feng Qing'er squatted on the ground, buried her head between her legs, and cried even more sadly. Senior Bai, you. Hearing Feng Qing'er's words, Mu Qingluan couldn't help but look at Bai Ji in disbelief. Doing that to Feng Qing'er made Feng Qing'er's body out of control. Senior Bai, I didn't expect you to be such a person. What do you mean? I just used a special secret method to refine her body, and I plan to use her as a mount in the future. It's a normal mount, don't think too much. Seeing Mu Qingluan's eyes, Bai Ji's face turned a little dark. It's a normal mount. Does Senior Bai mean that there are abnormal mounts? Mu Qingluan was slightly startled, as if the door to a new world had been opened. Bai Ji, I won't say anything more, the more I explain, the worse it gets. Bai Ji decisively shut up and summoned the 9-spirit begonia martial soul. After summoning the 9-spirit begonia martial soul, Bai Ji immediately activated the 10 soul rings that slowly rose from his feet, and a white holy light instantly sprinkled on Feng Qing'er. As the white holy light emitted by the 9-spirit begonia fell on Feng Qing'er, feeling the weakness in her body quickly subsiding, Feng Qing'er couldn't help but raise her head with tears on her face. Don't think too much. Although I have been refining you, I don't mean to treat you as a puppet. As long as you stay by my side and be a good mount, I will give you a certain degree of freedom and will not kill you. After all, you look pretty good. It would be a pity to kill you. As long as you are obedient, it's good to keep you by my side to keep your eyes open. Looking at Feng Qing'er with tears in her eyes, Bai Ji continued to control Zhulinghai. Tang Wuhan, healing Feng Qing'er, said slowly. Really? Feng Qing'er asked subconsciously after hearing Bai Ji's words. But suddenly remembering that she was the great heavenly demon phoenix, Feng Qing'er's face suddenly turned red again, and she couldn't help but said with shame and anger. I won't yield to you. I am the great heavenly demon phoenix. Seeing that Feng Qing'er still looked unwilling to yield. However, compared with before, although Feng Qing'er still said so, the expression on her face was no longer as resolute as before. Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little playful. After being imprisoned for so long, it seems that Feng Qing'er's inner persistence is still a little loose. Just now, Feng Qing'er almost yielded because of his words. This is the precursor of Stockholm. As long as I deepen it a little more, Feng Qing'er should not be able to escape, both physically and mentally. Okay, I will now perform bloodline evolution for you. After using the 9-spirit begonia to restore Feng Qing'er's weakness, Bai Ji took back the 9-spirit begonia and looked at Mu Qingluan. Although the Tian Yao Huang clan and Qingluan clan are not the same race, both are actually magical beasts of the phoenix genus. Luan itself is the descendant of the phoenix, just as Qiao is the descendant of the dragon. The genes of the two still have something in common, and there should be an overlap in the same evolutionary direction, that is, the ancient Tian Huang. The Tian Yao Huang should be a being with a higher concentration of phoenix blood than Qingluan, so with the help of the Tian Yao Huang's genes, after analysis and comparison, and then optimizing the Qingluan's genes, it should be possible to evolve Mu Qingluan's blood. As for why a drop of Feng Qing'er's blood essence was extracted, it was naturally because the Tian Yao Huang, as another material for Mu Qingluan's evolved blood, could be used as an experimental object. Bai Ji could first experiment with the Qingluan gene and the genes in the Tian Yao Huang's blood essence. After confirming that the optimization was successful, it would be copied to Mu Qingluan's blood to help Mu Qingluan complete the blood evolution. Don't be afraid, leave everything to me, just remember to relax. After injecting a drop of Feng Qing'er's blood into Mu Qingluan's body, Bai Ji manipulated the perfect symbiont while speaking, slowly wrapping Mu Qingluan up. Then he began to analyze Mu Qingluan's Qingluan gene and compared it with the Tian Yao Huang gene data in the gene bank. The genes in the Tian Yao Huang blood injected into Mu Qingluan's body were used as experimental materials. After successfully combining the genes in the Tian Yao Huang blood with the Qingluan genes and successfully transforming and optimizing them, Bai Ji began to copy the results into Mu Qingluan's body. As Bai Ji began to transform Mu Qingluan's genes, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from Mu Qingluan's body wrapped in the perfect symbiont, and a blue phoenix emerged from Mu Qingluan's body. This is the blood shadow of Mu Qingluan. Under Bai Ji's transformation, because of the evolution and sublimation of its bloodline, the blue phoenix excitedly uttered a loud cry. In the rising momentum, the blue phoenix's feathers began to gradually change from blue to colorful. When the blue phoenix's feathers finally turned completely colorful, the 7-colored phoenix that had successfully transformed uttered another excited cry, and then circled in the room for a while, and suddenly sank back into Mu Qingluan's body. As the bloodline evolved, Mu Qingluan's momentum suddenly became even higher, and her cultivation level soared from 1-star Do zone to 3-star Do zone. How is it possible? Not far away, when Feng Qing'er felt Mu Qingluan's sudden surge in strength and the powerful bloodline pressure emanating from her body, her face was full of shock and disbelief. Because after the bloodline evolved, the bloodline pressure emanating from Mu Qingluan's body was actually no less than that of their Tian Yao Huang clan, but it was not before. Chapter 927, Tianluan Bloodline, Sooner in the Ancient World. Hehe, the Qingluan bloodline has evolved by combining with the Tian Yao Huang bloodline, so this new bloodline should be called Tianluan, right? After the transformation was completed, Bai Ji's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. While taking back the perfect symbiont, Bai Ji laughed softly and muttered to himself. On the side, watching Mu Qingluan gradually emerging from the dark perfect symbiont as Bai Ji took back the released perfect symbiont, Feng Qing'er pointed at Bai Ji, her slender jade fingers trembling, and her once cold and noble pretty face was now full of disbelief and shock. You? What do you mean by you? Didn't I tell you before? If I want to, it's easy to help your bloodline of the Sky Demon Phoenix family return to the ancient Sky Phoenix. Didn't you not believe it before? How about now? Glancing at Feng Qing'er, Bai Ji smiled faintly and said slowly. This is impossible. Our Sky Demon Phoenix family has been looking for a way to return to its past glory, but it has not succeeded for so many years. How can you, a human being, do this? This is impossible. It must be a coincidence. Feng Qing'er blushed at Bai Ji's words and clenched her. He held her jade hand and said unwillingly. But when he heard Feng Qing'er's words and saw the flashing eyes in Feng Qing'er's eyes, Bai Ji couldn't help but suddenly smiled playfully. Although he said he didn't believe it, he didn't think so in his heart. Senior Bai, I feel like my body has become stronger, and my cultivation has also broken through 3 stars. When Bai Ji and Feng Qing'er were communicating, Mu Qingluan also opened her eyes. Looking at her pair of white jade hands, Mu Qingluan's innocent and beautiful face couldn't help but be a little unbelievable. Of course, because your blood has evolved with my help, your blood should now be renamed Tianluan, and since your blood power has been sublimated, it is normal for your body and cultivation to break through. Hearing Mu Qingluan's disbelief, Bai Ji couldn't help but look at Mu Qingluan and said with a smile. Has my blood really evolved? In a state of surprise and uneasiness, Mu Qingluan stimulated the blood in her body. When the 7-colored Sky Luan's bloodline phantom emerged from her body, Mu Qingluan couldn't help but show deep excitement on her face. She actually evolved. Senior Bai, thank you. Seeing the 7-colored Sky Luan bloodline phantom emerging behind her and feeling the increase in the bloodline power in her body, Mu Qingluan couldn't help but be moved. She suddenly threw herself into Bai Ji's arms, her body trembling with excitement. Compared with humans, Warcraft values bloodline the most. Because apart from the superstandard physique of Dowdy bloodline, most human talents do not rely entirely on bloodline. Although it is true that the offspring of the strong are more likely to become strong, like the offspring of Dowdy are basically born Duzun, but there is also the possibility of genius among ordinary people. But Warcraft is different. Before the Warcraft transforms, it can only rely on bloodline to become stronger, so bloodline is really too important. Although the Qingluan clan is honored by humans as the Tianluan clan, compared with the Tianyao Phoenix clan, they are far from being worthy of the word Tian. Among the various magic beast families in the beast domain, they can only be barely considered superior, far inferior to the top Tianyao Phoenix clan. But after the evolution, Mu Qingluan felt that her bloodline power had been upgraded to a higher level. If her previous Qingluan bloodline could only be considered superior, then her current Tianluan bloodline can definitely be considered top-notch. Although it may still not be as good as the top Tianyao Phoenix bloodline, it can also be comparable to the general Tianyao Phoenix bloodline. Although Mu Qingluan had excellent talent before, becoming a Dozun was still a difficult goal for Mu Qingluan. But after her bloodline evolved into Tianluan, Mu Qingluan suddenly had absolute confidence in becoming a Dozun strongman, and even becoming a Dosheng was no longer an almost impossible goal in Mu Qingluan's heart. On the other side, the ancient world. This is the small world where the ancient Dowdy family, which was inherited from the ancient times, lives. Opened up by the first Dowdy of the ancient clan, after generations of Dozheng strongmen continued to expand, it finally formed this strange world now. In the ancient world, there is a vast mountain range. The peaks are verdant and blue, reaching into the sky, and at the top of each mountain, there are misty clouds, like a fairyland. On the cliff at the top of a mountain, a girl in a green dress is sitting cross-legged on a blue stone, practicing in the misty clouds. The girl's temperament is elegant and refined, like a green lotus that is unstained by mud. She has a beautiful face, jade-like skin, exquisite figure, and a body full of ethereal and fairy-like breath, which makes people unable to take their eyes away at a glance. Not far behind the girl, a cute little girl with a pair of fox ears with golden and red on her head and a fluffy fox tail behind her is playing with butterflies in a flower bush behind her. Suddenly, a stream of light suddenly fell from the sky and landed behind the girl. "Miss, I'm back." Looking at the girl in front of him, Gu Xiantong bowed slightly. "Uncle Xiantong, how is brother Xiaobai doing now? Is he satisfied with my gift?" Hearing Gu Xuantong's words, Xiao Suner, who was practicing cross-legged on the big blue stone, couldn't help but open her bright eyes and looked at Gu Xiantong behind her, and couldn't help but ask with a hint of expectation. "Miss, I think he is still doing well." Many people from Zhongzhou came to the founding ceremony he held. As for the gift from Miss, they were also very satisfied. Gu Xiantong replied with a chuckle. However, the first sentence was true, as for the latter sentence. Because he didn't urge Bai Ge to look at the things in the ring, but left directly, naturally he couldn't know whether Bai Ge was satisfied or not. But it was given by his own lady, even if Bai Ge was not satisfied, he had to be satisfied. As long as brother Xiao Bai is satisfied. Hearing Gu Xuantong's words, Xiao Suner smiled on her pretty face. By the way, miss, I also asked the patriarch about this venerable Bai Ge and asked him when he would come to our ancient clan. He said he would come as soon as possible, if nothing unexpected happens, he should come to see you soon. As if he thought of something, Gu Xiantong couldn't help but say it again. It won't be so soon. Brother Xiao Bai is not stupid. He must know that if he comes, his father will never let him go easily. So he will definitely not come to our ancient world unless he can protect himself from his father. Xiao Suner shook her head with some amusement. Is he really going to do this? I think he is very powerful, and he is also a top alchemist. Although he may be a little older, his appearance is similar to yours, and he is worthy of you. The clan leader can only teach him a lesson and vent his anger. How can he let you wait for so long? Gu Xiantong frowned when he heard Xiao Suner's words. Brother Xiao Bai is very proud and will not be taught a lesson by anyone, even by my father. But I understand him and am willing to wait for him. Anyway, we are all practitioners. There is still a long time for us. Xiao Suner's pretty face flashed with memories when she heard Gu Xuantong's words. She couldn't help but smile and shook her head. In her heart, Xiao Suner silently added. Moreover, I believe that brother Xiao Bai will soon have the strength to rival my father and come to me and meet me. In the ancient world, Xiao Suner was looking forward to meeting Bai Ge. In the boundless void, Ziyan in the ancient Dragon Island was also like this. However, compared to Xiao Suner, Ziyan, who has the most noble Dragon Emperor bloodline, is obviously freer because she is not bound by her father. Chapter 928 Going to Fenglai Mountain Range, the lively Sifang Pavilion Conference. More than 10 days have passed since the founding ceremony of the Beatty sect. In the past 10 days, because of the word of mouth of representatives of various forces who came to participate in the opening ceremony of Beatty sect, the name of Beatty sect has spread throughout the entire Zhongzhou. Among them, there are the powerful forces of Beatty sect and its relationship with Xingyun Pavilion and Huasong. There is also the sudden appearance of Yaezun Yaokan, who has been dead for many years. But more is the strength shown by Beg at the opening ceremony. The world of Dupo Kangsheng is a fantasy world. It is not about group combat, but the supremacy of personal force. And Beg crushed Lai Zun, who has been famous in Zhongzhou for a long time, at the opening ceremony. Let Lai Zun, who originally came to provoke and try to disrupt the opening ceremony of Beatty sect, flee in embarrassment. Among them, the powerful strength shown by Beg is far better than any advantage shown by Beatty sect. So, not long after the opening ceremony of Beatty sect ended. As the situation developed, young men and women from all over Zhongzhou soon came to Beatty Peak, wanting to join the Beatty sect. Just as the Beatty sect was busy recruiting disciples, expanding its influence, and began to sell the magic devices and various low-level elixirs of the Sun and Moon Empire to Zhongzhou. Before we knew it, it was time for the Four-Sided Pavilion Conference to begin. The Four-Sided Pavilion Conference was a martial arts competition jointly organized by the Four-Sided Pavilions of Zhongzhou, Xingyun Pavilion, Fenglai Pavilion, Wanjian Pavilion, and Huangchuan Pavilion. It aims to allow young geniuses from each pavilion to exchange ideas and enhance their knowledge. However, because the number of disciples in the Four-Sided Pavilion is limited after all, it would be a bit boring if only the Four-Sided Pavilions exchanged ideas internally. Moreover, the Four-Sided Pavilions basically know each other well, and everyone knows which geniuses are in the other sect. If only the Four-Sided Pavilion participated, the final result would be completely unpredictable. It must be that the geniuses of the Four-Sided Pavilions would stay until the end to decide the final champion. Therefore, in order to expand its influence and increase the difficulty and suspense of the conference, the Sifang Pavilion Conference decided not to restrict the participation of young fighters from other forces and some free fighters. Because of the size of the Sifang Pavilion, the Sifang Pavilion Conference also has a certain amount of attention. Although it is not as good as the Dan-to-Dan Conference, it also attracts the attention of most of Zhongzhou. Therefore, in order to become famous in Zhongzhou, many other forces and some young strong men who are confident in their own strength will also choose to participate in the Sifang Pavilion Conference. This also makes the Sifang Pavilion Conference more eye-catching, which can be said to be a win-win situation. This session of the Sifang Pavilion Conference was held in the East Pavilion of Fenglai Pavilion, which is the Fenglai Pavilion branch pavilion where Lei Zun is located. This place is located in a place called Fenglai Mountain Range. Because the mountains here contain a special magnetic ore vein, and the terrain is extremely high, the weather here is unpredictable, covered with dark clouds all year round, and there are always thunder and lightning. However, for those who practice thunder fighting spirit, this is a good place to practice. This is also the reason why the East Pavilion of Fenglai Pavilion chose to locate here. Because of the four-sided pavilion conference, Fenglai Mountain Range has been welcoming visitors from all over Zhongzhou during this period. These people are mostly young people, and their purpose is also very simple, that is, I hope to show my strength and become famous in the Sifang Pavilion Conference. For some young people from big forces, this Sifang Pavilion Conference is an opportunity to show their talents and strengths and win the attention of the sects and families. For some free young strong men, this conference is an excellent stage to show themselves. As long as you can show your talents at this conference that gathers the attention of the whole Zhongzhou, you may be noticed by some strong people and accepted as a disciple. Even if it is not good, with this exposure, it will be much more convenient to join the major sects in the future. Of course, the premise is to be selected and get a good result in the Sifang Pavilion Conference. Otherwise, if you fail to be selected or are eliminated in the first round of auditions, it is useless and basically comes in vain. However, because the Sifang Pavilion Conference has extremely strict requirements for the contestants participating in the conference, most people come here to watch the conference, and only a few can successfully participate. At this moment, in this vast mountain range, from time to time, streams of light continue to fly from a distance. Towards the mountain range, a towering peak with pavilions and towers shot out. This peak is exactly Lishan, where the East Pavilion of Fenglai Pavilion is located. However, because there are too many people coming to visit and participate in the four-sided pavilion conference, it would be too chaotic if they all rushed in, and the Fenglai Pavilion on Lishan could not accommodate so many people. Therefore, most of the young people who come to visit and participate in the conference, if they do not have a good background and record, will basically be stopped and asked to wait outside Lishan first. Here, the elders of the East Pavilion of Fenglai Pavilion will come to test the cultivation of the contestants and test them. Only those who have reached a certain level of cultivation and passed the test will be allowed to enter Lishan. This is for those who participate in the conference, and if they just come to visit, there will be other arrangements, but they will have to wait until the end. In the sky, accompanied by a ripple in the space, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Is this the East Pavilion of Fenglai Pavilion? It's really lively. Stepping on the sky, looking at the East Pavilion of Fenglai Pavilion on the Thunder Mountain in front of him, and the dense crowds at the foot of the Thunder Mountain, Bai Ge put his hands behind his back, touched his chin, his purple eyes moved slightly, and couldn't help but smile softly. So many people. Are these all people who come to participate in the four-sided pavilion conference? Looking at the endless sea of people under the Thunder Mountain, Nalan Yanran beside him couldn't help but be a little surprised. Most of them are here to watch the excitement. Although the four-sided pavilion conference allows other forces and free fighters to participate, if you want to participate, you still have to meet the basic requirements for participation. That is, you must have a cultivation level of 3-star Tuhuang or above, and you must be under 30 years old. And according to past situations, there are generally additional conditions for testing strength. Han Yu explained behind him. So that's it. After hearing Han Yu's explanation, Nalan Yanran nodded. And when Bai Ge tore the space and brought Nalan Yanran, Kinglin and the sisters Han Yu and Han Shui here. While Bai Ge and his companions were observing the crowd below, someone in the crowd below also noticed Bai Ge and his companions. Tearing the space is this a Dozun strongman. Seeing that Bai Ge suddenly tore through the space to arrive, someone in the crowd couldn't help but shout in shock. Dozun? Impossible, these people look so young, how could there be Dozun strongmen among them, you must have seen it wrong. Beside him, someone heard the exclamation and looked over, seeing Bai Ge and the 4 girls, and couldn't help but be full of doubts. You country bumpkin, you are so ignorant, didn't you see that silver-haired, purple-eyed and calm adult? That is Bai Zun of the Beatty sect. In the crowd, someone recognized Bai Ge's identity and couldn't help but correct him with disdain. If you say it is, then it is, do you have any evidence? The person who was refuted said disdainfully. Evidence? I tell you, the grandfather of my sister's second aunt's third cousin's neighbor is an elder of a big sect. He participated in the founding ceremony of the Beatty sect. How do you think I know this? Among all the Dozun masters, only Baizun is the most handsome. No objection. Yes, that's right. Lord Baizun is the most handsome. If I can marry Baizun, I am willing to shorten my life by 30 years and give birth to 10,000 children for Baizun. Seeing Bai Ge in the sky, some female fighters in the sea of people immediately fell in love with him. They couldn't help but put their hands together and said expectantly, "Get lost, do you think you are a pig beast?" Volume 10 Chapter 929 Lei Zun's Show of Strength, Bai Ge's response. Let's go, we'll go over. In the sky, after looking at the sea of people below for a while, Bai Ge said something, and then turned around with the four women, turned into 5 streams of light, and flew towards Lishan not far away. Although in the sky around Lishan Mountain, people from the East Pavilion of Fenglei Pavilion were patrolling. But after Bai Ge released the Dozun level aura, no one dared to stop him along the way. Bai Ge took the 4 girls and quickly flew over Lishan Mountain. Above Lishan Mountain, there are various buildings of the East Pavilion of Fenglei Pavilion, including palaces and pavilions, as well as rockery and flower gardens and a wide square. But the most attractive thing is a silver tower towering into the sky above Lishan Mountain. After entering Lishan Mountain with Nalan Yanran, Kinglin, and the sisters Han Yu and Han Shuet, Bai Ge took the 4 girls directly to a wide square at the top of Lishan Mountain. On the wide square, because the conference has not officially started yet, no one has entered the square at this time. All the audiences who went up to Lishan Mountain were confined to the position below the square, where there was a dark sea of people. After Bai Ge took the 4 girls and turned into 5 streams of light and landed on the square. On a high platform behind the square, there are many silver chairs here. The senior leaders of Fenglei Pavilion are sitting here at the moment, and there are many empty seats here. These are used for the senior leaders of the other 3 Sifang Pavilion forces, as well as some invited strong men to sit. Among them, a figure that Bai Ge is very familiar with. After seeing Bai Ge, he couldn't help but stand up immediately, gnashing his teeth with a gloomy face and said, "It's him. How dare he come here? Why doesn't he dare to come?" Although the Sifang Pavilion conference is held in our Fenglei Pavilion, it is jointly held by our Sifang Pavilion forces and is open to the entire Zhongzhou. Naturally, he dares to come. And he destroyed your Bei Pavilion. It was your Bei Pavilion that offended him first. As a Dozun, you have provoked him more than once. Isn't it normal for him to destroy you? We don't have an advantage in public opinion. If it is to tear our faces and start a war, I don't care, but do you dare? When Fei Tian stood up and gnashed his teeth, Lei Zun on the side said lightly. He was a strong and overbearing person. Knowing that the North Pavilion was destroyed, he naturally did not want to give up. However, both sides had Dozun strong men. If Bai Ge destroyed Fenglei Pavilion and Beige by bullying, he could also go to Beatty sect and retaliate against each other. Unfortunately, this matter was provoked by Beige. After provoking others twice, the other party turned out to be a Dozun strongman. It was completely reasonable to retaliate at the door. Beige deserved to be destroyed. In the case of being completely unreasonable, if Lei Zun insisted on retaliating, the result would be a complete break and a full-scale war. However, Fenglei Pavilion and Beige are different from other forces. Except for Donga, which is a real Dozun level force, the other 3 pavilions are just slightly stronger Dozun level forces. If Beg's strength is not as good as his, it would be fine, but the last time he went to retaliate, he was beaten by Beg and was completely crushed. If the 2 sides completely broke off and went to war, he could barely keep Donga, but the 2 southwest pavilions would probably be destroyed by Beg like Beige. This is a losing deal no matter how you think about it. So although Lei Zun was very unwilling, he could only choose to keep things quiet for the time being. However, Lei Zun still did not give up on revenge against Bai Ge and Beatty sect. Then can we only swallow this bitter fruit? Our Beige was destroyed by him. Hearing Lei Zun's words, Fei Tian couldn't help but say unwillingly. I said that we will help you rebuild Beige, but for the interests of our 3 pavilions, can you temporarily stay quiet? Although he could understand Fei Tian's feelings, Fei Tian's nonsense here made Lei Zun a little angry, his face became gloomy, and silver lightning flashed on his face. The destruction of Beige was none of their business, and they had already promised to help Fei Tian rebuild Beige. Do they still want their 3 pavilions to sacrifice their own interests to help Beige vent their anger? Seeing Lei Zun's face gloomy, he exuded the oppressive aura of Do Zun level. Fei Tian suddenly seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water, and his heart suddenly calmed down, and he sat down silently. But looking at Bai Ji, Fei Tian couldn't help but clench the hands behind the chair tightly, and the veins on his palms bulged. Venerable Bai, what wind blew you here? After Bai Ji landed on the square, Venerable Lei immediately stood up from the high platform of the VIP seats in the back, squinting his eyes and said with a fake smile. Although there are conflicts between the two sides, as long as they don't tear each other apart, they still have to give face on the surface. After all, they are all Do Zun, and everyone carries a sedan chair. And who has a good relationship with the 4 Do Zun of Sifang Pavilion? But no matter what the relationship is, when you meet each other, the most basic greetings and courtesy are still necessary. Whether you are sincere or weird, at least you have to do enough surface work. Haha, the 4-sided pavilion conference is a grand event in our Zhongzhou. My White Emperor sect has just been founded and its foundation is still shallow. I want to join in the fun, but I didn't know that this meeting was actually held in your pavilion. I hope you will forgive me for disturbing your pavilion this time. Bai Ji also narrowed his eyes, smiled very calmly, and clasped his fists. I didn't expect it to be held in my Fenglai pavilion. Do you think my Fenglai pavilion is not worthy? At Bai Ji's words, Lei Zun sneered in his heart. However, it is a fact that he lost to Bai Ji, and this cannot be refuted, so Lei Zun changed the direction of counterattack and said calmly. The 4 pavilions take turns to hold the Sifang Pavilion Conference, which disappoints Bai Zun, but Bai Zun actually came to our noble sect, so please come and take a seat. Yan Ran, Kinglin, you two should prepare to attend the meeting later. I will take you and Schwetter there. After hearing the invitation from Lei Zun, Bai Ji did not refuse. Instead, he said something to Nalan Yanran and Kinglin, and then walked over with Han Yu and Han Shuet. When walking towards the VIP seats not far away with Han Yu and Han Shuet, Bai Ji suddenly noticed Fei Tian, who was angry and gloomy on the VIP seat. However, Bai Ji showed a nonchalant smile, but ignored it. The role of this tool man has almost been used up, and he is basically useless. Although he has learned the 3000 thunder movements and the 3000 thunder illusionary bodies, he can even beat Lei Zun. Does Lei Zun dare to ask him to abolish the 3000 thunder movements and the 3000 thunder illusionary bodies? Now you can't say anything. Please sit down, Bai Zun. After Bai Ji walked to the VIP seat, Lei Zun stood up and asked Bai Ji to take a seat with a smile, but Lei Zun asked Bai Ji to sit in the second row. However, Lei Zun and the other 3 Fenglai Pavilion Masters sat in the first row. And there were empty seats in the first row, but Lei Zun deliberately asked Bai Ji to sit in the second row. This was obviously a show of force for Bai Ji. Lei Zun smiled on the surface, but there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Bai Ji also laughed, no need, I brought a seat. After saying that, Bai Ji took out a throne covered with soft animal skin and inlaid with glass gems from his ring, and placed it next to the VIP seats, closer to the front than the first row, and then sat down leisurely, crossed his legs, and looked at Lei Zun with a playful look. Seeing that Bai Ji actually took out a throne and placed it closer to the front than the first row, Lei Zun's originally smiling face became stiff, and the corners of his mouth twitched, which was very ugly. This guy, who even brought a seat with him, was really cautious. Chapter 930, The 4-Square Pavilion Conference began. Easily resolved Lei Zun's prestige. Bai Ji placed the throne at the front of the VIP seats and sat leisurely on the gorgeous throne cushioned with soft animal skin. Han Yu and Han Shuet, who were beside him, took out a table, snacks and fruits, and fed Bai Ji, while the other massaged Bai Ji's shoulders and legs. Bai Ji leaned on the throne and enjoyed the service of the 2 women. On the other side, seeing Bai Ji so indulged in enjoyment, Lei Zun and Fei Tian's eyes twitched and they cursed in their hearts. This guy really likes to pretend. As a Do Zun strongman, can he be a little bit of a Do Zun strongman? Do you think you are a dandy boy? However, although they cursed in their hearts, for some reason, they suddenly envied Bai Ji's romantic and unrestrained appearance. This feeling is too comfortable. But although they envied him in their hearts, Lei Zun was already old among the 2. If he learned to play like Bai Ji, he would be known as an old pervert the next day, and his reputation would be ruined. Fei Tian thought about breaking through Do Zun every day, and spent almost all his time on cultivation, and he didn't have the world to make such a show like Lin yet. The most important thing is that the North Pavilion of Fenglai Pavilion has been destroyed by Bai Ji. Now Fei Tian is a commander without troops, it's uncomfortable to think about it. But the most important thing is that the two are not as young and handsome as Bai Ji. Bai Ji sat on the throne like this, lazily served by two women. Although he looked corrupt, the handsome man and beautiful woman were indeed pleasing to the eye. But Lei Zun and Fei Tian, not to mention that their previous behavior image has been stereotyped in the outside world, the more important thing is that one of them is wind-dried old bacon and the other is old bacon. If you want to play like this with Bai Ji, you don't have good looks, and you will only be secretly despised by young people. You are old, and you still play like this, shameless. So the two can only maintain their dignity on the surface, but secretly envy and hate. Waiting. There was a whistling sound in the sky, and a giant sword tens of meters long suddenly came from the distant sky and turned into a stream of light. After landing above the square, the giant sword slowly stopped. There were two people standing on the giant sword. One of them was a young man, whom Bai Ji also recognized. He was the Wanjian Pavilion member whom he had seen in the Tianshan Blood Pond. Tianjiao Tang Ying. The other one was a short old man in a linen shirt. He looked ordinary and invincible, but Bai Ji could feel that he was also a Dozun level strongman. Haha, Sword Master, you came quite quickly this time. Seeing the arrival of Sword Master, Thunder Master immediately stood up. Compared with the sarcasm when talking to Bai Ji, Thunder Master was very cheerful to Sword Master. However, the main reason is that Wanjian Pavilion is located in the northern region, in a corner, with little expansion, and there is no big conflict of interest with Fenglai Pavilion and Dongga. The reason why Fenglai Pavilion is so hostile to Xingyun Pavilion is mainly because Xingyun Pavilion was too powerful during the period of Yaezun, which made Fenglai Pavilion still afraid. However, for Lei Master's smiling welcome, Sword Master's face was a little stiff and unmoved. He had once competed with Lei Zun, and was almost able to defeat Lei Zun, but at the last moment, he was defeated by Lei Zun's 3000 Thunder Phantom bodies, which made Jianzun always feel uneasy. So for Lei Zun's smiling welcome, Jianzun just bowed to Lei Zun, put away the giant sword, and walked to the VIP seat with Tang Ying. When approaching the VIP seat, seeing Bai Ji sitting on the gorgeous throne and being carefully served by Han Yu and Han Shuet, Jianzun couldn't help but frowned. Where did this kid come from? Why is he sitting here, side by side with us, and in public, let women serve him? This is too rude. As an ascetic monk, Jianzun was a little uncomfortable. However, noticing the master's expression, Tang Ying was afraid that the master would make a move without understanding the situation and make an enemy for nothing, so he whispered to Jianzun. Master, don't get me wrong. This is Venerable Bai, the Venerable Bai who defeated Venerable Lei. He is Venerable Bai. Hearing Tang Ying's words, Venerable Jian was shocked. Although he heard that Venerable Bai, whom he had never met, was the youngest and most handsome among all the venerables, and was completely unlike the other venerables. But Venerable Jian just thought that Bai Ji was middle-aged. He didn't expect that Bai Ji actually looked as young as his disciple, and he was so well-mannered. You said his swordsmanship is not inferior to mine. Looking at Bai Ji, Venerable Jian couldn't help but narrow his eyes and sent a voice message to his disciple Tang Ying. Yes, Master, anyway, when I went to participate in the opening ceremony of their Beatty sect, I saw his swordsmanship, and I am not the only one who thinks so. Tang Ying also whispered. Haha, he has a swordsmanship that is not inferior to mine, so it seems that his current appearance should be his disguise. As a swordsman, he will not be obsessed with beauty. Sword Venerable sent a voice message while taking a deep look at Bai Ji, and then sat on a silver chair. Tang Ying stood behind. Not long after Sword Venerable, another figure shot out from the distant sky and came to the sky above the square. It was a gloomy old man with a pale face and one black and one white eye. This was Huang Chuan Venerable of Huang Chuan Pavilion, and next to Huang Chuan Venerable was Wang Chen, the Tianjiao of Huang Chuan Pavilion. After Huang Chuan Venerable arrived, Lei Venerable stood up again to welcome him, and then Huang Chuan Venerable and Wang Chen also sat over. Finally, accompanied by a whistling green whirlwind, three figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These three figures were naturally the last people from Xingyun Pavilion who came late. Among them were Yao Venerable Yao Chen and Mu Qingluan, who were all known to Bai Ji. Among the three people, the only one Bai Ji didn't recognize was an old man wearing a green robe and with a free and easy temperament. This should be the famous Feng Zun Guling. Feng Zun, and Yao Zun, Yu Xingyin Pavilion always like to appear last. After Feng Zunguling and Yao Chen arrived, Lei Zun stood up again, squinting his eyes, and spoke to Feng Zunguling and Yao Chen, with a hint of fear in his tone. Feng Zun was already his great enemy, and now Yao Zun Yao Chen has returned, and his strength is not clear at all. It seems that after being missing for so many years, Yao Zun Yao Chen's strength may have increased instead of decreased. It's indeed a bit late to come, and I've kept everyone waiting for a long time. In response to Lei Zun's words, Feng Zunguling smiled warmly, bowed to the VIP seats, and apologized. After that, Guling took Yao Chen and Mu Qingluan to the VIP seats. Approaching the VIP seats, when he saw Bai Ji, Guling could not help but bow to Bai Ji solemnly. You must be Venerable Bai, right? Thank you for saving my brother. Yao Chen has saved me. Venerable Bai saved Yao Chen, which means he saved me. From now on, Venerable Bai's affairs will be the affairs of Xingyun Pavilion. Venerable Feng is too polite. Venerable Yao has also helped me a lot. We are all mutually beneficial. Seeing Venerable Feng's serious face, Bai Ji also stood up and bowed to Venerable Feng with a smile. After further greetings, Venerable Feng and Yao Chen sat down in the VIP seats, Mu Qingluan stood behind them, and Bai Ji sat down again. On the side, Venerable Lei's eyes became more fearful when he heard the conversation between Venerable Feng and Bai Ji. But it's not time to make trouble yet. Time. So Lei Zun still suppressed the impulse in his heart, stood up, circulated the fighting spirit in his body, and sent out a loud voice like thunder to the surroundings. Welcome everyone to participate in my Sifang Pavilion conference. Now that my Sifang Pavilion representatives have arrived, I will not waste any more time here. Now I declare that the Sifang Pavilion conference has officially begun. Chapter 931 Feng Qing'er's disappearance, Lei Zun's borrowing a knife to kill. Now I declare that the Sifang Pavilion conference has officially begun. At the top of Lishan Mountain, as Lei Zun stood up in the VIP seat, a thunderous explosion sounded. Under the entire mountain top, the crowd, like a tide, suddenly burst into a thunderous and excited noise. Before the conference officially begins, I will explain the rules of the conference. It's still the old rules. All contestants, including my Sifang Pavilion disciples, a total of 55 contestants, are ready to enter the square and start the first round of selection. The big melee will last until only the last 8 people are left on the field. Now, the competition begins. As Lei Zun raised his right hand, a loud bell sound suddenly resounded throughout the square. Hearing the bell sound, the contestants who met the competition requirements and were allowed to participate in the Sifang Pavilion conference turned into streams of light and rushed towards the competition square. I saw nearly 50 contestants flying around, one by one, and soon entered the competition square. In addition to these contestants, Tang Ying, Wang Chen and Mu Qingluan in the VIP seats, as well as Nalan Yanran and Qinglan who were standing on several large trees around the square, also jumped and flew towards the square. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the contestants entered the competition square. However, in the competition square, after other contestants entered. As Tang Ying, Wang Chen, Mu Qingluan, Nalan Yanran and Qinglan entered, the contestants around them immediately moved away from where the 5 of them landed. Everyone knew that these 5 Tianjiao from big forces were not something that ordinary contestants like them could deal with. However, the 5 of them did not care about the retreat of the contestants around them. Instead, they moved their bodies and used their own methods to attack the contestants around them. The first selection of the Fenglai Pavilion Conference was to eliminate more than 80% of the people in the melee. So it was inevitable to eliminate others, and only the 8 most powerful people were qualified to stay until the end. For a while, as the 5 Tianjiao from big forces took the lead. Among the other contestants, some of the unlucky contestants began to retreat quickly, trying to avoid the attacks from the Tianjiao, while the others attacked the contestants next to them. For a while, the colorful fighting spirit suddenly roared and surged like a tide, constantly bursting out. Only 8 people can be left in the first round of the melee. For the 5 powerful geniuses such as Nalan Yanran and Qinglan, ordinary contestants obviously have no confidence in defeating them. But for the other ordinary contestants around them, everyone is very confident in themselves. As for why they attacked the contestants around them, it is naturally because there are 8 final places. Since it is impossible to eliminate geniuses like Nalan Yanran and Qinglan, they can only attack the contestants around them. Anyway, there are 8 places, and one is given to a genius like Nalan Yanran, and there are still 3 left, so I still have a chance. However, when the melee started in the square, in the VIP seats, seeing that among the contestants participating in the 4-square pavilion conference in the square, there was no genius Feng Qing'er from Fenglai Pavilion, which made Huang Chuan Venerable on the side a little strange. Venerable Lei, where is Miss Feng from your Fenglai Pavilion? Why haven't I seen her? Didn't she attend the Sifang Pavilion conference this time? She hasn't come back yet. Qing'er has been missing since she went to Tianmu Mountain to attend the Tianshan blood pool last time. I think I should ask Venerable Bai about this. In the previous Tianshan blood pool, Qing'er was severely injured by 2 disciples of Venerable Bai, together with Mu Qingluan of Xingyun Pavilion and a disciple of Huasong. After escaping, she lost contact with our Fenglai Pavilion. Venerable Lei said slowly, and couldn't help looking at Bai Ji. Did this old man find something? Hearing what Venerable Lei said, Bai Ji couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. But although Feng Qing'er was indeed captured by him, Bai Ji would not be stupid enough to admit it now. What does Lei Zun mean by this? During the competition for the Tianshan blood pool, the reason why Miss Feng Qing'er from your pavilion was eliminated was indeed related to our Beatty sect, but it was fair competition. But Miss Feng Qing'er from your pavilion is missing, and our Beatty sect doesn't know about it at all. Your pavilion should ask the 2 dozongs who followed Miss Feng Qing'er. What does it have to do with our Beatty sect? Regarding Lei Zun's secret probing, Bai Ji glanced at Lei Zun while enjoying Han Yu and Han Shui's shoulder rubbing, and said lightly. We have tried this, of course, but my Fenglai pavilion sent people to protect Qing. The 2 dozong elders of your pavilion are also missing. Lei Zun still narrowed his eyes, still trying to put the blame on Bai Ji. Although he was right, Bai Ji could not deny it. Anyway, I won't deny it. What can you do? If you have the ability, show me the evidence. 2 dozong elders are also missing? Haha, it may be that the 2 elders of your pavilion are too weak, maybe they were eaten by some monsters, or it may be that the 2 dozong elders of your pavilion secretly abducted Miss Feng Qing'er of your pavilion, and it is also possible that they fled for fear of crime. Bai Ji's mouth curled up a few lines of teasing. But when he heard Bai Ji's words, Lei Zun couldn't help but frown. My Fenglai pavilion is at least the top power in Zhongzhou, and the elders in the pavilion have a high status. Why would they risk their lives to abduct and sell the Tianjiao goddess of their Fenglai pavilion? Isn't this nonsense? But looking at this guy, there is nothing strange on his face. Could it really not be him? After his face was full of black lines, Lei Zun observed Bai Ji's face and couldn't help but feel a little confused. But being eaten by a monster is impossible. Qing'er is a member of the Tianyao Phoenix clan. Which blind monster dares to eat Tianyao Phoenix? The test failed, and Lei Zun was full of doubts. But whether it was done by Bai Ji or not, Lei Zun had no intention of letting Bai Ji go. Anyway, he mentioned this now, just as a topic, deliberately letting the surrounding Jianzun and Huang Chuanzun know. Anyway, Feng Qing'er did disappear after participating in the Tianshan blood pool. Logically speaking, even if she was seriously injured and found a place to heal her injuries in the middle, it would not take several months to heal. And unless there was an accident, Feng Qing'er would never not rush back to participate in the 4-sided pavilion conference. And if Feng Qing'er had an accident, the most relevant person would be the Beatty sect, because it was mainly the people of the Beatty sect who injured Feng Qing'er, which led to Feng Qing'er's disappearance. So the purpose of Lei Zun today is to bring up this topic here, and when the conference is over, he will force the pot on Bai Ji, and then notify the Tianyao Huang clan. For the Beatty sect, his Fenglai pavilion really can't afford to offend, but for the Tianyao Huang clan, which is even more domineering and powerful than his Fenglai pavilion, the Beatty sect is nothing. After knowing that the Tianyao Huang disappeared, regardless of whether it was the Beatty sect's fault, because the Beatty sect was the culprit, the Tianyao Huang clan would definitely not let the Beatty sect go. Lei Zun is sure of this. But everything still needs to wait until the 4-sided pavilion conference is over. The 4-sided pavilion conference is a grand event that attracts the attention of the entire Zhongzhou. As long as the 4-sided pavilion conference is over, he will have people spread the news of Feng Qing'er's disappearance. As Feng Qing'er, the goddess of Fenglai Pavilion, did not attend the 4-sided pavilion conference, this will definitely attract countless attention. At that time, he will have people spread some conspiracy theories and point the finger at the Beatty sect. Whether there is evidence or not, the Beatty sect is closely related to Feng Qing'er's disappearance and will definitely be suspected by many people. And with the domineering and strong power of the Tianyao Phoenix clan, when the public opinion in the entire Zhongzhou points to the Beatty sect, the Tianyao Phoenix clan will definitely send people to the Beatty sect. Whether the murderer is the Beatty sect or not, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The Tianyao Phoenix clan must show the wrath of thunder. Chapter 932 Farewell Xiao Yan, Qinglin's Deterrence. In the VIP seats, Bai Ji was still sitting on the throne, enjoying the service of Han Yu and Han Shuet. Bai Ji didn't know what the Lei Zun was planning at the moment, but even if he knew, Bai Ji wouldn't care. Although the Tianyao Huang clan was powerful, he wouldn't be afraid unless the clan leader of the Tianyao Huang clan came. At this time, Bai Ji was watching the battle in the square. In the square, more than half of the 55 Do Huangs were eliminated in less than 10 minutes, leaving less than 10 people on the field. Among these less than 10 people, Nalan Yanran, Qinglin, and Mu Qingluan, who had reached Do Zone, were naturally the strongest, followed by Wang Chen and Tang Ying, who had reached the half-step Do Zone, and several strong men that Bai Ji didn't know. However, among these less than 10 people, Bai Ji found a very familiar figure, that is Xiao Yan. When returning to Canaan College, Bai Ji was a little surprised that the great elder Su Jian did not bring Xiao Yan with him. Now it seems that Xiao Yan has already left Canaan College and went to Zhongzhou. But looking at the square, Xiao Yan's strength is only 5-star Do Huang. Although it is not bad, it is impossible to win the championship in the four-sided pavilion conference like in the original plot. A few minutes passed. After another fierce battle, the last 8 people in the first round of selection were finally decided. Among them, there are naturally Nalan Yanran, Qinglin, Mu Qingluan, Tang Ying, and Wang Chen. But Bai Ji was surprised that Xiao Yan, with the strength of a 5-star Do Huang, finally stayed. However, the reason why Xiao Yan stayed was not because of his strong strength, but because he actually had a companion, who was also a student of the inner courtyard of Canaan College. At first, Bai Ji did not recognize this inner courtyard student. But after observing for a while, Bai Ji recognized him. Isn't this Lin Yan, who had met him once before? Relying on the joint efforts of Xiao Yan and Lin Yan, Xiao Yan and Lin Yan finally stayed, and there was another one who was sent by Fenglai Pavilion to replace Feng Qing'er's elite disciple. However, after the first round of elimination, the next thing was the battle. In the battle, it was a single battle. Starting from 8 people, 1 round of elimination, to 4 people, to 2 people, and finally 2 people in the finals to decide the champion. After the first round of the big melee elimination, the elders of Fenglai Pavilion came out and took out a special box, and asked the 8 people who passed the first round of elimination to draw lots and match their opponents. After the lottery, the list of the second round of the battle came out. Wang Chen will fight against Xiao Yan, Mu Qingluan will fight against Lin Yan, Nalan Yanran will fight against Tang Ying, and finally Qinglin will fight against the elite disciples from Fenglai Pavilion. After the list of the second round of matches came out, the square was cleared again under the arrangement of the elders of Fenglai Pavilion. The contestants who were injured in the melee were carried away by the staff of Fenglai Pavilion and asked for treatment. The large square that was finally cleared was used as the venue for the next match. First, the first round was between Xiao Yan and Wang Chen. In this match, Xiao Yan was beaten up by Wang Chen without any surprise. Although Xiao Yan had good opportunities, he didn't have the original golden finger grandfather Yao Chen. Now Xiao Yan was completely crushed by Wang Chen in both martial arts and fighting skills, and was not Wang Chen's opponent at all. And if Xiao Yan hadn't reacted in time at the end, he would have been almost killed by Wang Chen. The cultivation techniques and fighting skills of the people in Huangchuan Pavilion are all inclined towards darkness and death, with extremely strong lethality. They will not hold back in battle. After escaping with his life by chance, Xiao Yan quickly took several healing pills he made and began to heal his wounds after leaving the square. The second match was between Mu Qingluan and Lin Yan. There was no suspense in this match either, as Mu Qingluan easily defeated Lin Yan. The third match was between Nalan Yanran and Tang Ying. Compared with the previous 2 matches, which were almost without suspense, this battle was extremely attractive. After all, it was a duel between 2 geniuses from big forces, which naturally made people look forward to it. As the game began, Nalan Yanran and Tang Ying immediately started to fight. In the game, Tang Ying showed strong strength. Although he did not reach Do Zone, he was also very strong as a half-step Do Zone. However, facing Tang Ying, who was half a Do Zone, Nalan Yanran showed Do Zone level strength, which not only shocked the audience, but also shocked Lei Zun, Jian Zun and Huang Chuan Zun in the VIP seats. They all participated in the Tianshan blood pool. Why did their disciples only reach half a dozone, while the Beatty sect in front of them reached the dozone level? Jianzun and Huang Chuanzun had complicated eyes and were very depressed. It seems that the champion of this Sifang Pavilion conference does not belong to them again. Seeing the competition on the square, Lei Zun's face was a little gloomy. Although Nalan Yanran had reached dozone, Lei Zun was a little surprised, but what followed was jealousy and unwillingness. If her disciple Feng Qing'er had not disappeared, with Feng Qing'er's strength and talent, she should have reached the dozone level and could charge towards the championship at this Sifang Pavilion conference. And under the attention of everyone. In the battle between Nalan Yanran and Tang Ying, Nalan Yanran finally won. Although Tang Ying tried his best in the battle, the absolute gap in cultivation made Nalan Yanran only use Feng Shen Leg, Pei Yun Palm and Tianzhuang Fist to end the battle. After the third game, the last round of the first round was held. Qinglin played against Lei Xiao, a genius disciple of Fen Glei Pavilion who replaced Feng Qing'er. But it was obvious that with Qinglin's dozong strength, he didn't even need to use the green snake 3-flower pupils to easily win against a Duhuang. With Qinglin's victory, the second round of the battle ended. The elders of Fen Glei Pavilion took out the special box for the lottery again, and asked Wang Chen, Tang Ying, Nalan Yanran and Qinglin who entered the third round to draw lots. The result of the third round was as follows. Wang Chen played against Qinglin, and Tang Ying played against Nalan Yanran. But in the eyes of all the audience, just after the game started, facing Qinglin, Wang Chen chose to admit defeat directly, without even fighting. This caused the audience around to explode. However, Wang Chen had no choice but to do this. He had fought with Qinglin before in the Tianshan blood pool. At that time, the opponent did not attack himself, but released several snake monsters to crush him. After returning and asking his master Huang Chuan, Wang Chen knew that the opponent he faced was actually a monster with the legendary top pupil technique, the green snake 3-flower pupils. What a fight! Since he was destined to lose, Wang Chen naturally admitted defeat directly, so that he could save his face. As for why he admitted defeat, let the outside world guess, but if he fought and was crushed, it would be really embarrassing. Chapter 933 Nalan Yanran vs Mu Qingluan, The Power of the Divine Sword and Thunder Controlling True Art. The third round of the game, the second game, Mu Qingluan vs Nalan Yanran. Because Wang Chen stood up in the match between Wang Chen and Qinglin, the audience around could only turn their expectations to the battle between Nalan Yanran and Mu Qingluan. I am looking forward to the battle between Mu Qingluan and Nalan Yanran even more. After all, it is a duel between two peerless beauties with extremely strong backgrounds and strengths. As the elders of Fen Glei Pavilion announced the entry of the contestants, two peerless beauties wearing green long skirts slowly walked into the competition square. However, one of them has a cute and lovely temperament, and the other has a pure and beautiful temperament, which gives people a very different feeling. Qingluan, I can finally have a duel with you. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. In the square, looking at Mu Qingluan in front of her, Nalan Yanran took out the fine wind sword, a faint smile appeared on her pretty face, and said. Me too, although I can't beat Qinglin, I can still compete with you. Mu Qingluan also took out a magic sword, and slowly put the exquisite magic sword inlaid with magic core on her chest, and a faint smile appeared on her pretty face. Then let's have a good fight. Nalan Yanran's pretty face was full of fighting spirit, and she raised the thin wind sword and said. While Nalan Yanran was talking to Mu Qingluan. After seeing Mu Qingluan and Nalan Yanran on the field, the elder of the Fen Glei Pavilion on the side finally shouted, the game begins. Hearing the words of the elder of the Fen Glei Pavilion who was the referee, two girls in green long skirts in the square moved their bodies, with a whistling gust of wind, and instantly turned into two green shadows, attacking each other. I saw that as the whistling green wind attribute fighting spirit burst out, while bringing out gusts of wind, the two beautiful figures collided with each other instantly. I only saw two figures constantly moving quickly in the square and colliding, and bursts of clanging sounds of metal colliding continued to come out. At the beginning, both women were just testing. However, as the battle progressed, both women used various powerful fighting skills. Mu Qingluan used the inherited fighting skills of the Qingluan clan and the fighting skills of the Xingyun Pavilion, while Nalan Yanran also used the Feng Shen Leg, Pei Yun Palm, Tianzhuang Fist and Sanfen Diwen Qi. For a moment, the terrifying blue tornado quickly condensed and formed, and continued to rage and sweep across the square. In the shrill whistling sound, the silver floor on the square was rolled up, and the big trees in the surrounding woods were also pulled and shaken continuously. The strong suction made the spectators watching the battle in the air a little embarrassed. In the square, in addition to the blue tornado that was constantly raging with countless sharp wind blades that were enough to cut through gold and iron, there were also bursts of bitter cold air that froze everything. As long as it fell to the ground, a large area of the ground would instantly freeze into a thick layer of white ice. The mist condensed by Pei-Yun Palm, carried by the strong wind, greatly increased the lethality range and power of Tianzhuang Fist's cold air. Of course, there were also the balls of Sanfen Giwen Qi that Nalan Yanran blasted out from time to time. However, Mu Qingluan, who was born in the Qingluan clan and was a disciple of Feng Zun, also had fighting skills of the same level to deal with Nalan Yanran's Sanfen Giwen Qi. Amid the raging fighting Qi and various flying fighting skills, two green figures shuttled through the wind, like swifts flying through dark clouds, constantly colliding in the square, and crisp clanging sounds continued to ring out. As the terrifying green tornado swept, the silver floor on the ground was almost rolled up, and the surrounding trees were also sucked and trembling. Under Nalan Yanran's Sanfen Giwen Qi and Mu Qingluan's wind blade, the floor in the tornado had no time to fall, and was about to be completely destroyed by the two women. The entire square was already mostly destroyed because of the previous fierce battles. In the battle between the two women, she was even more devastated, but even with such a fierce battle, the two women still couldn't decide the winner. It's meaningless to continue, let's decide the winner with the last move. After fighting for most of the day without a winner, after a collision, Nalan Yanran looked at Mu Qingluan and said, "Okay, let's decide the winner with the last move." After hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Mu Qingluan also nodded and replied. After that, the two women suddenly turned into two clear shadows and quickly jumped back to the square. After they met on one side, they immediately used fighting skills that increased their strength. Wind and cloud combine, dragon and phoenix return to their origin. As Nalan Yanran shouted, the wind and cloud power around them suddenly surged, and a wind dragon and a cloud phoenix condensed around Nalan Yanran. Amid the roars of dragons and phoenixes, the wind dragon and the cloud phoenix suddenly met above Nalan Yanran's head, and instantly turned into a majestic pure spiritual energy, which instantly poured into Nalan Yanran's body, and Nalan Yanran's momentum suddenly soared. On the other side, Mu Qingluan also used the secret method to stimulate the power of blood, Tianluan transformation. Compared with the previous secret method called Tianluan transformation, which was actually just Qingluan transformation, because of the evolution of blood, the strength increase brought by the Tianluan transformation secret method is not inferior to Nalan Yanran's wind and cloud combination, dragon and phoenix return to their origin. Heavenly Phoenix transformation. In Mu Qingluan's low shout, as the blood power in her body boiled, Mu Qingluan's momentum suddenly soared. After performing the amplification secret method, both sides began to perform their strongest fighting skills. Nalan Yanran suddenly spread her phoenix wings and soared into the sky, and then performed the divine sword to control the thunder, using the sword control technique to control the thin wind sword to float in front of her, while her pair of jade hands continued to form seals. In the sky, the rolling dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun suddenly gathered from all directions on the ground, turning into a dark cloud eye, rotating above Nalan Yanran's head. Countless thunders rumbled in the clouds, and electric snakes raged and exploded. 9 heavens mysterious break, turned into divine thunder. The magnificent power of heaven, lead it with the sword. As the dark clouds above her head gathered and formed, Nalan Yanran suddenly grabbed the thin wind sword in front of her, and raised the thin wind sword in her hand with a loud shout. In an instant, a silver blue beam of light suddenly burst out from the thin wind sword and suddenly shot into the dark clouds. As the silver blue beam of light penetrated the dark clouds, the rolling thunder in the clouds suddenly poured into the silver blue beam of light, and drilled into the thin wind sword along the beam of light. After the silver blue beam of light dissipated, Nalan Yanran's thin wind sword had turned into a dazzling and eye-catching silver blue, and thunder and electric snakes continued to wreak havoc around Nalan Yanran, making Nalan Yanran look like a goddess controlling thunder. Heaven-level low-level fighting skills, star-picking hand. While Nalan Yanran performed the divine sword controlling thunder true art, Mu Qingluan also performed the strongest fighting skills of the Xingyun Pavilion. As the majestic fighting spirit in the body suddenly burst out, the surging fighting spirit like a tide turned into a huge silver-white giant palm in the air and grabbed Nalan Yanran. Cut! At this time, Nalan Yanran also let out a cold and delicate cry, and slashed the thin wind sword in her hand. In an instant, a thick thunder dragon roared and shot out from the thin wind sword. In the dazzling lightning, with the whistling sound of wind and thunder, it shot towards the star-picking hand that Mu Qingluan had displayed. Boom! As the thunder and the silver-white giant palm collided with each other, the terrifying fighting spirit fluctuations suddenly broke out. In the dazzling lightning, a roar exploded, and the raging wind swept around violently. Seeing this strong wind that was enough to uproot the big trees whistling around, the elders of the Fenglay Pavilion around them immediately took action and worked together to wipe out the sweeping wind. After the dazzling lightning dissipated, Nalan Yanran was safe and sound in the sky. But in the square, at the original position of Mu Qingluan, a charred pit with a diameter of almost 10 meters and a depth of more than 5 meters appeared, almost like a meteorite crater. I lost. In the distance, seeing this charred giant pit that seemed to be hit by a meteorite, Mu Qingluan sighed and said. Although the two women have the same strength, compared with the star-picking hand, the pavilion guarding fighting skill of Xingyun Pavilion, it is obvious that the divine sword controlling thunder technique taught by Professor Bai Ge to Nalan Yanran is more powerful. Chapter 934 The Last Civil War of the Beatty Sect, Genius is not as good as cheating. Thunder Venerable, this thunder-attributed fighting skill is so powerful, I'm afraid it is at least the starting point of the heavenly rank. You Fenglay Pavilion don't have such a powerful fighting skill, right? In the VIP seats, seeing the divine sword controlling thunder technique used by Nalan Yanran in the sky, Huang Chuan Venerable couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said to Thunder Venerable beside him. This thunder-attributed fighting skill, our Fenglay Pavilion does not have a thunder-attributed fighting skill that can compare, but the Duki continent has a long history, and there are countless powerful fighting skills. Isn't it normal that some of them are stronger than our Fenglay Pavilion? We should congratulate Venerable Bai for having such a powerful fighting skill. This powerful fighting skill is completely enough to be the fighting skill of the sect. The future potential of the Beatty sect is endless. Venerable Lei's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. He just talked, but he brought the topic to Bai Ge without leaving any trace. But Bai Ge didn't want to talk too much with this old man, Venerable Lei. It's just good luck. Although this fighting skill is powerful, it is far inferior to the 3,000 thunder phantom bodies of Fenglay Pavilion in terms of mystery. Bai Ge enjoyed Han Yu and Han Yu's shoulder and leg massage, leaning on the throne, smiling lazily, and said lightly. Want to praise him to death, just think too much, see how he will take the ball back directly, and stab Lei Zun in the heart with a knife. 3,000 thunder phantom body. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Lei Zun's face suddenly stiffened. Thinking of the 3,000 thunder phantom body, he felt a little vomiting blood in his heart. Because I heard from Fei Tian that Bai Ge killed the 4 elders of the North Pavilion of Fenglay Pavilion, and he must have collected the complete fighting skills scroll of the 3,000 thunder phantom body. And then, Bai Ge killed Fei Tian's 3,000 thunder phantom body and extracted the mysterious thunder power from Fei Tian's 3,000 thunder phantom body. This mysterious thunder power can break the special seal of the 3,000 thunder phantom body scroll, which means that the hateful guy in front of him can already practice the 3,000 thunder phantom body. If it was someone who was weaker than him, let alone practicing the 3,000 thunder illusion body, even if he had obtained the 3,000 thunder movements to practice, Lei Zun would have wanted to go to his house and grind him to ashes. But unfortunately, Bai Ge was stronger than him, so Lei Zun could only pretend not to know and prevent the news from spreading. Anyway, as long as he didn't know, he didn't have to hold Bai Ge accountable, and he didn't have to lose face. But it wasn't that Lei Zun didn't want to hold him accountable, it was just that he didn't have that much strength. After all, he couldn't beat Bai Ge, but this matter was still like a thorn in Lei Zun's heart. Being exposed by Bai Ge like this, Lei Zun felt like he was stabbed in the heart, and it hurt so much. On the other side, in the square, with Mu Qingluan admitting defeat, the elder of Fenglay Pavilion, who was the referee, announced the outcome of this game, and the winner was Nalan Yanran. And because of another game, Wang Chen played against Kinglan, and the result was Kinglan's victory. Now, in the Four Square Pavilion Conference, all the participating disciples of the Four Square Pavilion have been eliminated, and the remaining 2 contestants are from the White Emperor sect. This had to surprise the audience. In this session of the Four-Sided Pavilion Conference, was it that the strength of this session of the Four-Sided Pavilion was not good enough, or that the newly emerged Dozun level Beatty sect was too strong? Unexpectedly, all the geniuses of the Four-Sided Pavilion were eliminated, and the final was a civil war in the Beatty sect. Compared with the previous Four-Sided Pavilion conferences, this session of the Four-Sided Pavilion Conference was a little different. However, although there was some surprise in my heart, everyone with a discerning eye knew that it was not that the strength of the genius disciples of this session of the four-sided pavilion was too weak. On the contrary, Tang Ying and Wang Chen, the disciples of this session of the four-sided pavilion, were both half-step dozong. Feng Qing'er of Fenglai Pavilion did not come, so I don't know what strength she has, but Mu Qingluan of Xingyun Pavilion is dozong. Compared with the geniuses in any previous session of the four-sided pavilion conference, this strength is absolutely not weak at all. Only the two disciples of the Beidi sect are too powerful, and both of them are dozong strong men. Even if you look at the history of the entire four-sided pavilion conference, there is no such situation. There are actually two dozongs in the young generation of a sect, and neither of them is yet 25 years old. Under the expectation of the audience, the final match is finally about to begin. With the announcement of the referee, the elder of Fenglai Pavilion, Nalan Yanran, and Kinglin walked to the competition square at the same time. Facing Kinglin, Nalan Yanran took out the Zifeng sword, but couldn't help sighing, and looked at Kinglin with a complicated look. Kinglin, if this game is not the Sifang Pavilion Conference, I really don't want to fight with you. Although for ordinary fighters, Nalan Yanran's talent can be regarded as a genius, and it can be said that everyone envies it. But Nalan Yanran also has his own envy, that is, Uncle Xiao Yuxian and Kinglin. Nalan Yanran is indeed a genius, but no matter how talented a fighter is, it is impossible to beat a cheater. And Xiao Yuxian and Kinglin are cheaters. Although their cultivation talents are not the strongest, they both have a natural magical power that can be called a demon. Xiao Yuxian's poisonous body can improve her cultivation as long as she keeps swallowing poison. In just over 20 years, Xiao Yuxian has gone through a journey that others would take hundreds of years to go through, from a fighter at the Duzhakai stage to a Duzun strongman at the top of the Duqi continent. As for Kinglin, although the effect of the green snake three-flower pupil on improving Duqi cultivation is not as direct as the poisonous body, the green snake three-flower pupil's ability to target and restrain snake monsters allows Kinglin to subdue countless snake monsters for his own use. As long as the subdued snake monsters are strong enough and there are enough of them, not to mention fighters of the same realm, even fighters with higher strength than Kinglin cannot beat Kinglin. And the key is that Kinglin can also absorb the strength of the subdued snake monsters through the green snake three-flower pupil to improve his cultivation. Although according to Kinglin, the green snake's three-flower pupils absorb the power of the subdued snake monsters little by little, and cannot drain them all at once, otherwise it will cause irreversible damage to the subdued snake monsters. However, as long as there are enough subdued snake monsters, each if you absorb a little bit from each snake monster, the cumulative effect is also very impressive. Nalan Yanran and Kinglin broke through to Dozong at the same time in Tianshan Blood Pool. But now, several months have passed, and Nalan Yanran is still a one-star Dozong. But Kinglin, because he subdued many snake monsters in the mountains near Tianmu Mountains, absorbed the power of the subdued snake monsters through the green snake three-flower pupils, and in just a few months, his cultivation has been raised to 3-star Dozong, which makes Nalan Yanran envious. Originally, his cultivation is not as good as Kinglin, and Kinglin can summon a large number of snake monsters, including Duhuang and even Duzong monsters. Nalan Yanran can't beat him at all. But because he wants to show the strength of Beidi sect at this Sifang Pavilion conference. In order to highlight Kinglin's strength, even if he knows that he can't win, Nalan Yanran can only bite the bullet and fight Kinglin. Don't worry, Yanran, I'll let them be gentle with you. Facing Nalan Yanran's complicated eyes, Kinglin showed a playful smile on her pretty face. While Nalan Yanran and Kinglin were talking, the referee of Fenglai Pavilion on the side finally announced the start of the game. As the game started, Nalan Yanran quickly spread her phoenix wings and distanced herself from Kinglin, while Kinglin also immediately opened his green snake three-flower pupils. Accompanied by a burst of faint light bursting out from the emerald green eyes, in the shocked eyes of everyone. I saw more than a dozen huge snake monsters above level 6 suddenly emerged from around Kinglin, and after a roar to the sky, they rushed towards Nalan Yanran. Chapter 935 The Power of the Green Snake Three-Flower Pupils, the Sifang Pavilion Conference ended. On the square. When seeing two faint lights burst out from Kinglin's emerald green eyes, the void suddenly rippled. Then, more than a dozen huge snake-like monsters suddenly emerged from the void, hissing at the sky, turning into streams of light, and bursting out towards Nalan Yanran. The audience around couldn't help but exclaimed in shock. What's going on? How could so many snake-like monsters suddenly appear? And they are all snake-like monsters above level 6, how is this possible? Can this woman control snake-like monsters? But how can one person control so many snake-like monsters? Aren't you afraid of being attacked? Seeing Kinglin summon a large number of snake-like monsters, controlling them, and attacking Nalan Yanran, the audience around couldn't help but be shocked and incredible. For a while, many people couldn't figure out what was going on. However, in the VIP seats, when they saw Kinglin summon a large number of snake-like monsters. Noticing Kinglin's cyan eyes, even several knowledgeable Douzun masters in the VIP seats couldn't help but be shocked. This is indeed the green snake triple flower pupil. Although he had heard from his disciple Wang Chen that this woman named Qinglin could control snake-like monsters, Huang Chuanzun guessed that Qinglin might have the legendary green snake triple flower pupil. But when he really saw it, Huang Chuanzun's gloomy face was still full of shock, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Although he was a Douzun, the top powerhouse in Zhongzhou, but at his level, he would find that Douzun was just the strongest person in Zhongzhou. In Zhongzhou, there are actually more powerful Dousheng powerhouses. As a Douzun, Huang Chuanzun naturally also wanted to become stronger. But being able to become a Douzun powerhouse has exhausted all his potential. To become a Dousheng powerhouse, the difficulty is countless times more difficult than becoming a Douzun powerhouse. Without unparalleled talent and unique opportunities, it is impossible to succeed. The green snake triple flower pupil of the woman in front of him, Kinglin, is a peerless talent that can almost 100% become a Dousheng. This cannot help but make Huang Chuan venerable, who has exhausted his potential and basically has no hope of being promoted to Dousheng, feel jealous. On the side, when seeing Kinglin display the green snake triple flower pupil and summon a large number of 6th order and 7th order snake monsters, the eyes of Sword Venerable could not help but be moved. Although he is a swordsman, loyal to the sword all his life and only interested in the sword, he is not jealous of Kinglin's green snake triple flower pupil, but it does not prevent him from being shocked by this legendary top pupil technique. Compared with Sword Venerable, Lay Venerable of Fenglay Pavilion and other branch pavilion masters including Fei Tian, their faces are full of gloom. What kind of good fortune does this Beatty sect have to receive this person with the top pupil technique green snake triple flower pupil as a disciple? As long as the owner of the green snake triple flower pupil does not die midway, the Beatty sect has great hope of becoming a top force like Danta in the future. It's really enviable. However, after a burst of intense jealousy, as if he had thought of something, Lei Zun calmed down again, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The owner of this green snake 3 flower pupils does have infinite potential, but Bai Zun, I will not give you the opportunity to continue to grow in the Beatty sect. Although I can't beat you, there are still people in this Zhongzhou who can crush you like a stink bug, so prepare to die. In the square. After Kinglin summoned dozens of 6th order snake monsters and several 7th order snake monsters, Nalan Yanran tried her best to break through the obstruction of these snake monsters and rush to Kinglin to fight with Kinglin. Because with Nalan Yanran's strength, it is impossible to defeat dozens of 6th order snake monsters and several 7th order snake monsters head-on. So in order to win, Nalan Yanran can only try to defeat Kinglin. But unfortunately, although Nalan Yanran has tried her best, it is almost impossible to break through the blockade of dozens of powerful snake monsters. These are not 1 or 2 or 3 snake monsters, but dozens of snake monsters with strength above 6th level. Among them, even the smallest snake monster is nearly 10 meters long and more than 1 meter thick. Dozens of huge snake monsters almost blocked the square. Whether from the ground or the sky, Nalan Yanran could not break through the obstruction of the snake monsters. Facing the continuous attacks of the snake monsters, Nalan Yanran eventually fell into a slump. Although Nalan Yanran also used the divine sword to control the thunder and cut out a shocking thunder dragon, she was still broken by the joint attack of dozens of snake monsters. Nalan Yanran had no choice but to choose to admit defeat. I admit defeat. After the divine sword to control the thunder and the clouds covering the sky above began to dissipate. After admitting defeat, Nalan Yanran also sighed and folded the wings of the phoenix, and slowly descended from the sky. In the last finals, contestant Nalan Yanran chose to admit defeat, so the final champion is contestant Kinglin. Because Nalan Yanran chose to admit defeat, the elder of the Fenglay Pavilion who was the referee on the side immediately flew into the air, activated the majestic fighting spirit, and issued a rolling sound like wind and thunder to the surroundings. After hearing the announcement of the elder of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, after a period of silence, countless spectators on the mountains around the top of the mountain and in the air couldn't help but cheer like a tide. Countless spectators who were fans of Kinglin at the four-sided pavilion conference couldn't help but shed tears of joy and shouted excitedly because Kinglin won the championship. Long live Miss Kinglin! I knew Miss Kinglin was the champion. Miss Kinglin is so good, Miss Kinglin will be my new goddess from now on. Miss Kinglin, I love you. Woo woo, I envy those snakes so much. I also want to be controlled by the goddess Kinglin like those snakes. Although Kinglin did not personally take action in the competition and show extraordinary strength, she defeated Nalan Yanran in a crushing way by controlling countless snake monsters, wearing a green dress and a sweet smile. This unique way of fighting created a strong contrast with Kinglin's cute and lovely appearance, which made countless spectators fall in love with her. Of course, Nalan Yanran also won countless fans at the four-sided pavilion conference because of her strong strength. But because Nalan Yanran lost, her supporters naturally couldn't be very active. However, after this four-sided pavilion conference, two more Tianjiao goddesses appeared in Zhongzhou, Nalan Yanran and Kinglin from Beatty sect. This is definitely true. After the elders of Fenglai Pavilion announced the champion, Lei Zun's also stood up in the VIP seat. Although his face was not very good, he still made a thunderous sound in a deep voice. Okay, the championship of this four-sided pavilion conference is officially over, and the champion is... Lei Zun's tone was slightly paused, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Beatty sect Kinglin. Chapter 936 Lei Zun's threat, the upcoming crisis. With the end of the four-sided pavilion conference, the crowds surrounding the top of Lishan Mountain and in the sky suddenly began to disperse. These people came from all over Zhongzhou just to watch this year's Sifang Pavilion Conference. Now that the conference is over, it's time to leave. Congratulations to Venerable Bai. Congratulations to Venerable Bai's beloved disciple for winning the championship. In the VIP seats, because of Kinglin's victory, Venerable Jian and Venerable Huangchuan both stood up and bowed to Beg, congratulating Beg in a low or gloomy voice. Because Wang Chen and Tang Ying's strength was originally the last two among the four great geniuses of Sifang Pavilion, Venerable Jian and Venerable Huangchuan did not have much hope of winning the championship of the Sifang Pavilion Conference. So when they saw Kinglin winning the championship, because they had no grudge against Beg, they naturally stood up and politely congratulated Beg to express their goodwill. Haha, thank you. Thank you. Although he was not familiar with the Sword Master and the Yellow Spring Master, Bai Ji naturally stood up from the throne and clasped his fists to the two of them in return. Because the four-sided pavilion conference had come to an end. Since he had won the championship at the four-sided pavilion conference, his reputation had been established, and the popularity had been used up. After saying goodbye to the Wind Masters Guling and Yao Chen, Bai Ji prepared to return with the Han Yu and Han Shui sisters, Nalan Yanran and Qing Linear Beatty sect. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ji put the throne under him into the ring, and the sisters Han Yu and Han Shui beside him also put away the fruits, snacks and tea one by one, and then put away the table. But just as Bai Ji was about to take people away, with a flash of lightning, the figure of Lei Zun suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji. Bai Zun. Looking at Bai Ji, Lei Zun slowly raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and spoke in a deep voice, with silver-blue currents flowing and flashing on his silver-white beard and the thunder-patterned robe on his body. What's wrong, Lei Zun? Is there something wrong? Seeing Lei Zun blocking the way, Bai Ji couldn't help but narrow his eyes and asked. Nothing, just want to ask you again, Bai Zun, do you know where my disciple Qing'er is? Lei Zun smiled faintly and asked. Your disciple Feng Qing'er? How could I know where she is? You don't know your disciple, so you ask me. Do you think I'm your father? Bai Ji sneered. You. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Lei Zun couldn't help but blush with anger. But he wanted to curse back, but he had been in a high position for too long. In order to maintain his dignity and demeanor, Lei Zun had long forgotten how to curse. Of course, he was more concerned about his image. Bai Zun, as a Douzun strongman and the leader of a sect, you should at least pay attention to your image. Don't spit dirty words casually, otherwise you will lose your identity. Taking a deep breath and forcibly calming the anger in his heart, Lei Zun said in a deep voice, Sorry, I am so casual. I never indulge certain people. I have come to my door to find trouble, and I still want me to treat it with a smile. Do you think you are the only one who has a big face? Bai Ji showed a bright smile on his face, but what he said made Lei Zun want to hit him. Clenching his fists, feeling the sudden and vague pain in his body, Lei Zun forced himself to loosen his fists. Damn, I can't beat him. Zhen Bai, although you will definitely not admit it, I know that Qing'er's disappearance is definitely related to you. I sent 2 Dozong elders to protect her, but she and the 2 Dozong elders disappeared, and being able to take Qing'er away from the 2 Dozong elders of my Fenglai pavilion is definitely not something that an ordinary Dozong can do. Before Qing'er disappeared, the only Dozong strongman she contacted was you, and you are the one with the most reason and motivation to attack Qing'er, because you want to win the championship in the 4 Square Pavilion Conference, and Qing'er is your biggest obstacle. Calming down again, Lei Zun said coldly to Bai Ji. Because Lei Zun's voice was not lowered at all, it immediately attracted the attention of Huang Chuanzun, Jianzun, and Feng Zun Guling and Yao Chen of Xingyun Pavilion who had not left yet. For this session of the 4-party pavilion conference, Fenglai Pavilion did not send Feng Qing'er, but sent other disciples instead. They were also very confused. They did not expect that Feng Qing'er was missing. But is Feng Qing'er's disappearance related to this venerable Bai? Just when everyone was full of doubts, Bai Ji could not help but suddenly burst into laughter. Funny, so funny. What you said is so funny. Although I asked Yanran and Kinglan to find a way to drive Feng Qing'er from your Fenglai pavilion out of the Tianshan blood pool, but at that time, because your Fenglai pavilion provoked me, I fought back, so what's wrong? But Feng Qing'er from your Fenglai pavilion is missing, what does it have to do with me? It's true that your Fenglai pavilion sent 2 Dozong elders to protect her, but with your vision, you should also know that in the Duqi continent, for the real big forces, Dozong is nothing. There are too many people who can take Feng Qing'er away from the 2 Dozong elders of your Fenglai pavilion. Why do you have to be sure that it was me? Don't tell your intuition is that I have a grudge against you. Looking at Lei Zun, Bai Ji raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Also, you said that the reason I took your Feng Qing'er away was because I wanted to win the championship in the 4-sided pavilion conference, and Feng Qing'er from your Fenglai pavilion is the biggest obstacle for our Beatty sect. You are too good at flattering yourself, aren't you? It's not like I haven't seen Feng Qing'er from your Fenglai pavilion before. She is indeed very beautiful, but she was only at the peak of Duhuang before. After being severely injured by Yanran and Kinglan and others and driven out of the Tianshan blood pool, it's good that she can recover in the past few months. Even if she can break and stand up again, she can be promoted to Duzong. But do you think Feng Qing'er from your Fenglai pavilion can defeat Kinglan? Lei Zun, do you have a problem with your brain, or do you think others are as stupid as you? Being sneered by Bai Ji, Lei Zun's face suddenly turned as black as charcoal, and he was very angry. But what he said just now was originally meant to touch Bai Ji, so he endured Bai Ji's scolding. Humph. Anyway, for now, you are the one who has the most motive. No matter how you explain, it will be useless. Just wait. Qing'er is not just a disciple of my Fenglai pavilion. Looking at Bai Ji, Lei Zun said coldly. I thought that these words would make Bai Ji's face move, at least he would show a look of doubt, but Lei Zun was disappointed. Bai Ji's face was still a sneer as if he was looking at a fool, without any fluctuation. This made Lei Zun feel a little angry. Didn't this guy understand what I meant? Damn it! You can do whatever you want. In order to save his face, Lei Zun forced himself to snort coldly, then flicked his sleeves and turned away. After listening to Lei Zun's words, because they knew Feng Qing'er's background, Jianzun and Huang Chuanzun, who were not far away, couldn't help but narrow their eyes slightly, as if they understood what Lei Zun wanted to do. And Feng Zun frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. Behind Feng Zun Guling, Mu Qingluan's pretty face flashed a trace of deep worry. What can we do now? The Sky Demon Phoenix clan is so domineering. If Fenglai Pavilion insists on attributing the cause of Feng Qing'er's disappearance to Senior Bai will be in danger. Volume 10 Chapter 937 Bai Ji's confidence comes from Huazong's request for help. This old man, after all this time, it turns out that he wants to scare me with the Sky Demon Phoenix clan and act awesome in front of me. It's a nice idea, but I won't let you succeed. Looking at the back of Lei Zun pretending to be profound and leaving with his sleeves waving, Bai Ji couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. However, on the side, because of Lei Zun's words, Feng Zun couldn't help but come over and said with some concern. Venerable Bai, this Feng Qing'er is not a simple person. She is from the Tianyao Huang clan, the top demon beast family in Zhongzhou. The Tianyao Huang clan has always been domineering and powerful. Even if Feng Qing'er's disappearance has nothing to do with you, as long as they think you are suspicious, they will definitely come to trouble you. The Tian Yao Huang clan is powerful, and your Beatty sect may be in danger. Don't worry, it's just the Tian Yao Huang clan, I am sure. Have you forgotten that I have a friendship with the Taixu ancient dragon clan? Bai Ji smiled faintly at Venerable Feng's concerns and said. However, although he said the Taixu ancient dragon clan, Bai Ji did not put his hope on the Taixu ancient dragon clan, because he knew that there was a big bug in the Dopo Kangsheng world. That is, the patriarch of the Tian Yao Huang clan, Huang Tian, is a 5-star Do Sheng, while the 3 dragon kings of the Taixu ancient dragon clan are only 3-star Do Sheng. In theory, the Tian Yao Huang clan and the Taixu ancient dragon clan are mortal enemies. The Tian Yao Huang clan should have directly taken advantage of Ziai Yan's father's absence to destroy the Taixu ancient dragon clan, but the Tian Yao Huang clan did not do so, so this was called a big bug in Dopo Kangsheng in Bai Ji's previous life. But now Bai Ji has traveled to the real Dopo Kangsheng world, and this bug is impossible to exist. If this bug does not exist, then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that there is actually a Taixu ancient dragon strongman in the Taixu ancient dragon clan who is not inferior to Huang Tian in strength. Or Huang Tian is actually only a 3-star or 4-star Do Sheng, or even lower, so he dare not attack the dragon island of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. Bai Ji is more inclined to the former possibility, which is a kind of intuition. However, regardless of whether this bug has been fixed or not, Bai Ji did not put too much hope on the Taixu ancient dragon clan. After all, relying on heaven, earth, and others is not as good as relying on yourself. For the Tian Yao Huang clan, although there are many Tian Yao Huang Do Sheng strong men, except for Huang Tian, whose strength is unknown, Bai Ji is a little afraid of the rest. They are just some 1-star and 2-star Do Sheng. Although Bai Ji's strength is only 5-star Do Zun, Bai Ji has the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, and with the strength of Bai Ji's 8-colored glazed fire, even if he performs one change, it is enough to improve his strength close to 5 stars. Although the violent 8-colored glazed fire will also cause damage and burden to Bai Ji's body, with the 9-spirit begonia martial soul, there is no need to worry about this problem. And with the help of the silver eyes of breaking delusion and the 8 trigrams fire method, it is more than enough to deal with a 1-star or 2-star Do Sheng with the main body, and even if there are a few more Do Shengs, Bai Ji has the 3000 Thunder Illusion body and the Holy Demon Titan Shura Emperor martial soul to take out. If Huang Tian of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan takes action, Bai Ji is not without the ability to deal with it. He can directly use part of the source energy originally stored in the system for lottery, let the system open a time and space channel, let the original body in the Douluo plane attack from a distance, and directly kill Huang Tian. The original body that absorbed the Douluo continent's plane origin, according to the system's multiverse strength level, has completely reached the 8-star law level of strength in the Douluo continent, and it is more than enough to kill Huang Tian, who has not even reached the 6-star god and demon level. Since Bai Ji has so many means, he is naturally not panicked at all. The Taixu ancient dragon clan? I heard that they came to your Beatty sect when the founding ceremony was held, and they also sent you gifts. If you have the protection of the Taixu ancient dragon, the Tian Yao Phoenix clan should not dare to offend your Beatty sect. But you still have to be fully prepared, Venerable Bai, we should be prepared. For example, notify the Taixu ancient dragon in advance, and let them send their people to guard your Beatty sect for a while. The Taixu ancient dragon clan has been in seclusion for a long time. I am afraid that even if the Tian Yao Phoenix clan has heard that your Beatty sect and the Taixu ancient dragon clan have a relationship, they will not believe it. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Feng Zun couldn't help but say with some concern. Guling, don't worry. Since Bai Zun said there is a way to deal with it, there must be a way to deal with it. Listening to Bai Ji and Wind Reverend Guling's words, Yao Chen also came over and said in a deep voice. Because he had followed Bai Ji for a long time, although he still didn't figure out Bai Ji's origins, Yao Chen already had a deep understanding of Bai Ji's mystery and omnipotence. Since Bai Ji said that there was a way to deal with the upcoming Sky Demon Phoenix clan, Yao Chen believed that there must be a way to deal with the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. And maybe the Reverend Bai in front of them knew more about the Sky Demon Phoenix clan than they did. Well, but if Reverend Bai needs it, please crush this token and notify the 2 of us. Although we are weak, we will definitely come to help. Hearing the words of his old friend Yao Chen, Guling couldn't help but sigh, but still took out a token and handed it to Bai Ji, and said very solemnly. Haha, definitely, definitely. Bai Ji took the token and bowed with a smile. Bai Ji also admired this free and easygoing, loyal, and righteous Feng Zun. Oh, by the way, the last time Qingluan went to Beatty sect, I have to thank Bai Zun for giving Qingluan a precious 9th grade elixir, which actually helped King Luan's bloodline evolve. Suddenly noticing Mu Qingluan on the side, Feng Zun Guling couldn't help but bow to Bai Ji again and thank him. You're welcome. I also liked Qingluan very much. Anyway, I have no place to use that elixir, so it's just right to give it to Qingluan. Bai Ji said with a smile. As for the last time he helped Mu Qingluan evolve her bloodline, because the ability of the perfect symbiont was too shocking, Bai Ji asked Mu Qingluan not to reveal the existence of the perfect symbiont, but to say that the bloodline evolution was completed because of a 9th grade elixir he gave her. He continued to exchange a few words with Feng Zun Zhe Guling, and then confirmed the official establishment and opening date of the Alchemist Academy with Yao Chen. Finally, after rubbing Mu Qingluan's little head, who was slightly worried on her pretty face, Bai Ji prepared to leave. Okay, Feng Zunzhet, Yao Zunzhet, then we'll go first. Haha. See you next time. After saying goodbye to Guling and Yao Chen, Bai Ji immediately tore the space and returned to Beatty sect with Nalan Yanran, Kinglin, and Han Yu and Han Shui sisters. However, not long after tearing the space and returning to Beatty sect. Just when Bai Ji had just asked Nalan Yanran, Kinglin, and Han Yu and Han Shui sisters to announce to all the people of Beatty sect that Beatty sect won the championship in the four-sided pavilion conference. Before Bai Ji had time to step into the Beatty tower, a delicate jade plate on his chest suddenly became hot. This is... Taking the jade plate from his chest, looking at the delicate jade plate in his hand, the carved flowers, which were either budding or in full bloom, were lifelike and extremely beautiful, and Bai Ji couldn't help but frown. This was the contact token that Yun Yun gave him last time, and Yun Yun also had one in his hand. If Yun Yun was in danger and sent Do Chi to the jade plate in his hand, then his jade plate would sense it. Is Yuner in danger? Chapter 938, Huazong is in crisis, let's see who dares to move. On the other side, somewhere in Zhongzhou. In a boundless sea of flowers, a majestic mountain stands tall. Above the mountain, clouds and mists linger, and various exquisite palace buildings are continuous. In the palace, all are beauties that are admired by countless men in the outside world, but these beauties are hiding in the palace at this moment, and each of them looks terrified. This is Huazong. At this moment, in the sky outside the palace, a white-haired old woman is stepping on the sky, her old face is full of solemnity. She is the elder of Huazong, and her strength is the peak of 9-star Dozun. Next to the elder of Huazong is a beautiful woman wearing a green dress, with a peerless appearance and elegant temperament. Her expression is also very solemn. She is Yun Yun. Behind the two, there are a large number of Huazong elders, whose strength is above the Dozong realm, and everyone looks at the opposite side with solemn faces. Opposite the elders of Huazong, stood a group of men with strange and cold temperaments. Led by two black-robed elders, everyone looked at the elders of Huazong with sneers. These people were not from other places, but from Tianming Zone. Yuming Ghost Lord, Senluo Ghost Lord, how did you people from Tianming Zone enter our Huazong? Looking at the two black-robed elders in front of him, another Ghost Lord at the peak of the 9-star Dozun level and a Senluo Ghost Lord at the 6-star Dozun level, the elder of Huazong tightly grasped the cane in his hand, his old face full of anger. The Huazong the sect is clearly protected by a barrier and a formation. If an external enemy came, they should have been discovered long ago. How could they have broken through the barrier and formation and entered the interior of the Hua sect? Hehe, you have to ask your own people in the Hua sect about this. Hearing the words of the Hua sect's elder, Senluo Ghost Lord couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Come out, Demon Flower Evil Lord. As Senluo Ghost Lord shouted, two figures suddenly shot into the sky from below. They were a beautiful woman in brocade robes and a handsome man with an evil face. Huajin, Demon Flower Evil Lord, it turns out that you brought these people from the Tianming sect in. Seeing the brocade-robed woman and the evil man appearing in the sky, the Hua sect's elder couldn't help but clench the cane in his hand, his old face full of anger. She never thought that these people from the Tianming sect would be brought in by their own people. This is simply letting a wolf into the house. Huajin, as a member of our Hua sect, why did you let these people from the Tianming sect in? Don't you know that they are our mortal enemies? You are inviting wolves into the house. Looking at Huajin and Demon Flower Evil Lord, the Hua sect's great elder couldn't help but say angrily. Damn old woman, shut up. In response to the words of the Hua sect's great elder, Demon Flower Evil Lord's face sank and he shouted coldly. Since you agree with my marriage with Jinner, you must have approved of our proposal for the cooperation between our two sects, but you are always on guard against me. The cooperation between our two sects has not been launched for a long time. Now you have given the position of sect master to this little girl who has just arrived. It seems that you don't want to lead the Hua sect to cooperate with our Tianming sect at all. Join hands with your Tianming sect. Hearing the words of Demon Flower Evil Lord, the Hua sect's great elder couldn't help but curl up a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. The reason why she agreed to Huajin's marriage with the Demon Flower Evil Lord was purely because Huajin had a deep affection for the Demon Flower Evil Lord for some reason and had to marry him. She had no choice. Thinking of the relationship between Huazong and Tianming Zong, she simply helped the two of them and temporarily eased the conflict. However, the Huazong's elder had never let down his guard against Tianming Zong. She thought that even if Huajin was blinded by love, he should have understood the situation in the big issues. Joining forces, this is simply impossible. The Tianming Zone kept saying that they wanted to join forces, but if they let down their guard against the Tianming Zone, I'm afraid that the first thing that the Tianming Zone would think of was not to expand together, but to swallow up their Hua Zone. Hua Zone and Tianming Zone have always been mortal enemies, and the previous generation of the sect master Hua Yu even fought a life and death duel with the Tianming Zone's sect master Yu Mingzi in the Hua Zone. In the end, the previous leader Hua Yu spent her lifespan to seal Yu Mingzi in a hidden place in Hua Zone at the cost of her legs being broken and dying. Although the Hua Zone publicized the result of the final duel as the two of them perished together. But Tianming Zone obviously did not believe that this Demon Flower Evil Lord was an undercover sent by Tianming Zone to investigate the situation. The Huazong elder could still deal with this Demon Flower Evil Lord alone. But if Huazong and Tianming Zone joined forces, and more people from Tianming Zone came, the location of Yu Mingzi, the previous leader of Tianming Zone, would probably be discovered. And once Yu Mingzi was released, let alone joining forces with Tianming Zone, it would be God's blessing if their Huazong could not be destroyed. Countless years of deadly hatred could be resolved just because of a marriage. This idea can only be said to be pitifully naive. If we join forces with your Tianming sect, I'm afraid our Hua sect will disappear from Zhongzhou from now on. The Hua sect's great elder mocked the words of the Demon Flower Evil Lord. Humph! If you don't join forces with us, then we will make you disappear from Zhongzhou now. Looking at the Hua sect's great elder, the Demon Flower Evil Lord said coldly. My dear, didn't you say that the Hua sect will be handed over to me in the future? You just need to kill this dead old woman and this dead girl. I believe that there will always be tactful people for the others. On the side, hearing the words of the Demon Flower Evil Lord, the brocade-robed woman named Huajin couldn't help but pull the Demon Flower Evil Lord's arm, acting coquettishly, pointing at the Hua sect's great elder and Yun and said. Haha! Don't worry, Jinner, I just said it casually. How can we destroy such a good sect like Huasong? We will only kill those who don't obey and leave those who obey. Then we will hand over Huasong to you. Huajin's coquettish cry made his bones soft. Yaya Huashijun looked at Huasong below, and a trace of lust flashed in his eyes, and he smiled evilly. My dear, thank you. After hearing the words of Yaya Huashijun, Huajin couldn't help but lean on Yaya Huashijun's shoulder with attachment, looking very moved. Seeing the affectionate look of the couple opposite, whether it was the elder of Huasong, Yun, or the other elders of Huasong, they couldn't help but flash a trace of disgust in their eyes, and felt a little sick in their hearts. This Huajin is an orphan brought back by the previous master. He grew up in Huasong. Now, for a wild man, he even gave birth to his own children. To betray one's own sect is simply disgusting. Yuner, when will your master arrive? While watching the affection between Demon Flower Evil Lord and Huajin, the Hua clan's great elder could not help but quietly transmit a message to Yun who was standing beside him. Don't worry, great elder, I have sent a distress signal to my master. There is a space mark in my distress jade token. My master should be here soon. He may be breaking the barrier of our Hua clan and the protective formation of our Hua clan now. Yun secretly transmitted a message and replied to the Hua clan's great elder. Yuner, is your master's strength really enough? This Demon Flower Evil Lord and Sen Luo Ghost Lord are both 6-star Dozun. The Hua clan's great elder was still a little hesitant. Don't worry, great elder, my master's strength is definitely enough. Yun replied confidently in a voice transmission. Hey! I hope so. The Hua clan's great elder shook his head in his heart. If the people from Tianming sect had not come so suddenly this time, the Ghost Lord of the Netherworld, the Ghost Lord of Senluo and the Demon Flower Evil Lord alone would definitely not be able to do anything to their Hua sect. It's a pity that the Grand Elders of their Hua sect are all in seclusion. If there is no special means to wake them up, it is absolutely impossible for them to be alarmed by the outside world. Don't be delusional. No one in our Hua sect is afraid of death. It is absolutely impossible for you Tianming sect to annex our Hua sect. Because they need to wait for Bai Ge to arrive, the Grand Elder of Hua sect can only delay time, staring at Huajin and the Demon Flower Evil Lord in the sky, and shouting angrily. Haha, ridiculous, I don't believe that there is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. The Demon Flower Evil Lord said disdainfully to the words of the Grand Elder of Hua sect. As long as we can control you, your Hua sect will be in our Tianming sect's pocket, and you can fly to the sky. Yeah Hua, don't waste time with this old woman, start early, end early, I still have to go back to report. After listening to the long-lasting verbal battle between Ye Huashijun and the Huasong Elder, Yuming Ghost Lord became a little impatient. Okay. Then I won't keep Ghost Lord waiting for long. Ye Huashijun smiled evilly and clasped his fists to Yuming Ghost Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord behind him. Turning around again and looking at the elders of Huasong, when he saw some beautiful women with elegant postures, a trace of lust flashed in Ye Huashijun's eyes. Everyone, come on, if you can conquer this Huasong today, you can choose any beauty in this Huasong. Waving his hand fiercely to the back, Ye Huashijun opened his arms, laughed evilly, and shouted loudly. However, just after the Demon Flower Evil Lord finished his words, everyone was laughing obscenely, and they had no time to act. A cold shout suddenly came from the air. Let's see who dares to move. Chapter 939, Fighting the Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord, Tianming Shura Hand. Let's see who dares to move. As a cold shout came from not far away, a silver-blue lightning suddenly shot out from the distant sky amid a roar of thunder and stopped in the air. It was a handsome young man in white clothes with silver hair and purple eyes. Master! Seeing Bai Ge arrive, Yun couldn't help but excitedly said. When they heard Bai Ge's voice, everyone turned their heads to look at Bai Ge at the same time. On the side, hearing Yun calling Bai Ge master and seeing Bai Ge's handsome and almost flawless face, the Demon Flower Evil Lord couldn't help but flash a trace of jealousy in his eyes. Are you the master of this little girl, Bai Zun of Beatty sect? Looking at Bai Ge, Ye Huashijun said with a gloomy face. Yes, I am. Bai Ge observed the situation around him, frowned slightly, and said lightly. Beatty sect? I heard that it has been very popular in Zhongzhou recently, which is not bad. A sneer appeared on Ye Huashijun's evil face. But don't be too proud. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You are just a dozun. The water in Zhongzhou is very deep. We in Tianming sect should not seek death when doing things. Seeking death? Haha, you people in Tianming sect are really arrogant. When I went to Tianmu Mountains, I met an elder and a disciple of your Tianming sect. They were as arrogant as you and wanted to threaten me, but unfortunately, the grass on their graves should be 3 feet high now. In response to Ye Huashijun's threat, Bai Ge smiled coldly and said sarcastically. You killed the old demon Yin Mo and Luo Cheng. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the evil Flower King's face suddenly darkened. When he knew that Yun was going to take people to the Tian Shan blood pool, he immediately notified the Tianming sect and asked the Tianming sect to send people to intercept and kill Yun, but he didn't expect it to fail. He thought that Yun had successfully killed him. After all, Yun's body was sealed with the Do-Chi cultivation of the previous generation of Huazong, the peak level of the 9-star Dozun, but he didn't expect that it was the guy in front of him who interfered with his plan. You guy, you dared to disrupt the work of our Tianming sect and even kill our Tianming sect members, very good. Very good. Looking at Bai Ge, the Demon Flower Evil Lord had a gloomy face and a cold tone. Behind him, the Ghost Lord of the Netherworld and the Ghost Lord of Senluo, as well as the other elders of the Tianming sect, all had gloomy faces, staring at Bai Ge viciously, wishing to peel Bai Ge's skin and pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to ashes. Yes, it was me who did it. If you want revenge, then come on. Bai Ge laughed sarcastically. Damn it. You're looking for death, come on. Being provoked by Bai Ge, Demon Flower Evil Lord could no longer bear it. After an angry roar, he suddenly turned into a stream of light and instantly shot towards Bai Ji. Beside him, Senluo Ghost Lord also showed a few cold smiles on his face, and quickly turned into a black shadow to kill Bai Ji. As for the accompanying Tianming sect's great elder Yuming Ghost Lord, he fought with the Hua sect's great elder. Evil Wind Slash. While quickly turning into a residual image and shooting towards Bai Ji, Demon Flower Evil Lord immediately took out a magic sword with an evil shape, whistled with an evil voice, and swung the sword fiercely to cut out the sky full of fighting spirit, which turned into a series of dark fighting spirit blades and shot towards Bai Ji. Yuming Ghost Hand. On the side, while rushing over angrily, Senluo Ghost Lord also shouted sinisterly, and suddenly burst out with dark fighting spirit, condensing into a hideous black skinny ghost hand, grabbing towards Bai Ji. As the dark ghost hand condensed into shape, the black breath of death corroded even the air around the dark skinny ghost hand, making a sizzling sound, which was enough to show the horror of this netherworld ghost hand. You dare to show off your skills in front of an expert, 8-color glazed fire. However, facing the evil fighting spirit of Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord, Bai Ji was not afraid at all. He snorted coldly and instantly released the 8-color glazed fire all over the sky. In the air, he condensed into 2 8-color fire dragons and roared towards the 2 people. The 2 thick 8-color fire dragons, their bodies full of burning 8-color glazed fire, broke through the dark fighting spirit blades all over the sky at the moment of roaring, and also instantly broke through the netherworld ghost hand released by Senluo Ghost Lord. For Tianming sect, because the fighting spirit cultivated by Tianming sect is the same as Huangchuan Pavilion, they all belong to the negative attributes of darkness, yin and evil. And the strange fire, as the fire of heaven and earth, is just the most yang and the most rigid thing, which can be said to completely overcome the evil fighting spirit of Tianming sect. So Bai Ji did not use any fighting skills, but directly released the 8-color glazed fire, condensed 2 roaring 8-color fire dragons, and instantly solved the angry attack of Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord. After dealing with the angry attacks of Demon Flower Evil Lord and Sen Gui Gui Zun, the 2 8-colored fire dragons roared with unabated force, rushing towards the 2 people in a roar. Almost in an instant, the 2 8-colored fire dragons roared and hit the 2 people who had not reacted for a while. Boom! In an instant, with a loud bang, the 8-colored fire in the sky suddenly burst out, turning the sky into a raging sea of fire. Even though the 2 people had powerful fighting spirit to protect their bodies, the 8-colored glazed fire was formed by the fusion of 8 kinds of fire, and its power was extremely powerful. The terrifying power generated by the explosion of the 8-colored fire dragon instantly burned through the body protecting fighting spirit of the 2 people, burning them to scream. Under the fire that burned through the body protecting fighting spirit, even though the clothes on the 2 people were not ordinary clothes, they were burned into beggar clothes full of holes in an instant. Ah! Under the pain of being burned by the strange fire, the 2 screamed and rushed out of the 8-color glazed fire. After using their fighting spirit to extinguish the 8-color glazed fire on their bodies, they saw that their skin was burned miserably, which made them shocked and angry. What kind of strange fire is this? It's so powerful. You don't need to care what kind of strange fire this is. Anyway, this is a strange fire specifically for you. In the distance, Bai Ji smiled coldly and stretched out his hands again. 2 8-color glazed fire pillars instantly shot up from his hands and turned into 2 8-color fire dragons. They roared again and rushed towards the Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord. Seeing the 2 8-color fire dragons roaring and rushing, because they had suffered from the 8-color glazed fire once before, seeing Bai Ji release the 8-color glazed fire again, the Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord couldn't help but change color. Quickly open the distance. Because they were close to Bai Ji, in shock and anger, the Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord suddenly turned into 2 streams of light and fled far away, while Bai Ji controlled 2 fire dragons condensed from 8-color glazed fire, quickly followed, and also turned into a stream of light, chasing the 2. Although he was chasing, in fact, Bai Ji could easily catch up with the Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord as long as he activated the 3000 thunder movements. However, because it was Bai Ji's plan to drive the Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord out of the sky above the Huasong building complex and into the vast mountains outside. So Bai Ji couldn't catch up so quickly. Demon Flower. After discovering that he had distanced himself from the 2 8-color fire dragons behind him, Senluo Ghost Lord in the distance couldn't help but shout at the Demon Flower Evil Lord next to him. Hearing Senluo Ghost Lord's shout, after a period of eye contact, the demon flower evil lord also immediately understood what Senluo Ghost Lord meant. After nodding to Senluo Ghost Lord, the two figures suddenly stopped in the air. Then in an instant, accompanied by the dark fighting spirit whistling out of the two people's bodies like a tide, two terrifying auras of murderous intent suddenly burst out from the two people. After the two Shura-like murderous intents burst out from the two people's bodies, as the two identical murderous intents merged in the air, after the murderous intent and the dark fighting spirit were completely blended together, the demon flower evil lord and Senluo Ghost Lord looked at each other and shouted at the same time. Heavenly Dark Shura Hand. Chapter 940 The Terrifying 8-Color Compressed Fireball. Heavenly Dark Shura Hand. In the Shura-like murderous intent, the murderous intent and fighting spirit that burst out from the bodies of the demon flower evil lord and Senluo Ghost Lord suddenly merged in the air, and then suddenly roared into the sky. First, it turned into an endless dark cloud in the air, and then condensed into a dark giant palm over 100 meters long, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed Bai Ge fiercely. In the dark giant palm, the space between the 5 fingers was almost completely imprisoned, and the black breath was constantly flowing. These black breaths were just like the legendary death fog, and they made corrosive sizzling sounds when they came into contact with the air. Combine. Seeing the Tianming Shura hand grabbed from the sky, Bai Ge also shouted loudly, controlling the two 8-colored fire dragons in the air into one, and then roared at the Tianming Shura hand grabbed from the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, the 8-colored fire in the sky suddenly exploded and turned into a raging sea of fire, instantly burning the Tianming Shura hand performed by the demon flower evil lord and Senluo Ghost Lord. And while the 8-colored sea of fire covered the sky, Bai Ge stretched out his hand again, and an 8-color glazed fire suddenly ignited from his hand. However, this time, after releasing the 8-color glazed fire, Bai Ge did not release the 8-color glazed fire immediately, but controlled the 8-color glazed fire in his hand and separated the 8-color glazed fire in his hand into 8 flames of different colors. They are the deep blue azure lotus earth core fire, the transparent fallen heart flame, the deep blue sea heart flame, the silver white sky fire, the blue wood fire, the grey brown stone fire, the red human fire and the 3-color samadhi true fire. After separating the 8-color glazed fire, Bai Ge immediately controlled the 8 different kinds of strange fire in his hand and began to fuse the 8 kinds of strange fire into a ball of fire. Then, relying on the control of the strange fire by the flame fruit and his own powerful mental power, he began to continuously compress the fireball in his hand. The fireball, which was originally the size of a human head, was quickly compressed to the size of a fist under Bai Ge's continuous compression. Go! After fusing and compressing the 8 kinds of fire in his hand into a small fireball, Bai Ge looked at the still raging 8-color sea of fire in the sky. While the demon flower evil lord and Senluo Ghost Lord were blocked by the sea of fire, he shouted and manipulated the compressed 8-color fireball in his hand and shot it out. In an instant, the 8-color compressed small fireball suddenly turned into an 8-color stream of light and shot out, quickly passing through the raging sea of fire in the sky and flying to the other side. On the other side of the 8-color sea of fire, Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord were using their hands to resist the raging air waves coming from the front. This raging violent air wave was caused by the terrifying energy that erupted after the 8-color fire dragon released by Bai Ge collided with Tianming Shura's hand, and the power was extremely strong. Just as the two used their arms to block the raging waves in front of them, and their robes were fluttering in the strong wind, a very fast 8-color stream of light suddenly burst out from the sea of fire in front of them and flew towards the two. What is that? Seeing the 8-color stream of light flying in front of them, Ye Huashijun and Senluo Gaizun frowned and put down their arms in confusion. But as the 8-color stream of light approached, the faces of the two people could not help but change. Because they felt the terrifying energy of destroying the world contained in this fist-sized 8-color compressed fireball. Not good. But just when the two realized that something was wrong, before they left, the compressed 8-color fireball suddenly exploded. In an instant, the dazzling 8-color light suddenly filled the sky and the earth. After the 8-color compressed fireball burst out with its power, the burning 8-color sea of fire swept out to the surroundings with the compressed 8-color fireball as the center. In an instant, before they could even scream, the raging sea of fire instantly turned the two into ashes. After turning the Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord into ashes, the sea of fire still did not extinguish, but continued to sweep around. The surrounding mountains and forests, the grass underfoot and the boundless sea of flowers were instantly turned into ashes under the violent 8-color sea of fire, leaving only a dark scorched earth. Under the power of the 8-color compressed fireball, Bai Ji could only instantly transform into an element, turning into only after the 8-color glazed fire was released did Bai Ji condense his body in the air and look at his feet and surroundings. After the raging sea of fire swept through, the boundless sea of flowers under his feet and the endless green forests around him had turned into a dark scorched earth under the power of the 8-color compressed fireball. Even the rivers that were originally flowing seemed to have suffered a severe drought for decades under the power of the 8-color compressed fireball. The clear rivers had already dried up, and only the charred and dry riverbed with cracks everywhere could be seen. And if you look down from the explosion position of the 8-color compressed fireball, below the explosion position, in the huge pit like a meteorite crater blasted by the downward super high temperature airflow generated by the explosion of the 8-color compressed fireball, large areas of charred land have even crystallized in some places. This power is quite fierce. Seeing the power of the 8-color compressed fireball he created, it was almost like dropping an atomic bomb, much more powerful than the original compressed 3-color fireball. Bai Ji couldn't help but smack his lips. When Bai Ji was shocked by the power of the 8-color compressed fireball in the distant Hwasong, because of the huge movement caused by the explosion of the 8-color compressed fireball, it also attracted the attention of countless people. However, in the distant mountains, the dazzling light and boundless sea of fire that suddenly burst out filled the sky and the earth. Because the distance was too far, it was a little unclear, so no one knew what was going on. Huajin, your partner, the evil Flower King, is dead. Above the Hwasong, Yun, who was constantly colliding and fighting with Huajin in the air, couldn't help but smile faintly. Humph! Your master is dead. Lang Jun is a 6-star Dozun, and he is also joined by Sen Luo Gaizun, who is also a 6-star Dozun. Even the Great Elder can't defeat Lang Jun so easily. Huajin kept waving the magic sword in her hand and attacked Yun, snorting coldly. Then who do you think caused the terrifying energy fluctuation that just broke out? Hearing Huajin's words, Yun's beautiful and flawless face couldn't help but reveal a trace of sarcasm. Don't think about disturbing my mind, Dai. Indeed, although Huajin was also uneasy in her heart, she couldn't admit it, but still stubbornly picked up the magic sword in her hand, and burst out with 7-color dochi like a flower, and shouted angrily, and attacked Yun. Clang! But just as Huajin attacked Yun again with the sword, a silver sword energy suddenly burst out from the side and instantly hit the magic sword in Huajin's hand. The sharp sword energy that burst out instantly broke the magic sword and split it into two. The power contained in the sword energy was transmitted to Huajin's hand, and Huajin was immediately knocked out. Yunar didn't disturb your mind. Your husband and that Sen Luo Ghost Lord have indeed been turned into ashes by me and nourish the earth. When a sword energy was ejected and Huajin was blown away, Bai Ji tore through the space and came here. Looking at Huajin who finally stabilized her body, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile faintly. Chapter 941 Resolve Huajin and fight the Nether Ghost Lord. Impossible. In the sky, holding the magic sword that was broken by the sword energy ejected by Bai Ji, Huajin couldn't help but scream when she heard Bai Ji's words. Her partner, Yaya Huashijun, is a 6-star Dozun, and he is also accompanied by Sen Luo Ghost Lord, who is also a 6-star Dozun. Unless Bai Ji is a peak Dozun or a semi-saint, it is impossible to kill the two. But in her perception, Bai Ji's cultivation level was obviously similar to hers, at most at the 5-star Dozun level. How could he possibly kill the 6-star Dozun level Demon Flower Evil Lord and Sen Luo Ghost Lord? If you think it's impossible, then it's impossible. Anyway, I don't expect you to believe it. Bai Ji just smiled faintly at Huajin's scream, and then moved his body, instantly turning into a lightning and shooting at Huajin. Not good. Seeing Bai Ji attacking, Huajin couldn't help but be shocked, and didn't care about worrying about Demon Flower Evil Lord, but quickly circulated the dochi in his body, infusing the 7-color flower dochi into the magic sword in his hand, and quickly slashed forward in a burst of gorgeous 7-color light. 100 flowers slash! As Huajin shouted, the gorgeous 7-color flower fighting spirit suddenly burst out from the broken magic sword, condensing countless sharp fighting spirit petals in the air, turning into a huge 7-color flower sword, whistling and slashing towards Bai Ji. A trifling trick. Looking at the 7-color giant sword coming towards him, Bai Ji didn't care at all, just smiled faintly, while running the 3000 thunder movements, turning into a lightning and moving quickly to avoid the 7-color giant sword, and slapping forward with a palm. Bang! In an instant, accompanied by a sky full of 8-colored glazed fire roared out, and a huge and slender 8-color fire dragon was immediately slapped out by Bai Ji, roaring towards the huge 7-color flower sword in front. Although Huazong recruited various female disciples, the most important ones were female disciples with wood attribute constitutions. For these disciples, Huazong taught special flower attribute skills, and the flower attribute is essentially a branch of the wood attribute. And fire overcomes wood. The flower fighting spirit of Huazong and the death netherworld attribute fighting spirit of Tianmingzong were also restrained by Bai Ji's strange fire. After being slapped out by Bai Ji, the huge and slender 8-color fire dragon roared, and suddenly collided with the huge 7-color sword in a roar. But there was no suspense. After a huge energy wave burst out, the 8-color fire dragon instantly swallowed the huge 7-color sword, and rushed towards Huajin with the remaining momentum, and suddenly hit Huajin's body and exploded. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the blazing 8-color flame suddenly burst out, instantly enveloping Huajin in it. Being in the 8-color glass fire, under the burning of the all-consuming fire, even Huajin, who was a 4-star Dozun, could not help but let out a shrill scream. Not only was the protective Do Qi on her body quickly swept through, but even her hair, clothes and flesh were burned black by the fire. And not only that, after the surging strange fire burned through Huajin's possessed Do Qi and clothes, it did not show mercy to her because she was a beauty. Instead, it still burned her, and countless 8-color fire threads also drilled into her body and raged in her body. While seriously injuring Huajin, Huajin fell from the sky in pain. However, when she fell, Bai Ji suddenly turned into a lightning, burst over in an instant, grabbed Huajin, and brought Huajin to Yun. Are you going to kill her? Bai Ji fell to the ground, and Yun had also come down at this moment. Bai Ji asked after throwing Huajin to the ground. Don't kill her yet. Her crimes should be judged by the entire Hua sect. It's too easy for her to be killed so easily. Looking at Huajin, who was almost disfigured by the 8-colored glazed fire and was rolling on the ground in pain, Yun's eyes flashed with disgust. Well, then you watch her, I'll go help your elder now. After letting Yun watch Huajin, Bai Ji immediately activated the 3000 thunder movements, and once again turned into a ray of lightning, which instantly soared into the sky and shot towards the mountains outside the Hua sect. On the way, if he encountered the elders of the Hua sect and the Tianming sect who were fighting fiercely in the air, Bai Ji would also casually shoot out an 8-colored fire dragon, or shoot out a sword energy with one finger to kill the Tianming sect elders he met. And because the speed of the 3000 thunder movements was amazing. In just a moment, Bai Ji left the area where the Huazong building was located and came to a vast mountain range. In the distance, the Huazong elder was fighting fiercely with the Nether Ghost Lord of the Tianming sect. The two kept colliding in the air, and the colorful flower fighting spirit and the Nether fighting spirit filled with the breath of death kept bursting out. For a moment, the fighting spirit petals in the sky kept bursting out like rain, cutting a large area of forest into leaves. At the same time, the nether mist that corroded everything was also constantly bombarded around. Once it fell, it would cover a large area of forest and turn it into thick water. Seeing the Huazong elder and the Nether Ghost Lord of the Tianming sect fighting fiercely in the distance, Bai Ji's eyes moved slightly, stretched out his hand, and immediately summoned the 7 killing swords, and then suddenly turned forward into a lightning, and instantly burst over. The netherworld eclipses the sky. In the distance, the netherworld Ghost Lord, who was fighting fiercely with the great elder of the Hua sect, was still constantly erupting the netherworld Do Qi in his body, blasting groups of dark mist towards the great elder of the Hua sect. Because of the restraint of the Do Qi attribute, the great elder of the Hua sect could only dodge and seize the opportunity to counterattack from time to time. At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from behind, and the speed was very fast. For a moment, a strong sense of danger came. There was no time to think, and the netherworld Ghost Lord subconsciously dodged to the side. But after a flash of lightning, the netherworld Ghost Lord still felt a pain in his right arm. On the right arm, the black robe suddenly burst open, revealing a deep sword scar, and the bright red blood spurted out from the wound, instantly dyeing the clothes near the wound red, making the netherworld Ghost Lord twitch his eyebrows. Oh, what a pity, he actually dodged it. He summoned the martial soul 7 killing sword, with the speed of 3000 thunders and the sharpness of the 7 killing sword. If the 7 killing sword passed through the neck of the Nether Ghost Lord, it should be able to behead the Nether Ghost Lord immediately, but he didn't expect that the Nether Ghost Lord dodged it, which made Bai Ji sigh. It's you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Nether Ghost Lord immediately noticed Bai Ji and his face sank. Why did this guy run here? Has the Demon Flower Evil Lord and Senluo Ghost Lord been dealt with by him? That's right. It's me, you the elders of Tianming sect are not good enough. 2 6-star Dozun joined forces, but I, a 5-star Dozun, solved them so quickly. It seems that you, Tianming sect, should give up your position to our Beatty sect. In the future, let us, Beatty sect, replace your Tianming sect in the positions of these two sects. Seeing the gloomy expression and fear flashing in the eyes of the Nether Ghost Lord, Bai Ge couldn't help but smile. Humph! Arrogant, just a 5-star Dozun, you don't know how deep the water in Zhongzhou is, let me make you face the reality. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the Nether Ghost Lord couldn't help but curl up a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Take it, Tianming Shura hand. Looking at Bai Ge, the Netherworld Ghost Lord suddenly shouted. In an instant, with the majestic black fighting spirit and a Shura-like killing intent suddenly bursting out from the Netherworld Ghost Lord's body, whistling towards the sky, in the Netherworld Ghost Lord's sharp roar, the sky-filled black fighting spirit and killing intent suddenly blended together in the air, turning into a dark cloud covering the sky, and then condensed into a black giant hand hundreds of meters long, grabbing towards Bai Ge fiercely. Chapter 942 Heavenly Sword vs Tianming Shura Hand, killing the Netherworld Ghost Lord. Boy, die for me! Controlling the dark giant hand that covered the sky, the space in the dark giant hand has been completely blocked, and the Netherworld aura that corrodes everything is constantly flowing in the dark giant hand. The Netherworld Ghost Lord roared ferociously and grabbed the dark giant hand angrily towards Bai Ge. As a 9-star peak Dozun, the Netherworld Ghost Lord's cultivation is far superior to that of the Demon Flower Evil Lord and the Senluo Ghost Lord. Compared with the Tianming Shura hand that can only be performed by the Demon Flower Evil Lord and the Senluo Ghost Lord together, the Tianming Shura hand performed by the Netherworld Ghost Lord is even larger and covers a wider range. The sky was blocked by the Tianming Shura hand that covered the sky, and Bai Ge suddenly felt that the space around him seemed to be stagnant, and it was very difficult to move for a while. 100 flowers descend. Seeing the Nether Ghost Lord attacking Bai Ge, the Huazong elder on the side suddenly shouted and burst out the Douqi in his body, ready to help Bai Ge. As the 7-color Douqi burst out in the sky, it condensed into long Douqi ropes like roots in the air. Under the control of the Huazong elder, the long Douqi ropes suddenly shot towards the Tianming Shura hand in the sky. But on the way, a black Douqi blade emitting the breath of death suddenly whistled down from the air, instantly destroying the 7-color long ropes condensed by the Huazong elder. Hehe, old woman, don't try to interfere. In the sky, the Ghost Lord of the Netherworld actually controlled the Tianming Shura hand to grab Bai Ge, and at the same time, he used another fighting skill again to block the help of the Huazong Great Elder, and showed a ferocious smile to the Huazong Great Elder. However, under the cover of the Tianming Shura hand, Bai Ge's face was very calm. He was not afraid or anything because of the Tianming Shura hand that grabbed him from the air. Breaking delusion silver eyes, open. Looking at the Tianming Shura hand in the sky, Bai Ge shouted in his heart, and his eyes closed and opened again, and suddenly changed from purple like a purple gem to silver white as if without emotion. And with the opening of the breaking delusion silver eyes, everything in front of him began to change suddenly. On the Tianming Shura hand, criss-crossing lines began to emerge continuously. These were the regular lines formed by the Tianming Shura hand. 10,000 swords, fast. After opening the silver eye that can see through delusion, Bai Ge immediately used the sword control technique to control the 7 killing swords to float in front of him, and his hands began to quickly make hand seals, and then suddenly shouted. After the 10,000 swords technique was used, with a crisp sword sound, the 7 killing swords suddenly shot up, turned into a blood light, and split into countless sword shadows in the air. Heavenly Sword, cut! After performing the 10,000 swords technique and splitting the 7 killing swords into countless sword shadows, Bai Ge shouted again and performed the advanced technique of the 10,000 swords technique, the Heavenly Sword. As the Heavenly Sword was used, the sword shadows that shot up from the sky quickly gathered together and finally condensed into a huge blood-red 7 killing sword. Then, under Bai Ge's control, accompanied by a clanging sound of swords, the huge blood-red 7 killing sword suddenly broke through the air and slashed towards the rule lines in Tianming Shura's hand. Under the silver eyes of Po Huan, the rule lines in Tianming Shura's hand were like the death lines in the eyes of Zzmo. As long as you slash towards the rule lines, no matter what attack it will be instantly disintegrated. Clang! With a clanging sound of swords, the Blood Sky Sword, under Bai Ge's control, immediately cut the intersection of the crisscrossing regular lines on Tianming Shura's hand. For a moment, it was like a hot knife cutting butter, and the blood sky sword immediately tore Tianming Shura's hand apart. The dark giant hand that covered the sky and the sun was chopped off in the air by a sword and collapsed in an instant. No. How is it possible? Seeing that Bai Ji had so easily chopped off Tianming Shura's hand, one of his strongest fighting skills, the Nether Ghost Lord who was entangled with the great elder of Hwasong in the distance could not help but be horrified. But Bai Ji would not know matter what he thinks in his heart. After destroying Tianming Shura's hand with one sword, Bai Ji continued to control the heavenly sword to cut towards the Nether Ghost Lord. At the same time, the heavenly demon force field was instantly used. Heavenly demon force field, pull. Although the spatial ability of Douzun level is completely enough to resist the heavenly demon force field, if you don't know about the heavenly demon force field and are not prepared, you will definitely be hit. As the heavenly demon force field was used, a terrifying attraction suddenly broke out, and instantly sucked the unprepared Nether Ghost Lord towards Bai Ji. At the same time that the Nether Ghost Lord was sucked in, a huge blood-colored sky sword also whistled down from the sky above the Nether Ghost Lord's head, and the sharpness contained in the sword seemed to tear the space apart. Heavenly Bone Demon Hand. Seeing the heavenly sword slashing down from above his head and feeling the deadly threat, the Nether Ghost Lord could not help but roar and burst out the majestic black Do Chi in his body, condensing a pair of black-white bone demon claws in the air, grabbing the heavenly sword slashing down from the sky, trying to block Bai Ji's heavenly sword. But unfortunately, Bai Ji used the 10,000 swords technique to differentiate the countless sword shadows used to condense the heavenly sword, but they were all condensed by the sword chi of the mind sword body. As an 8-star skill, the mind sword body is a super heaven level in the Do Po Kangsheng world. The heavenly sword cast in this way is enough to cut off mountains and rivers and tear apart space, which is not something that the heavenly bone demon hand of the Nether Ghost Lord can stop. So, right in front of the Nether Ghost Lord, the bloody heavenly sword instantly split the heavenly bone demon hand into two, and then the bloody light continued to slash the Nether Ghost Lord with a fierce battle. In an instant, as blood splattered, countless sword chi burst out, instantly turning the remains of the Nether Ghost Lord, which was cut in half, into a sieve and fell from the sky. Dead. In the distance, seeing that the Nether Ghost Lord was killed by Bai Ji with a sword, the Hwazong elder was shocked. A 9-star peak Douzun was killed by a 5-star Douzun, which made her feel an inexplicable sense of absurdity. After killing the Nether Ghost Lord, seeing the remains of the Nether Ghost Lord falling from the sky, Bai Ji slapped out an 8-colored fire dragon with one palm. The fire dragon roared and hit the remains of the Nether Ghost Lord, erupting into a raging sea of fire, turning it to ashes. Taking advantage of the cover of the raging sea of fire, Bai Ji immediately activated the soul binding and general dispatching technique, and instantly detained the soul of the Nether Ghost Lord. It should be dead. Bai Ji calmly put the soul of the Nether Ghost Lord into the soul-suppressing pearl and said slowly with a calm face. The Nether Ghost Lord is a 9-star peak Douzun. You are worthy of being Yunar's master. Yunar is right. We underestimated you. Thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, our Hwa sect would be in danger. Looking at Bai Ji, the Hwa sect's elder had a complicated expression and couldn't help sighing. Elder, don't be polite. We are all family members. There is no need to say these. I have killed the 3 Douzun of Tianming sect. Now we should go and get rid of the remaining people of Tianming sect. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said. Okay, then we will act separately. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Hwa sect's elder also nodded. After speaking, the two of them immediately turned into 2 streams of light and shot towards the Hwa sect. Above the buildings of Hwa Zone, many Douzong elders of Tianming Zone wearing black robes were fighting fiercely with the elders of Hwa Zone. Chapter 943 Crisis Relief and Memorial, Visiting Hwa Zone. After killing the 9-star peak Douzun Nether Ghost Zun of Tianming Zone, Bai Ji and the Great Elder of Hwa Zone joined forces to kill all the remaining Tianming Zone people in Hwa Zone. However, although Bai Ji and the Great Elder of Hwa Zone had gone to help as soon as possible after solving the Nether Ghost Zun, but some Hwa Zone elders unfortunately died in the battle with the Douzong of Tianming Zone. Because the conspiracy of Tianming Zone failed. After the crisis was resolved, the disciples of Hwa Zone who were hiding walked out of the hiding palace under the leadership of the elders. However, although the crisis was resolved, the atmosphere of relief filled the Hwa Zone. But the sacrifice of some Hwa Zone elders made everyone in Hwa Zone feel sad and upset. In order to commemorate the sacrificed Hwa Zone elders, After everything was prepared in a large square of Huazong, the Huazong elder led Yun to preside over a grand farewell ceremony, using all the killed Tianming sect members as sacrifices to bid farewell to the sacrificed Huazong elders. However, it was obviously not enough to use the dead people of Tianming sect as sacrifices alone. Because the reason why Tianming sect was able to enter Huazong was not because Tianming sect found the flaws in Huazong's space barrier and the protective formation, but because there was a ghost in Huazong. Bring Huajin up. Standing in front of the altar, the Huazong elder who was responsible for presiding over the ritual farewell ceremony had a cold face and shouted. As the Huazong elder said, the two Huazong elders behind him immediately took the 8-color glazed fire from Bai Ji on the left and right. Huajin, who was almost disfigured by the burns, was escorted up. However, Huajin was obviously very unwilling to accept her current situation. Although she was escorted, she continued to struggle hard and screamed loudly at the same time, "Let me go! Let me go! Let her kneel down!" Before and after Huajin was pressed down on the altar, the Huazong elder shouted again coldly. The two Huazong elders behind Huajin immediately wanted to hold Huajin down and make him kneel on the ground. However, Huajin's cultivation level was 4-star Dozun. Although he was seriously injured by Bai Ji, he was not something that two Dozong level elders could do anything to crush him. So when Huajin struggled hard, the two Dozong level elders were unable to force Huajin to kneel on the ground for a while. Seeing this, Yun, the current leader of the Hua clan, who was standing next to the Hua clan's great elder, frowned, and her pretty face turned slightly cold. She immediately took out a magic sword from her ring, walked a few steps to Huajin, and swung the sword in her hand towards Huajin's knees. Swish! With a flash of sword light, 2 streams of blood spurted out from Huajin's legs. Feeling the severe pain in his legs, Huajin screamed, his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground with a snap. Blood flowed from his knees, and soon a pool of blood accumulated on the ground. "Huajin, do you know your fault? Because you brought people from the Tianming sect into our Hua sect, we sacrificed several elders of our Hua sect. You also grew up in our Hua sect, but now you have done such a thing of betraying the sect. What crime should you be punished for?" Standing in front of the altar, looking at Huajin kneeling on the ground in front of him, the Hua sect elder shouted angrily. "I am not wrong." However, Huajin did not admit her fault at all to the Hua sect elder's accountability, but screamed angrily. "Obviously, I grew up in Hua sect since I was a child. In terms of seniority, I am much more experienced than this little girl, and my cultivation is much higher than hers. The position of the leader of Hua sect should have been given to me. Only I can bring a bright future to Hua sect. Can you bring a bright future to Hua sect? What future? Is it to listen to the words of your partner, the Demon Flower Evil Lord, and let our Hua sect and their Tianming sect exchange what they have? You are not leading our Hua sect to a better future, this is bringing our Hua sect into the abyss." The Hua clan's great elder was furious at Huajin's naivety, and shouted angrily. "Don't you know what kind of sect Tianming clan is? They said they would join forces with us, but the so-called alliance will only turn into annexation in the end. At the beginning, the clan leader and I both advised you not to form a partnership with this Demon Flower Evil Monarch, but you refused to listen to his nonsense about Hua clan and Tianming clan joining forces to form an alliance. Don't you understand now why the clan leader finally passed the cultivation and the position of clan leader to Yuna instead of to you? Because you have no brains. You are sold and still help others count money, and you like to sit crookedly. It doesn't matter if you are stupid, but if you are asked to be the clan leader of our Hua clan, do you want us Hua clan to be as stupid as you, sold by Tianming clan and still help them count money?" Looking at Huajin, who was still extremely naive and narrow-minded before his death, the elder of Huazong was furious. "Impossible. My dear, you won't lie to me. As long as our Huazong and their Tianming zone form an alliance, we will definitely become a top force like Danta. It's you old guys who are narrow-minded." Huajin was still screaming in anger at the elder's words, and didn't believe the elder's words at all. This made the elder of Huazong completely disappointed. She and the previous sect master spent so much effort to cultivate Huajin, and the sect poured so many resources into her. It was not easy to make her a 4-star Dozun, but she didn't expect to raise an ungrateful wolf. "Sect master, this sect's traitor is handed over to you. Kill her to comfort the souls of many sacrificed elders of our Huazong." Turning around somewhat disheartened, the Huazong elder waved his hand and sighed. Hearing the words of the Huazong elder, Yun immediately took another step forward, holding the soul guide sword, and slowly walked towards Huajin. Yun! What are you going to do, you damn girl, what do you want to do to me? Seeing Yun holding a sharp magic sword and walking towards her, Huajin finally showed fear on her face and screamed when she felt the threat of death. However, no one, whether it was Yun or the Huazong disciples who were watching around, sympathized with Huajin's fear and scream. Because they all knew what fate they would face if Huazong was conquered by Tianming Zone. Coming in front of Huajin, Yun's pretty face was full of coldness. She raised the magic sword in her hand high, and then swung it fiercely. Swish! Accompanied by a flash of sword light, Huajin screamed in fear. Accompanied by an object flying up, a column of blood suddenly shot out. Then, the headless body suddenly fell to the square with a bang. After Yun cut off Huajin's head, the Huazong elder next to the altar immediately stretched out his hand, sucked Huajin's head into his hand, and then placed it on the altar. The offerings have been presented. Bow 3 times to inform the heroic spirit. Following the loud shout of the Huazong elder, all the Huazong disciples and elders immediately knelt on the ground below the altar and bowed deeply 3 times to the altar. After the sacrifice, the other elders and disciples of the Huazong began to clean up the square. The Huazong elder brought Yun to Bai Ji who was watching on the side. Sorry, I kept Venerable Bai waiting for a long time. Coming in front of Bai Ji, the Huazong elder bowed to Bai Ji very apologetically. You are welcome, elder. Huazong has just experienced such a big crisis. It needs a grand sacrifice to regather the confidence and cohesion of the disciples and elders in the sect. This is a serious matter that cannot be delayed. Besides, your sect has so many beautiful female disciples, and I am not bored watching from the side. Bai Ji smiled and said to the Huazong elder's apology. Haha, Venerable Bai is really good at talking. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the elder of Huazong couldn't help but laugh. The elder of Huazong still felt very useful to hear Bai Ji's words. After all, Bai Ji is a Dozun. Generally, those who can become Dozun in Zhongzhou are not young anymore and are more serious. Basically, there is no one who can talk as well as Bai Ji, whose mouth is like honey. In addition to talent, Huazong recruits disciples who must be beautiful women. Bai Ji, a Dozun, praised their Huazong, which is undoubtedly an affirmation of their Huazong. Venerable Bai is coming to our Huazong for the first time. It happened suddenly just now, and we didn't have time to entertain him. Now please come with us to taste our Huazong's finest spiritual flower tea. I believe we will definitely not let Venerable Bai down. Under the warm hospitality of the elder of Huazong, Bai Ji followed the elder of Huazong to a reception hall with a very fresh and elegant decoration. Of course, Yun was there too. In the hall, after they sat down, several beautiful women came into the living room with smiles on their faces, carrying flower tea and various tea sets. On the way to the table, these beautiful women smiled and looked at Bai Ji faintly, constantly sending him affectionate glances. For Bai Ji, a great hero who saved Huazong, not only has a handsome appearance, but also has a strong cultivation. He is the top Dozun strongman in Zhongzhou. Which woman cannot be moved, especially for these women who are also extraordinary in talent and appearance, and are arrogant. But it's a pity. For the women who brought flower tea and tea sets, although Bai Ji also admired the appearance of several women. But Bai Ji has seen many beauties, if there is no special feature, it is not enough to make him moved. Chapter 944, The Grudge Between Huazong and Tianming Zone, the previous generation of Tianming Zone Master Yu Mingzi. Haha, Ziu, come here and make tea for Bai Zunzun. After several beautiful girls who came to deliver flower tea and tea sets left sadly because of Bai Ji's indifference, the Huazong elder smiled and asked Lin Ziu who came later to make tea for Bai Ji. As the most talented female disciple of the younger generation of Huazong, Lin Ziu has both talent and beauty. Because she became a disciple of Yun, she also knew Bai Ji and was the best candidate to entertain Bai Ji. Yes, elder. Hearing the words of the Huazong elder, Lin Ziu immediately walked to Bai Ji and the Huazong elder, bowed slightly to the two and Yun beside him, and began to skillfully use various tea sets. Soon, under Lin Ziu's tea art like flowing clouds and water, a pot of flower tea with rich spiritual energy and fresh fragrance was brewed. Senior Bai, please have some, great elder, please have some, master, please have some. After brewing the scented tea, Lin Ziu filled 3 cups of tea respectively, and then respectfully presented them to Bai Ji, the guest, the great elder of Huazong, and Master Yun Yun. It smells so good. After taking the tea, Bai Ji took a sip and felt a strong spiritual energy bursting out in his mouth instantly. The fragrance lingered on his lips and teeth for a while, which made Bai Ji couldn't help but admire it. This spiritual flower tea is a unique flower tea of our Huasong. Although it is a flower, it is also a special medicinal material. Under normal circumstances, the flowering period of this spiritual flower is as long as several years. We must continue to use the unique flower fighting spirit to stimulate it frequently in order to bloom once a year. But even so, the number of spiritual flowers is still scarce, and what we serve to Venerable Bai is the flower tea made from the best flowers picked by our Huasong. If Venerable Bai likes it, I will have someone send some to Venerable Bai later, so that Venerable Bai can take it back and taste it slowly. On the side, the elder of the Huasong laughed. Then thank you, elder. Bai Ji also smiled slightly and clasped his fists to the elder of the Huasong. After talking about the flower tea, Bai Ji talked to the elder of the Huasong about the situation in Zhongzhou, and then shifted from the entire Zhongzhou to the Huasong. Tianming sect sent so many Duzun and Duzong strong men this time, wanted to sneak attack Huazong, but ended up with a failure and heavy losses. With the style of Tianming zone, it would definitely not give up so easily, so Bai Ji asked Huazong if he was willing to form an alliance with his Beidi Zone and Xingyun Pavilion. Because Huazong is indeed facing such a crisis, and Bai Ji's strength has been verified not long ago. As for Xingyun Pavilion, Huazong's elder is also very familiar with it, and the alliance of the three is indeed a feasible method. In fact, the elder of Huazong has already considered finding allies to form an alliance. However, at that time, Huajin and Yaya Huashijun were jumping up and down in the sect, asking Huazong and Tianming Zone to form an alliance. The elder of Huazong was unwilling, but because of his concern for Tianming Zone, it was not easy to tear his face and strongly oppose it. So he could only neither agree nor refuse, anyway, just drag it out. Neither take action, but also do not refuse. As long as Tianming Zone sees the hope of peacefully annexing Huazong, it will not take too radical offensive means against Huazong. But this is the Tianming sect, which has always had a feud with the Hua sect and has a perverse and violent style of behavior. However, for the Beidi sect founded by Bai Ji and the Xingyun Pavilion, which he has always known, the Hua sect's elders will naturally not be too defensive, and the alliance is logical. After discussing the alliance and getting closer, Bai Ji couldn't help but ask the Hua sect elders a question he had always been curious about. Elder, what is the grudge between your Hua sect and Tianming sect? I know that your Hua sect and Tianming sect have always had a feud, but how did this feud come about? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Hua sect elders couldn't help but smile and shook their heads, saying with emotion. How did it come about? If we really want to talk about it, it must have started a long time ago. The grievances between our Hua sect and Tianming sect can be traced back to thousands of years ago. At that time, our Hua sect and Tianming sect were still the top forces in Zhongzhou. The style of Tianming sect was still as eccentric and domineering as it is now, and our Hua sect was also secluded at that time like now. But at that time, our sect had a sect leader who liked to stand up for the weak. That was our third-generation sect leader. Of course, our third-generation sect leader had not yet succeeded to the throne and became the sect leader of our Hua sect. When our third-generation sect leader went out once, he met an elite disciple of Tianming sect. Relying on an elder of Tianming sect who was accompanying him, he wanted to bully a woman. As a woman, our third-generation sect leader certainly couldn't stand it, so he tried to stop it. But who knew that the disciple of Tianming sect not only did not stop, but instead took a fancy to our third-generation sect leader and wanted the elders around him to take our third-generation sect leader home with him. This immediately angered our third-generation leader, who beheaded the Tianming sect elder who helped the tyrant, and also cut off the root of troubles of the Tianming sect disciple. Who knew that this Tianming sect disciple was the only son of the Tianming sect leader of that generation? Since his son lost his root of troubles, the leader of the Tianming sect immediately brought people to our Hua sect to ask for an explanation, and asked our Hua sect to hand over the third-generation leader. However, because our third-generation leader was the most outstanding disciple of our Hua sect at that time, he had been designated as the next generation leader of our Hua sect, so of course our Hua sect refused. But because of this, the Tianming sect hated our Hua sect and kept using the bandits on our Hua sect. When our Hua sect disciples went out, they were kidnapped, brought back to the sect and tortured, and then sent back to our Hua sect to humiliate us. And this contradiction broke out after our third-generation leader came to power. With the character of our third-generation leader, he did not indulge the Tianming sect at all, and immediately went to war with the Tianming sect, and the two sects officially tore their faces apart. However, because the strength of our two sects was similar at that time, we were unable to determine the winner in the end. Due to mutual fear, we both took a step back. But because of this incident, our two sects still had a feud. The sect masters of each generation were not on good terms, and the disciples of the sects were the same. In the beginning, our two sects were equally strong, but for some reason, as time went by, the strength of our Hua sect was gradually declining, and the Tianming sect gradually showed signs of suppressing our Hua sect. In the previous generation, after the previous sect masters of our Hua sect and the previous sect masters of the Tianming sect both reached the peak of the 9th level of Douzun, the previous sect master of the Tianming sect was about to be promoted to a semi-saint. In order to prevent the Tianming sect from completely suppressing our Hua sect, our previous sect master chose to fight with the previous sect master of the Tianming sect, and the two had a decisive battle in our Hua sect. But unfortunately, our previous sect master was still a step late. When the previous sect master of the Tianming sect went to the appointment to fight, he had already become a semi-saint. Because our leader is slightly weaker, we can only sacrifice our lifespan to seal the previous leader of Tianming sect in a place in our Hua sect, barely balancing the strength of our two sects and preventing Tianming sect from completely suppressing our Hua sect. But even so, the overall strength of Tianming sect is still better than our Hua sect, otherwise I would not have let Huajin and the Demon Flower evil monarch of Tianming sect become partners, and let him stay in our Hua sect. The elder said with a complicated look in his eyes, and couldn't help sighing. Is the previous leader of Tianming sect still sealed in your Hua sect? Do you need me to help you kill him together? Hearing the words of the Hua sect elder, Bai Ji's heart moved and said. This. The Hua sect elder was a little moved by Bai Ji's initiative. But as if he thought of something, the Hua sect elder couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. I'm afraid this won't work. The previous leader of Tianming sect, Yu Mingzi, is a semi-saint. Even if he was sealed hundreds of years ago and his strength dropped sharply, we probably wouldn't be his opponent. Don't worry, it's okay, believe me, as long as you prepare in advance, even if it's a semi-saint, I have the confidence to kill it. Hearing the concerns of the Huazong elder, Bai Ji couldn't help but shook his head and said with a rare confident smile. Although his strength is only 5-star Douzun, after performing the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, the strength of the 8-colored glazed fire is enough to improve his 5-star strength, allowing his cultivation to soar to the peak of Douzun in an instant. And with the cultivation of the peak of Douzun, after the elementalization, he performed the 8 trigrams fire separation method, set up a large formation in advance, and used the super heavenly 8 trigrams fire separation method, which is completely enough to deal with the semi-saint strongman. In addition to the 8 trigrams fire separation method, Bai Ji also sacrificed a lot of Dozong and Dozun souls to the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul by using the soul binding and generals. Now the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul is completely enough to threaten the semi-saint strongman. The combination of the two is likely to kill the so-called previous generation of Tianming sect, Yu Mingzi and Yu Mingzi's soul can further improve the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, which is simply perfect. If it doesn't work in the end, then Bai Ji also has a trump card. That is to directly consume part of the accumulated source energy, let the system open the void channel, and ask the original body in the Douluo plane to take action. This is Bai Ji's trump card. In short, Bai Ji is not just talking about solving the netherworld. Instead, he has full means and confidence to be able to win big with a small investment while ensuring safety. It seems that he also felt Bai Ji's confidence. The face of the Huasong elder couldn't help but be moved, and he began to hesitate in his heart. Chapter 945 Go to the sealed cave and summon the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Spirit. Okay. I believe you. Although he was a little hesitant in his heart, in a moment of hesitation, he thought of Bai Ji's easy solution to the netherworld Ghost Lord before, creating a miracle, and now he might be able to create another miracle. After thinking about it, the Huasong elder still chose to believe Bai Ji. In that case, take me over now. As a half-saint, I still need to make some preparations. Hearing the agreement from the Huasong elder, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh. The Huasong elder was also a decisive person. Since he chose to believe in Bai Ji, he believed in him completely. After all, there was a gap between the previous generation of the Huasong and the previous generation of the Tianming sect. Although the previous generation of the Huasong chose to sacrifice himself to seal the previous generation of the Tianming sect, the seal would eventually loosen. Because he had been responsible for guarding the seal, the Huasong elder was also very familiar with the seal. Even if the seal was not opened in advance for Bai Ji, the seal could only last for more than 10 years at most, which was not too long for a cultivator. Under the leadership of the Huasong elder, the three left the Huasong and flew towards the mountains outside the Huasong. Finally, behind the Huasong, they landed on a mountain full of flowers. Hey, is it here? This is where I met Granny Hua. Could it be that the cave where Yumingzi is sealed is the cave where Granny Hua is? After landing, Yun was stunned and asked when she saw the familiar sea of flowers in front of her. Yes, it is that cave. Follow me. The elder of Huazong smiled faintly at Yun's words, then put his hands behind his back and walked along a path in the sea of flowers. The elder of Huazong was very fast, and each step could easily cross a distance of more than 10 meters. However, Bai Ji and Yun were able to catch up quickly. Soon, the three of them passed through the endless lush sea of flowers and came to a dark cave. Walking into the cave, there seemed to be nothing special in the cave. There was only a stone bed, a stone table and a few stone benches. It can be foreseen that there must have been people living here before. Grand Elder, where is the seal? I have been to this cave many times, and I didn't find anything special, nor did I see any seals. After entering the cave, Yun looked around but found nothing. She asked in confusion, Master, if this seal was visible, it would have been discovered by the Demon Flower Evil Lord long ago. Ordinary seals can definitely be seen on the surface, but this seal was set by the previous generation of the sect master at the cost of his life. With your current strength, it is definitely impossible to find it. But after you have steadily digested the cultivation of the previous generation of the sect master sealed in your body, you can find it. Hearing Yun's words, the elder of the Hua sect couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. This seal is a space seal, I found it. The seal is set very cleverly, completely integrated with the surrounding space. Unless the space is completely broken, it is impossible to break it. Standing in the cave, Bai Ji touched his chin and couldn't help but chuckled. As expected of Venerable Bai, yes, this seal is indeed a space seal, called the Hun Tian Void Seal, which is about integrating a large area of space into one and sealing the target in it. The effect of the seal on space cannot be seen from the outside, but in order to break this seal, the large space that has been integrated into one must be broken into pieces. Only Do Sheng strong men can do this level of strength. Hearing Bai Ji, the Huazong elder couldn't help but admire him. After that, the Huazong elder couldn't help but continue to ask. By the way, does Venerable Bai need to prepare anything in advance? Do you need our help? No, the elder will help me open this seal later, and I will take care of the battle. But it's a pity that the sea of flowers on this mountain will not be preserved. As Bai Ji spoke, he could not help but feel a little regretful. After that, Bai Ji turned around and walked out of the cave. Seeing Bai Ji's actions, the great elder of Huazong and Yun followed him out with some curiosity. After arriving outside the cave, looking at the endless mountains and rivers in front of him, and the lush sea of flowers around him, Bai Ji could not help but shake his head with regret, and then instantly turned into a ray of lightning and rushed into the sky. Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor, come out! Stepping on the space, Bai Ji shouted in his heart. As Bai Ji shouted, a tall figure suddenly emerged from behind Bai Ji. Then, as the golden divine rings rose one after another, the figure began to surge, and soon it surged to a height of 600 or 700 meters. It was a titan giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, 1 black and 1 white, and 3 pairs of wings on his back. Spiritual initiation. Looking at the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul emerging behind him, Bai Ji immediately cut his finger and pointed a drop of 8-color blood containing abundant mental power and fighting spirit at the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul in front of him. Swish! The blood drop emitting 8-color light, after being pointed out by Bai Ji, suddenly shot out at the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul in front of him. As the 8-color blood entered the body, the momentum of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul suddenly surged, and the 3 pairs of eyes and the 3 heads burst out with brilliant light at the same time. After receiving the 8-color blood drops, the originally empty eyes seemed to have a soul and suddenly became agile. The spiritual awakening sacrifice was improved by Bai Ji using the secret method of the wind and thunder sacrifice that he had obtained from Feng Qing before. The effect and function are the same as the wind and thunder sacrifice, but it does not require the consumption of blood essence. It only requires ordinary blood containing the will of flesh and blood, plus sufficient fighting spirit and mental power. As long as this drop of blood is sacrificed to the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, although it cannot make the martial soul instantly possess human intelligence, but it can have simple wisdom and can accept Bai Ji's orders and act on its own. Otherwise, Bai Ji will have to sacrifice the 8 trigrams fire formation and transform himself into 8 fire beasts to deal with the previous generation of Tianming sect's leader Yumingzi, who is a semi-saint, and he may not have the mental strength to control the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul. And if the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul can act on its own by accepting orders, when Bai Ji seals Yumingzi with the 8 trigrams fire formation, it can completely cooperate with Bai Ji and attack Yumingzi. This is Do de Dharmakaya. In front of the cave below, when the elder of Huasong saw Bai Ji summon the huge holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, which was taller than the surrounding mountains, he was shocked. But soon, the elder of Huasong overturned this idea. Although this is indeed very similar to the legendary Daudi Dharmakaya, the Daudi Dharmakaya is thousands of feet high, and one punch is enough to shatter the void, which is the unique means of the Daudi strongman. And Bai Ji is just a 5-star Dozun. But the more critical thing is that this Dharmakaya has no Duki fluctuations, and it seems that it is not condensed by Duki. However, the elder of Huasong did not think much about it, just thinking that it was condensed by other secret methods. After all, the Duki continent has a long history. Although the Duki system is respected now, it used to be 100 flowers in full bloom, and the magic guide device is not a product of the Duki system. Although he discovered that the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul summoned by Bai Ji was not the Dodi's Dharmakaya, the fact that he could summon such a Dharmakaya that was hundreds of meters tall and could smash a mountain with one punch was still enough to shock the Huasek's great elder. After all, such a huge Dharma body can crush mountains and rivers with 1 foot and shatter mountains with 1 punch. The strength of its body alone is comparable to that of a Dozun strongman. Chapter 946 Preparation is complete, unlock the seal. After summoning the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, Bai Ji has not finished preparing. Because if you want to kill a half-saint level strongman, it is not enough to rely on the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul alone. The holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul can only be regarded as a spear. He also needs a shackle and shield that can provide control and defense, that is, the 8 diagrams Luo method. Only by using the 8 diagrams Luo formation to trap Yumingzi tightly, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul will have room to play. In the sky, just after summoning the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, Bai Ji instantly activated the elementalization again, and his whole body suddenly exploded into the 8-color glazed fire all over the sky. After entering the elemental state, Bai Ji immediately separated the 8-color glazed fire after the elementalization, and turned it into 8 different colors of strange fire. They are the deep green blue lotus earth core fire, transparent falling heart flame, deep blue sea heart flame, silver white sky fire, turquoise wood fire, grey brown stone fire, red human fire and 3-color samadhi true fire. What kind of fighting skill is this? In front of the cave below, seeing Bai Ji suddenly enter the elemental state and his body burst into flames, the elder of the Hua sect could not help but be very incredible. On the side, Yun, who had not seen Bai Ji use the elemental ability, was also full of emotion and shock on her beautiful and elegant face. However, the elemental state is only the first step for Bai Ji to perform the 8 diagrams fire separation method. After entering the elemental state, Bai Ji immediately manipulated the 8 strands of strange fire that his body had transformed into and roared. After flying to 8 different directions around the mountain, he began to condense 8 fire beasts, which was the most important thing. With Bai Ji's control, the 8 raging fires suddenly began to shrink and condense. While devouring the endless energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, they also began to expand continuously, and finally turned into 8 flame giant eggs more than 100 meters high. In the process of constantly devouring the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, as the 8 flame giant eggs of different colors gradually expanded, they finally reached the limit of their initial size, and the 8 flame giant eggs suddenly shattered. In the dark blue lotus earth core fire giant egg, a blue flame giant snake with a pair of wings broke out of the giant egg and hissed in the sky. This is the fire beast Teng snake. In the flame giant egg condensed by the transparent falling heart flame, a huge flame bird broke out of the shell and cried while spreading its wings. This is the fire beast phoenix. As for the flame giant egg condensed by the deep blue sea heart flame, what broke out of the shell was a fire beast with a turtle body and a snake tail. This is the fire beast Suan Yu. And among the other 5 kinds of spiritual fire. In the giant egg formed by the silver-white sky fire, a silver-white rock broke out of its shell, flapped its wings, and made a sharp cry in the air. In the giant egg formed by the red human fire, a red fire unicorn broke out of its shell, and roared while galloping in the void. As for the flame giant egg formed by the 3-color samadhi true fire, a 3-color one-legged divine bird Bafang broke out of its shell, and in the giant egg formed by the green wood fire, a huge and slender green dragon broke out of its shell, and in the grey-brown stone fire, a white tiger broke out of its shell. After the 8 fire beasts broke out of their shells, their bodies began to continue to expand amidst the hissing, crying, or roaring beast roars. In a few minutes, the bodies of the 8 fire beasts finally expanded to the limit. Each of them reached the same height as the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul in the Martial Soul true body state, which was close to 500 or 600 meters, and was taller than the mountain where the sealed cave was located. It's time to unseal it. After the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul and the 8 diagrams Luo formation were ready, Bai Ge immediately manipulated a fire beast to speak to the Huazone Great Elder below. Oh, okay. Because he saw the 8 huge fire beasts condensed by Bai Ge, the Huazone Great Elder was still a little absent-minded. After hearing Bai Ge's words, the Great Elder immediately responded subconsciously, and after calming down, he walked into the cave. Master, stay away and wait outside this mountain. I will come right away after unsealing it. Before entering the cave, the Huazone Great Elder said to Yun Yun. Hearing the words of the Great Elder, Yun Yun immediately jumped up, soared into the sky in an instant, turned into a stream of light, and flew out. Finally, it stopped outside the mountain where the sealed cave was located, and outside the Bagua Luo formation. In the cave, after entering the cave, the elder's face suddenly became solemn, and his hands began to form seals quickly. As the elder formed seals, waves of fighting spirit waves suddenly surged out of the elder's body. Under the traction of this strange fighting spirit wave emitted by the elder, the space in the cave seemed to have turned into a water surface, and ripples began to ripple continuously. Finally, a space vortex began to slowly twist and form in the cave. And with the appearance of the space vortex, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. The surroundings of the cave roof began to crack continuously, and gravel continued to fall from the cave roof, as if there was a huge monster under the cave that was about to break out of the ground. After half of the seal was unlocked, a fierce attack came from the seal, trying to break the seal from the inside. Because the attack from the inside of the seal was too powerful, although the seal had not been completely unlocked, it was only a matter of time before the seal was broken after half of it was unlocked. Not good. After discovering the current situation, the elder of the Hua clan was shocked and turned around and instantly turned into a stream of light, bursting out of the cave. Just as the elder turned into a stream of light and burst out of the cave, the entire cave reached its limit, cracked instantly, and then began to collapse rapidly. Boom! 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 In a burst of loud rumbling sounds, the cave continued to collapse and eventually turned into a ruin. As the cave collapsed, a terrifying momentum as vast as a sea and as high as a mountain suddenly erupted from the ruins under the cave. Boom! In an instant, there was another loud noise, and a majestic dark fighting spirit suddenly rose from the ruins of the cave like a torrent, turning into a fighting spirit light column and rising into the sky. The dark fighting spirit light column seemed to have corrosive power. Under the dark fighting spirit light column, the ruins of the cave were constantly being melted. Ha 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 ha! As the huge dark fighting spirit light column rose from the ruins of the cave and pierced the sky, a cold and low laugh suddenly came from the ruins of the cave. I'm out! I'm finally out! Ha ha! Huayu, you old woman didn't expect it, did you? You want to drag me to be buried with you before you die, but even if you sacrifice your life to seal me, so what? I'm still alive. The seal can't kill me. This is your fate. In the dark Dochi light column, an old man in a tattered black robe and a skinny figure slowly rose from the Dochi light column, stepped in the sky, opened his skinny arms, and looked up to the sky and let out a cold and low burst of crazy laughter. While the old man was laughing wildly, the vast energy of the world around him was constantly being drawn over, almost condensing into a sweeping torrent in the air, which was constantly pulled into the old man's body, nourishing the old man's almost dry body. Who is it? Who found me and unsealed me? When I return to the sect, I will definitely reward you greatly. Because the seal was opened from the outside, he had the opportunity to break through the seal. Yu Mingzi only thought that the elder of Tianming sect had lurked in Huasong and released him. In the joy of regaining freedom, Yu Mingzi couldn't help laughing and said wantonly. However, after Yu Mingzi finished speaking, the expected voice of gratitude did not appear. Instead, a playful voice suddenly sounded from a distance. No need for reward, because you may not be able to go back today. What? Hearing this voice, Yu Mingzi, who was laughing wildly at the sky, was stunned and stopped laughing. But before he could react, a raging heat wave suddenly swept over. In an instant, a strong sense of threat came from his heart. Under the sense of fatal crisis, Yu Mingzi suddenly raised his head and looked over, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking. In the distance, a blazing pillar of fire that almost covered the sky and the sun suddenly roared towards him. What is that? Chapter 947, Confident Yu Mingzi, starts the battle. Above the ruins of the cave, a dark pillar of fighting spirit shot straight into the sky. Standing in the pillar of fighting spirit, Yu Mingzi was filled with the joy and freedom of regaining freedom and rebirth, and couldn't help laughing wildly at the sky. After being sealed for hundreds of years, he finally broke the seal and broke free from it. Because the seal was broken from the outside, Yu Mingzi subconsciously thought that it must be the elders or disciples from his own sect who released him from the seal. Just as Yu Mingzi was full of joy and asked the elders or disciples of his own sect to come out and wait for his return, he was greeted by a raging pillar of fire, exuding the power of burning everything. This made Yu Mingzi a little confused. What is that? Looking at the pillar of fire that was shooting towards him from a distance, Yu Mingzi subconsciously burst out the mighty dou qi in his body, and blasted it out instantly like a rushing river, directly dispersing the raging pillar of fire that was attacking him. Boom! In an instant, with a loud bang, the raging pillar of fire was instantly blasted away after hitting the pitch-black dou qi, and the flames all over the sky and the earth immediately splashed out, like a rain of fire and meteors, scattering in all directions. However, after the pillar of fire exploded, part of the strange fire splashed out and splashed onto Yu Mingzi, but it not only burned through the mighty dou qi that protected his body, but also burned his clothes. Is this a strange fire? He found that the fire column that burst out was not an ordinary flame, but a strange fire, which made Yu Mingzi very surprised. Who are you? His body was still constantly swallowing and spitting out the energy from the surrounding heaven and earth, replenishing the dou qi in his body that had been almost dried up because it had been sealed for hundreds of years. He looked at the 8 huge fire beasts around him, and the huge Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Wuhan outside the Bagwaluo formation. Looking at the great elder of Huasong and Yunyun, Yu Mingzi's eyes were full of fear. I say, Yu Mingzi, who do you think we are? Do you really think that you people from Tianmingzong can come to Huasong to release you? You are too naive. Controlling a fire beast, Bai Ji said playfully. You let me out? In an instant, Yu Mingzi seemed to understand something. That's right. We let you out. Bai Ji controlled a fire beast, smiled slowly, and said. It was you who let me out? Yu Mingzi couldn't help but let out a mocking smile. It's really funny. Your Huasong's previous leader Hua Yu sacrificed himself to seal me up. Now you let me out. Are you looking for death? Wait. After saying that, as if he suddenly thought of something, Yu Mingzi was startled and felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He suddenly closed his eyes, as if he sensed something. I thought it was something else. It turns out that the 2 old immortals in your Huasong didn't come. Just relying on you want to kill me? You are really overestimating yourself. After finding that the 2 great elders of Huazong did not come, and looking at the great elder of Huazong and Yunyun in the sky in the distance, Yu Mingzi showed a few traces of sarcasm on his skinny face. Because he did not find the 2 semi-saints of the same realm as him in Huazong, even though he found that there were only 8 huge fire beasts and the Titan Shura Emperor martial spirit surrounding the mountain where he was, Yu Mingzi was not afraid at all. Although these 8 fire beasts were huge and their might looked very amazing, Yu Mingzi felt that it was a bit presumptuous to want to kill him with these 8 fire beasts. He was a semi-saint, a peak powerhouse standing in the entire Duqi continent. The 2 around him were just Dozun. There was a gap between Dozun and Dosheng like a natural moat. Even though he was only a semi-saint, he was not something that an ordinary Dozun who had not yet completed the peak 9 turns of Dozun could contend with. Although Yu Mingzi did not find Beg who controlled 8 fire beasts and the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor martial spirit, Yumingzi did not think that Beg was a strong man of the same realm as him. Because if Beg was also a semi-saint, there would be no need to hide, and he could just fight him head-on. He, a semi-saint who had been sealed for hundreds of years, was definitely not the opponent of a semi-saint in peak state. However, Beg did not show up, but wanted to kill him with the formation formed by the 8 fire beasts around him and the inexplicable behemoth in the distance. Yumingzi naturally thought that Beg was just a dozun who overestimated his own abilities. Want to kill me? Come on. Let me see what you little brats of the Hua sect are capable of. Even your previous sect master Hua Yu, that dead old woman, wanted to kill me but couldn't do it. In the end, she could only seal me here at the risk of her life, which cost me 100 years. Now you want to accomplish what she couldn't do. I want to see where your confidence comes from. As he spoke with sarcasm, Yumingzi showed a mocking look at the corner of his mouth. Although he looked very disdainful, Yumingzi did not want to provoke, but wanted to delay time and take the opportunity to swallow the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. After all, he has been sealed here for hundreds of years, and the fighting spirit in his body has long been exhausted. Now that he has finally broken through the seal, he must quickly restore his fighting spirit. And Bai Ge also noticed Yumingzi's secret movements. However, Bai Ge did not care about Yumingzi's small movements at all. At the beginning, Bai Ge was still full of solemnity about Yumingzi. But after Yumingzi broke through the seal, Bai Ge found that Yumingzi did not seem to be as powerful as he imagined. Although he was sealed for hundreds of years, Yumingzi's current strength is still amazing, enough to easily defeat the great elder of Huasong. But compared to his peak state, he certainly did not know how much he had fallen. Because the current Yumingzi did not give Bai Ge the feeling that he was much stronger than the previous Sen Luo Ghost Lord. Anyway, using the 8 diagrams fire method and the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul is definitely enough. Now just give him some time, how much can he recover? But this is just right. Since he is a semi-saint in a semi-disabled state, it will be much easier to deal with, and there is no need to waste source energy to ask the deity to take action. If Bai Ge directly faces a semi-saint in peak state, it is estimated that it will not be so easy to defeat him. Then, let me show you why I dare to let you out. Seeing Yumingzi's sarcastic face, it was as if he felt that he had broken through the seal and was invincible without a semi-saint of the same realm as his opponent. Bai Ge sneered directly, controlled the 8 fire beasts, and attacked Yumingzi. Under Bai Ge's control, the 8 fire beasts suddenly spewed out 8 raging fire pillars at the same time, and shot towards Yumingzi. A trifling trick. Facing the 8 fire pillars that shot from all around, because the fighting spirit in his body had recovered a lot, Yumingzi laughed wildly, and suddenly burst out the majestic black fighting spirit in his body, condensing 2 huge black arms around him. Heavenly Azura Hand. Controlling the Heavenly Azura Hand, Yumingzi laughed wantonly, and directly waved the 2 Heavenly Azura Hands around, and hit the 8 fire pillars that shot from all around. Before, Yumingzi only used the powerful Do Qi of the semi-saint level to disperse a pillar of fire. Now that he has recovered a lot of Do Qi, he directly used the strongest Do skill, Tianming Shura Hand. Could he be afraid of these 8 pillars of fire? Chapter 948 The Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Spirit showed its power again and killed Yumingzi with 1 arrow. Controlling the 2 Tianming Shura Hands, Yumingzi turned around and swept the 2 Netherworld Shura Hands heavily, sweeping towards the 8 pillars of fire that were bursting from all directions. In an instant, flames splashed everywhere, and the 8 pillars of fire were instantly dispersed by Tianming Shura Hands. I thought it was just to disperse these few pillars of fire. Even if some of the pillars of fire were condensed by strange fire, Tianming Shura Hands should not be afraid at all. But Yumingzi never thought of it. After controlling the 2 Tianming Shura Hands, sweeping and dispersing the 8 pillars of fire, and escaping to the side, Yumingzi was shocked to find that there were actually pits and holes on his 2 Tianming Shura Hands, almost burning through. How is it possible? Yumingzi was a little bit unbelievable. But seeing Yumingzi's appearance, Bai Ge couldn't help but smile. Before, he only controlled a fire beast and spit out a pillar of fire. With Yumingzi's semi-saint level of cultivation, he could indeed easily block it. But now he is controlling 8 fire beasts and spewing out 8 pillars of fire in succession. Even if it is a dozhung, if it is burned by the strange fire mixed by these 8 pillars of fire, it is estimated that it will not be able to resist for long, let alone Yumingzi, who is just a semi-saint. Without caring about Yumingzi's shock, Bai Ge directly controlled the 8 fire beasts again, spewing flames at Yumingzi, and killing him with a series of beast roars and cries. It is still too difficult to kill Yumingzi by using 8 fire beasts to spit out pillars of fire. So Bai Ji's idea was to use 8 immortal fire beasts to attack Yumingzi, creating an opportunity for the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul to use the heaven-slaying bow to drive Yumingzi into the abyss step by step. With the 8 trigrams fire formation blocking the surrounding space, Yumingzi could not escape and could only become a turtle in a jar, being eaten away by Bai Ji step by step, and eventually dying. He manipulated the 8 fire beasts and continued to attack Yumingzi. Facing the attack of the 8 fire beasts, Yumingzi showed the strength of a semi-saint level, and with his powerful strength and amazing fighting skills, he continued to break up the bodies of the 8 fire beasts. But it was useless. These 8 fire beasts were formed by the separation and condensation of the 8 color glazed fire after Bai Ji's elementalization, and they were almost immortal. Moreover, compared with the fire beasts that were simply condensed by 8 kinds of strange fire, the fire beasts condensed by Bai Ji's elemental body are more maneuverable, and even if they are killed, the speed of recondensation is also extremely fast. Because compared with the fire beasts condensed by the 8 trigrams Luo formation, the fire beasts condensed by simple strange fire. Although the fire beasts condensed by this method are immortal, in fact, they are just destroyed and can be recondensed, and the process takes time. The reason why the fire beasts condensed by Bai Ji's elemental body are immortal is that he is truly transformed into strange fire after the elementalization, so he can still condense again even if he is broken up, and the recovery speed is extremely strange. Faced with such a situation, it is impossible for Yumingzi to completely disperse these 8 fire beasts. While controlling the 8 fire beasts, constantly attacking Yumingzi and entangled with Yumingzi. When the constant attacks of the 8 fire beasts made Yumingzi exhausted for a while and difficult to dodge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ji began to manipulate the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul beside him, preparing to summon the heaven-slaying bow, and attack Yumingzi outside the 8 diagrams fire formation. And after Bai Ji had this idea in his mind. As Bai Ji's heart moved, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul outside the 8 diagrams fire formation immediately stretched out a hand. Then, with a flash of light, a dark bow and arrow suddenly at the same time, it appeared in the hands of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul. This is the Zushin Bao, one of the 8 subordinate martial souls of Bai Ji's holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul. After summoning the martial soul Zushin Bao, under Bai Ji's control, the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul first picked up the Zushin Bao in his hand, and then put the other 3 hands on the bowstring, and began to slowly pull it back. In an instant, as the 3 hands of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul pulled the bowstring of the Zushin Bao at the same time, endless energy from heaven and earth suddenly swarmed towards Bai Ji and gathered towards the bowstring of the Zushin Bao. A large amount of energy from heaven and earth gradually condensed into a sharp golden energy arrow in the hands of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor, but this has not stopped. As the arrow of the Zushin Bao condensed into shape, Bai Ji's heart moved again, and golden divine rings suddenly appeared in front of the Zushin Bao in the hands of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor. However, after the divine ring of the Zushin Bao emerged, it did not surround the Zushin Bao. Instead, after lighting up, it quickly shrank and instantly sank into the golden arrow condensed by the Zushin Bao. As 10 divine ring soul skills were launched in succession, after the golden divine rings continued to sink into the golden arrows. On the Zushin Bao, the golden arrows that were originally condensed by energy have become like entities. The golden arrows are covered with mysterious patterns. And on the arrowhead of the golden arrow, there is a shocking sharpness, as if it can tear apart the heaven, earth, and space. Because of the blockade of the Bagwaluo formation, Yumingzi in the Bagwaluo formation is still entangled by 8 fire beasts, and he does not feel the danger from outside the Bagwaluo formation at all. However, the Huasong Elder and Yun who are also outside the Bagwaluo formation. After seeing the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul summon the martial soul Zushin Bao, absorb the surrounding majestic energy of heaven and earth to condense a golden arrow, and then activate the 10 divine rings to turn the golden arrow into a physical entity. Looking at the golden arrow in the hands of the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, which exudes a shocking edge and seems to be able to tear through space, I can't help but be shocked. After condensing the golden arrow into shape and adding 10 amplifying magic breaking and armor breaking divine rings to the golden arrow, Bai Ji is already ready to shoot this arrow to let Yumingzi know how powerful it is. After giving the order to let the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul sacrificed by Qiling wait for the opportunity, ready to shoot the earth-shaking arrow at Yumingzi in the Bagwaluo formation, not to say that it must be killed, but it must also be severely damaged. Bai Ji began to control the 8 fire beasts of the Douluo formation again, and launched a more fierce attack on Yumingzi again. Originally, Yumingzi was somewhat at a disadvantage when facing 8 fire beasts. After all, although the strength of a semi-saint is almost 10 times higher than that of a peak dozun, Yumingzi has been sealed for hundreds of years. After coming out, his strength is only 1/10 of his peak state. Facing the 8 fire beasts condensed by Bai Ji, each of which has the strength of a peak dozun level, and is condensed by strange fire, it is naturally a bit difficult to deal with. In addition, the 8 fire beasts condensed by Bai Ji through the elemental ability are truly immortal. Even if they are blasted apart, they will immediately condense back to the original place in an instant. When he first came, Yumingzi was still a little skeptical and wanted to spend a lot of doqi to get rid of a few fire beasts first. But after discovering that this was completely futile, Yumingzi also became timid. But even so, facing the power of several fire beasts attacking together and the power of several kinds of fire mixed together, Yumingzi was still in a mess, and was blown up by the amazing power of the mixed fire. Although these fires were not compressed like the Buddha's angry fire lotus and Bai Ji's compressed fireball after mixing. But in the original plot, the power of the 5 kinds of fire fusion was already a fatal threat to Yumingzi, and it killed Yumingzi directly from the inside. And the 8 kinds of fire mixed together, although certainly not as powerful as the condensed Buddha's angry fire lotus or the compressed fireball, are still not to be underestimated. Just as Bai Ji accelerated the attack of the 8 fire beasts on Yumingzi, and when the 8 fire beasts attacked at the same time and left Yumingzi with no way to retreat, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul outside the 8 diagrams Luo formation finally took action. As the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Spirit released the 3 giant hands pulling the bowstring, a golden arrow that seemed to be made of gold and exuded the power to tear everything apart suddenly shot out, turning into a golden stream of light, and shot towards Yumingzi in the Douluo formation. Without making any sound, all that could be thought of was speed, faster than imagined. The golden arrow really seemed to have turned into a golden light. Almost in the blink of an eye, it crossed thousands of meters and shot towards Yumingzi. At this moment, Yumingzi was still besieged by 8 fire beasts. Originally, he should not have noticed the golden arrow, but because the size of the golden arrow was too big. Although the golden arrow is just an ordinary arrow compared to the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, the golden arrow is almost equivalent to a golden pillar of heaven compared to the human body. So when the golden arrow was shot, the dazzling golden light immediately attracted the attention of Yumingzi. But it was just attention. Just when Yumingzi noticed the golden light, the golden arrow had already cut through the sky, instantly shot through several fire beasts blocking Yumingzi, and shot Yumingzi. The huge golden arrow, the arrow tip was with amazing sharpness. As if Yumingzi was in his prime, he might still have the power to resist. But facing the severely injured Yumingzi, this shocking sharpness did not encounter any obstacles at all, and instantly penetrated Yumingzi's body, and then shot into the ground below. Amid a series of earth-shaking and rumbling sounds, the golden arrow instantly sank into the earth and disappeared, leaving only a deep pit on the ground that was almost bottomless. If it was an ordinary arrow, Yumingzi might be able to keep his whole body and leave a decent appearance. But facing a golden arrow as big as a pillar of heaven, Yumingzi would be lucky to keep his body. Chapter 949 The Shock of the Huasong Elder, Fenglai Pavilion and Tianyea Huang Clan. Just die. Outside the Douluo formation, seeing Yumingzi being besieged and killed by 8 huge fire beasts, he was suddenly shot by a giant arrow shot by the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Spirit outside. He was shot to ashes in the moment of being shot, without even a bit of flesh and blood and body fragments left. The face of the Huasong Elder was full of horror and disbelief. Although she believed that Bai Ji could kill Yumingzi, it was too easy to kill him, right? Basically, after breaking the seal, Yumingzi had been suppressed by Bai Ji, and was finally shot to death by Bai Ji with 1 arrow. But this is a semi-sane strongman. In addition to the most powerful Danta and the mysterious Soul Palace, the other top forces, including the second sect where Huasong is located, as well as the 3 valleys and the 4 square pavilion, are the strongest in terms of hidden strongmen. The strongest is only at the level of the half-saint. But Bai Ji can actually kill the half-saint. Although this half-saint has been sealed for 100 years and his strength has dropped sharply, being able to kill the half-saint so easily still proves that Bai Ji has the strength to threaten the half-saint. So, as long as there is the Bai Zun in front of him, if the Baiti sect develops, it can completely surpass the 4 square pavilion and the 3 valleys in the future, approaching the second sect level where their Huasong is located, and even surpassing their level. In the end, it became a force second only to the most powerful Danta in the Soul Palace. This is really a monster. Looking at Bai Ji, the eyes of the Hwasong elder were full of complexity and amazement. She never forgot that Bai Ji's cultivation was only a 5-star dozun. From the 5-star dozun to the semi-saint, in addition to the 4-star small realm to the 9-star dozun, there are also the 9 turns of the dozun peak. And the dozun peak 9 turns, each turn requires the dochi equivalent to the dochi required by a dozun from 1 to 9 stars, the gap between them is like a natural chasm. But Bai Ji still crossed such a large realm gap and killed Yu Mingzi. This is simply a breath of cold air. Sigh, it's so terrifying. Our Hua sect is gradually declining. Although the previous generation of the sect master had a keen eye and selected Yun Yun, the new sect master with extraordinary talent, it seems that the new sect master of our Hua sect is still far inferior to his master. As long as this Baizun does not die in the middle of the journey, the future will definitely be the world of this Baizun and the era of the Beatty sect. It seems that our Hua sect must make friends with this Baizun and the Beatty sect through sect master Yun Yun. The Hua sect's great elder made a decision silently in his heart. On the other side, in the beast domain, the residence of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. In a gorgeous palace, a handsome middle-aged man in a purple gold robe was sitting on the throne. The man had long dark purple hair and a pair of golden eyes with a faint golden color. From time to time, a burst of golden light appeared, full of domineering majesty. And at this moment, in front of the middle-aged man, an elder wearing a Fenglay pavilion robe was half-kneeling in the hall, half-kneeling and saluting to the middle-aged man. Fenglay pavilion Ge Tianqian, meet the chief of the Phoenix clan. The elder of the Fenglay pavilion said respectfully. What's the matter? Do you Fenglay pavilion people want to see me for something? Hearing the words of the Fenglay pavilion elder, Phoenix said in a light tone, and looked at the Fenglay pavilion elder with his majestic golden pupils. For a moment, an unimaginable terrifying pressure suddenly acted on the elder of Fenglay pavilion, causing him to sweat profusely. Chief Huangtian, yes, it's like this. Didn't our pavilion master accept the noble Miss Feng Qing'er as his apprentice? Just a few months ago, Miss Feng Qing'er set out to Tianshan Blood Pool, preparing to use the Tianshan Blood Pool to break through to the Dozone level, but afterwards, Miss Feng Qing'er disappeared. The elder of Fenglay pavilion was sweating profusely as he spoke. When he mentioned Feng Qing'er's disappearance, he couldn't help but lower his head. Qing'er is missing. Hearing the words of the elder of Fenglay pavilion, Huang Tian couldn't help but pause, and then muttered to himself. Although his tone was very calm, the elder of Fenglay pavilion only felt that the pressure on his body became heavier, like a mountain pressing on him, making him tremble all over and sweat like rain, but he didn't dare to move at all. The arrogance and tyranny of the Tianyao Phoenix clan are well known throughout Zhongzhou. Although their Fenglay pavilion is often considered to be very arrogant and domineering in Zhongzhou, it is nothing compared to the Tianyao Phoenix clan. Although their Fenglay pavilion and the Tianyao Phoenix clan have some incense because of Feng Qing'er. But the elder of Fenglay pavilion is not sure whether the Tianyao Phoenix clan will think of this incense. In theory, Fenglay pavilion also has some responsibility for Feng Qing'er's disappearance. Given the tyranny of the heavenly demon Phoenix clan, it is hard to say whether the head of the Huangtian clan will vent his anger on Fenglay pavilion, or on him. Qing'er is missing, why are you looking for me? After a while, Huangtian spoke again, his tone was still very calm. Since she joined your Fenglay pavilion, her safety should be the responsibility of your Fenglay pavilion. You let her disappear, but you didn't look for her yourself, and you came to our heavenly demon Phoenix clan. What, do you want our heavenly demon Phoenix clan to clean up your Fenglay pavilion's mistakes? As he spoke, Huangtian's eyes narrowed, and there seemed to be flames in his golden eyes, and there was a raging anger hidden in his calm tone. At the end, everyone could hear the coldness and chill in his tone. Feeling the majesty that permeated all around, it was even more terrifying, and the fighting spirit in his body almost stopped working. Looking at the murderous and cold eyes of Huangtian on the throne in front of him, the elders of Fenglay pavilion were about to cry. Clan leader Huangtian is wronged. Clan leader Huangtian is wronged. Our Fenglay pavilion did not do nothing. When Miss Qing'er went to the Tianshan blood pool, we sent our 2 most powerful Dozong elders to Miss Qing'er. But when Miss Qing'er disappeared, these 2 elders of our Fenglay pavilion also lost contact, and the Soul Thunder tablet they left in the sect was also broken. This means that the 2 elders sent by Fenglay pavilion to protect Miss Qing'er have died in the battle. We also sent people to search around the place where Miss Qing'er disappeared last, but we couldn't find her. We have no way. Under the threat of his life, the Fenglay Pavilion elder couldn't help but cry out for injustice, kowtowed to Huang Tian and begged for mercy, and explained bitterly. In Zhongzhou, no one in the open should dare to provoke your Fenglay Pavilion, and the forces in the dark should also give us some face to our Tianyao Phoenix clan. Who dares to attack the elders of your Fenglay Pavilion and our Tianyao Phoenix clan? Hearing the words of the Fenglay Pavilion elder, Huang Tian couldn't help but frown on the throne, his tone was a little low. Patriarch Huang Tian, because we didn't go there, we don't know who would be so bold as to dare to attack Miss Feng Qing'er, but we have a suspect. Because Miss Feng Qing'er went to the Tianshan blood pool this time, she did not successfully pass the test and obtain a place in the Tianshan blood pool, but was beaten seriously by others, forcing her to compete for the Tianshan blood pool. Feeling the opportunity, the elder of Fenglay Pavilion could not help but hurriedly said. Qing'er was beaten seriously by others and forced to compete for the Tianshan blood pool. Hearing the words of the elder of Fenglay Pavilion, Huang Tian sat up immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a pair of golden pupils flashed with murderous intent. Who dares to hurt our Tianyao Phoenix clan? It's the Beatty sect. Maybe the head of the Huang Tian clan doesn't know, but in our Zhongzhou, a new Douzun strongman has recently appeared. This Douzun strongman has established a force called the Beatty sect. It was the two disciples of the Beatty sect who joined forces with the disciples of Xingyun Pavilion and Huasong to beat Miss Qing'er seriously and forced her to compete for the Tianshan blood pool. The elder of Fenglay Pavilion shouted immediately. The Beatty sect? New Douzun forces? Haha, that's interesting. Doesn't your promoted Douzun know that Qing'er is from our Tianyao Huang clan? But even so, why do they target Qing'er? There must be a reason, right? Hearing the words of the Fenglay Pavilion elder, Huang Tian couldn't help but smile coldly, and looked at the Fenglay Pavilion elder again. There is indeed a reason, because this newly promoted Douzun has a grudge against our Fenglay Pavilion. It may be because of this reason that he asked people to target Miss Qing'er. But our Fenglay Pavilion definitely did not identify the Beatty sect for this reason, but it was indeed this Beatty sect that was most likely to kidnap Miss Qing'er. Because the lady was severely injured by the disciples and people of this Beatty people, and she was recuperating near the Tianmu mountains, and then she disappeared. After that, this Beatty sect also sent people to participate in the Sifang Pavilion conference held by our Sifang Pavilion, and finally won the championship, but if Miss Qing'er was there, this Beatty sect might not win the championship. So this Beatty sect is indeed they are the ones who have the greatest motive to murder Miss Qing'er. Not only us, but the whole Zhongzhou thinks so. The elder of Fenglay Pavilion explained hurriedly. Chapter 950, Huangtian's arrangement, the heavenly demon Phoenix clan came to the door. You said now the whole Zhongzhou knows that Qing'er's disappearance was caused by this Beatty sect? Hearing the words of the elder of Fenglay Pavilion, Huang Tian's golden eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and his tone suddenly became dangerous. Hearing that Beatty sect and Fenglay Pavilion had a grudge, and then hearing that the whole Zhongzhou already knew that it was Beatty sect that kidnapped Feng Qing'er. This made Huang Tian feel that it seemed that Fenglay Pavilion wanted to use their Tianyao Phoenix clan as a sword, which instantly violated Huang Tian's reverse scale. Although regardless of right or wrong, revenge for the clan members is the usual style of their Tianyao Phoenix clan. But as tyrannical as their Tianyao Phoenix clan is, they are absolutely unwilling to be used by others, especially by the Fenglay Pavilion. The hatred of the clan members must be avenged, but if you want to use their Tianyao Phoenix clan as a sword, you have to taste the sharpness of their Tianyao Phoenix swords. As if he also felt Huang Tian's murderous intent, the elder of Fenglay Pavilion trembled suddenly, remembering the previous instructions of the pavilion master Lei Zun. The elder of Fenglay Pavilion immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Huang Tian, and loudly begged for an explanation. Clan leader Huang Tian, calm down. Clan leader Huang Tian, calm down. We Fenglay Pavilion absolutely respect the nobles. The matter of Beatty sect is definitely not framed by our Fenglay Pavilion, but Beatty sect is indeed the most likely to murder Miss Qing'er. As for why Zhongzhou knew this news, it was only because the highly anticipated Miss Qing'er did not appear at the four-sided pavilion conference, and it happened that our pavilion master had tested Bai Zun of Beatty sect and said that the most likely to assassinate Miss Qing'er was Beatty sect. This should be heard by the audience attending the four-sided pavilion conference, so it was spread. It was definitely not intentional by our Fenglay Pavilion. We Fenglay Pavilion are an ally of the nobles. After listening to the words of the elder of Fenglay Pavilion, Huang Tian's anger gradually subsided. Since Fenglay Pavilion dared to say so, the Beatty sect must be the biggest suspect, and it should not be a frame-up. However, as for why the entire Zhongzhou suddenly knew about this matter, Huang Tian did not believe that Fenglay Pavilion had no choice of time. However, thinking of what the elder of Fenglay Pavilion said, Fenglay Pavilion is indeed the human ally of their Tianyao Huang clan. Although Huang Tian did not think much of this ally, thinking that the secret method of Fenglay Pavilion had not been obtained, Huang Tian decided to turn a blind eye for the time being. Okay, this clan leader knows that Qing'er's disappearance is indeed not your Fenglay Pavilion's fault. This Beatty sect, this clan leader, will have someone take time to go there and ask them properly. But whether Qing'er can be found is still an unknown. If not, I will send another young clan member to your Fenglay Pavilion to maintain the friendship between my clan and your pavilion. On the throne, Huang Tian said calmly. On behalf of our Fenglay Pavilion, I welcome the chief of the Fenglay Pavilion to send his people here. Hearing that Huang Tian agreed to send people to Fenglay Pavilion, the elder of Fenglay Pavilion was overjoyed. A few minutes later, seeing the elder of Fenglay Pavilion leave the palace, he turned into a ray of lightning outside the palace and quickly disappeared into the sky. Huang Tian sat on the throne, his face changed for a while, then returned to normal, and then clapped his hands. Demon Phoenix. Following Huang Tian's voice, a man in a black robe with an evil face suddenly half knelt in front of Huang Tian in the palace. Demon Phoenix is here. Demon Phoenix, the Beatty sect will be handed over to you. Since you are a new Dozun, your cultivation strength is not very strong. With your 8-star Dozun cultivation, it should be enough. Don't worry, clan leader. It's just a small Beatty sect. They dared to harm our Tianyao Phoenix clan. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I will wipe out their entire sect and let those forces who dare to offend our Tianyao Phoenix clan know how powerful our Tianyao Phoenix clan is. Half kneeling in front of Huang Tian, Yao Huang said confidently on his evil face. Okay, go ahead. Hearing the people of the Demon Phoenix, Huang Tian nodded with satisfaction. He didn't care whether Feng Qing'er's disappearance was related to the Beatty sect. It would be best if he could find it, so that the Beatty sect would be wiped out naturally. But if he couldn't find it, he would also have to wipe out the Beatty sect. Because now the whole Zhongzhou knows that it was the Beatty sect that kidnapped or murdered Feng Qing'er of their Tianyao Huang clan. If their Tianyao Huang clan didn't take any action, wouldn't the majesty they had established in the past be invalid? Regardless of right or wrong, they would first use a thunderbolt to destroy the Beatty sect. In any case, killing the chicken to scare the monkey must be done. However, when the Demon Phoenix left the palace, his figure turned into a black stream of light and disappeared in the distant sky. Huang Tian suddenly seemed to think of something again, and couldn't help frowning. Wait! The elder of the Fenglay Pavilion just now seemed to say, the Beatty sect asked the disciples to eliminate Qing'er, and asked the disciples to join forces with Xingyun Pavilion and Huasong. In this way, is this Beatty sect related to Xingyun Pavilion and Huasong? If so, then letting Yaohuang go alone may cause some changes. Thinking of this, Huang Tian, who was sitting on the throne, couldn't help but look up outside the palace, activated the majestic fighting spirit in his body, and opened his mouth to shout like thunder. Kun Huang. As Huang Tian's voice came out, a black shadow suddenly tore through the space and appeared in the palace. It was an old man in a black robe, exuding a strong and fierce aura. I am Kun Huang, and I pay my respects to the clan leader. Tearing through the space and coming to Huang Tian, the old man named Kun Huang faced Huang Tian, bowed slightly to Huang Tian, and said respectfully in a hoarse voice. Kun Huang, the clan leader asked you to come here. Okay, that's all, you go too. After summoning Kun Huang, Huang Tian relayed Feng Qing'er's story to Kun Huang, and asked Kun Huang to go to Beatty sect to observe the situation secretly to see if he needed to take action. Yes, clan leader, I know, I will go right away. After listening to Huang Tian's words, the old man named Kun Huang bowed again and responded in a hoarse voice. After speaking, Kun Huang turned around and walked quickly outside the palace, then instantly soared into the sky, turned into a dark stream of light, and soon disappeared into the sky. This time it should be foolproof. Even if it is Huasong, the hidden strongman is only a half-saint. With Kun Huang's 1-star Dozhung strength, it is completely enough to deal with it. Watching Kun Huang's back as he left, in the palace, Huang Tian still sat on the throne, his face calm, and slowly closed his eyes. On the other side, Beatty sect. On the towering mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, there are continuous magnificent palaces, pavilions, and towers, and various rockery gardens. Countless disciples in gorgeous white uniforms are either shuttling between various buildings, or practicing fighting skills under the guidance of their teachers in the square, or competing in martial arts. The scene is very lively. Suddenly, a black stream of light suddenly burst from a distance and finally stopped in the sky above Beatty sect. Is this Beatty sect? Looking at the palace complex below, a few sneers flashed across Ye Huang's evil face. It's quite lively, but since I'm here, let's stop here. Anyone who dares to offend our Tian Ye Huang clan, as long as they have anything to do with it, should die. While sneering, the demon phoenix raised his right hand, and as the powerful thunder attribute fighting spirit in his body roared out and spread in the air, a silver dark cloud suddenly appeared in the surrounding sky. The dazzling lightning and rolling thunder roared in the air, and under the control of the demon phoenix, the silver fighting spirit as boundless as a dark cloud began to slowly gather, and finally condensed into a powerful silver giant claw that covered the sky and the sun. A group of ants, all of you die for me. Demon Phoenix Claw.